But someone thought it best to raise me from the dead. So let's put on a show. I hit my demon mode. Bow down and pray that I don't take your soul. You'll never see me coming tucked under the bed. I'll creep inside your head and never let you go. I hit my demon mode. Sticks and stones, I'll break your bones if you call out my name. Pentagrams and crooked laughs, a curse you can't explain. Control my feet, let the fun begin. Call out the minis and the skeletons. Join us or pay the price. Eternal sacrifice. You're running out of time, and soon you'll be all mine. I'll never let you go. I hit my demon mode. Bow down and pray that I don't take your soul. You'll never see me coming tucked under the bed. I'll creep inside your head and never let you go. I hit my demon mode.
Said you wanna see my best side. No, I don't think you wanna know what that's like. Think I need to be chastised, so put me underwater like I'm baptized. Drown me in my sins. You know just how to do it. I like the way it feels when you leave me in ruins. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my. Open up the cage and let me in. I can give you what you want, just take control of me, don't ask for it. No, I'll give you more than just a fix. You can tell me anything, you know that I would lie for you. Drown me in my sins. You know just how to do it. I like the way it feels when you leave me in ruins. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my. Only have the room for more disaster. Like it when I get to call you master. Feed my appetite without me asking. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. Best side. Said you wanna see my best side. I'm rare, like these diamonds that I wear. Gold lace, please you like no other. Heartbeat racing, I'ma put you through these paces. Be the best you ever tasted. Gonna stay on your mind, come back every time, baby. I'ma keep you craving. Baby, I'ma keep you craving.
subject to your abuse. I'm that desire in your blood you can't refuse. You picked your poison, boy, ain't nothing left to chew. Now you can't get enough. Intoxicated, can't recover. Seductive eyes, I'll keep you close. Put your hand on my hips, hold through your wrist, press through these lips. Kiss, I won't tell. I wear like these diamonds that I wear. Gold lace, please you like no other. Heartbeat racing, I'ma put you through these paces. Be the best you ever tasted. Gonna stay on your mind, come back every time. I'ma keep it craving. What I said, danger to myself, this beast needs to be fed. Not right in the mind, it was hard to play nice. Trouble is my vice, chaos brings me to life. I might be a bit neurotic, some would say no, she's psychotic. And I'm gonna own it, not afraid to show it. And you gotta know it's who I am. I'm a little crazy, baby, did you try to save me? Just a fool running free, might get away with some bad things. Once upon a time, I knew how to shine, but my halo got lost and my eyes went blind. I might be a bit neurotic, some would say no, she's psychotic. And I'm gonna own it, not afraid to show it. And you gotta know it's who I am. I'm a little crazy, baby, did you try to save me? Try to save me, it's screwing loose somewhere. Got a bit of madness, sadness, chemical imbalance. I'm a red flag in the air. I remember when I lost my mind. But there is something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space.
And all I remember is thinking I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, oh, it looked like fun. And it's no coincidence I've come. And I can die when I'm done. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we're crazy. Dressed up, caught you cheating in the background on this Friday evening. I saw you kissing him, and then I knew how I messed up. Should've known better, but they always told me not to play with emotions. But babe, I have learned from my mistakes. Don't leave me stranded. I've learned my lesson. I'll show you everything that you deserve. I don't know why you pretended all these days. I've heard the lies, and I know you made mistakes. I hate that my world is dark again. You won't ever understand, but I will never need love like that. I should've known better, but they always told me not to play with emotions. But babe, I have learned from my mistakes. Don't leave me stranded. I've learned my lesson. I'll show you everything that you deserve. Don't leave me stranded. I've learned my lesson. I'll show you everything that you deserve.
Oh, you gotta watch him. He's gonna give you nothing but problems. When he starts, you're never gonna stop him. King of clinically insane. I suggest you run away. By the time you realize the game's already over, better find a place to hide, 'cause once you're in, you can't come out. With a monster. With a monster. With a monster. With a monster.
Oh, now you've done it. You've woken up the beast. I tried to warn you, but you won't listen to me. Close your eyes and say goodbye. You feel this way.
Hello, and welcome to the second day of the Death Slam Invitational. Joining me once again is Mr. Blazy Bard. How are you today?
I've been here the whole time. I never slept, I never left. I've been in offline chat, rubbing my hands together, waiting to see the redemption arc of Abrahams, who obviously fell down into the losers bracket. Though, in a shock twist that I, in truth, didn't get to see, Sneaky Golem picking up their win against Bunnies yesterday in a rather insane match, or so I'm told. Beating their rivals. Now, Deathy, this is a big moment for Sneaky Golem as a whole. Their history with Bunnies with Glocks is quite expansive.
Bunnies with Glocks, huh? That's their new name now?
Bunnies with Glocks. That's basically the same thing.
I mean, you know, it's basically... I mean, look, we'll talk about the history in just a second, but I think in order to kind of get the whole picture, it's important that we look at the bracket and see what happened yesterday as far as all the results. So I think we can start with pulling that up, and then we'll talk about kind of the surprising results. So for anybody that wasn't there yesterday, I would highly recommend you watch the VOD. This is a summary of the bracket. So Melee Creeps, in a very, very close series, sent Abrahams to the lower bracket, where they'll be facing off against Sneaky Golem in the match that we're about to cover. But there was a match, Bunny with Clock against Sneaky Golem in the lower bracket yesterday. And recently in Night Shift, Bunny with Clock has always defeated Sneaky Golem, but this time Sneaky Golem with their new roster said, hey, you know, we're tired of losing. We're going to lock in, and in a desperate attempt where they were tired, exhausted, and they even drafted, you know, things going a little bit out there, so to speak, with the Dynamo picks, they managed to secure the reverse sweep where Bunny with Clock won game 1, and then Sneaky Golem won 2 games in a row, so a little bit of a reverse sweep. And game 2 was crazy. Like, I would highly recommend you guys check it out if you haven't. Like, game 2 was absolutely insane.
I'm sorry, Deathy. I feel like I need to circle back here. Did you say that it was an easy set on the winner's side bracket? Did I mishear you? Abrahams fell down easily to NA.
Well,
is that what I heard?
you know.
Do I need to bring up? Do I need to bring up the doorman, Deathy? Do we need to bring up the trauma that was impacted?
Well, we can talk about the trauma for sure. And I do believe that it was a tough day yesterday for NA. Because the fact is, Abrahams being that close with Melee Creeps, you know, I think that the argument can very easily be made that if the ping were even, Abrahams would come out on top. Because they, first of all, they almost won, and they're all on 150 ping, which is obviously a huge handicap. So if ping were even, I think you can easily make the argument that they would have won. So I'm really hoping that today we see Abrahams lose to Sneaky Golem so that we can shut down this discussion. But at the same time, we have the grand finals right after, and the grand finals is the best of 5, and Abrahams versus Melee Creeps in the grand finals would be extremely hype, especially in a best of 5. We almost never see best of 5s in Deadlock because the game just isn't really there as far as the size of the tournament, but we wanted to try it for this one and see what happens. So I'd be super excited for that. But before I pick your brain on that, I'd just like to give a quick little shout out. If you guys like what you said, what you're seeing, if you guys liked what you saw yesterday and you'd like to support us, you can consider buying some merch. I'm drinking out of my Death Slam mug right now, which I'm going to bring on camera right here.
Can production project a Death Slam logo onto
I don't know if we
too,
have the technology for that, but I'm also wearing the Death Slam kind of sweatshirt, and I've got design in the back. Let me see if I can... It's kind of hard to get it on camera, but...
Beautiful.
It's got Calico. I mean, it's got Ava. Sorry, that's Ava. Calico scat in the back. So anyway, we've got cool designs there. So all the proceeds go directly to Deadlock Tournaments production with like whatever like prize pools, you know, whatever we see fit to do with the money, but we don't pocket the money for ourselves. And you can see on the merch exactly how much money we make, how much in profit we make per item, so you know exactly how much you're supporting us. Now, also join the Discord. Check out what we're doing. We're doing a lot of great things at Death Slam. We're running pugs. We run tournaments occasionally for lower ranked players. You know, we offer coaching. I run the Death Slam Academy, which is a paid service where we teach players, you know, how to improve at Deadlock. I mean, there's so many things. Death Slam's an incredible kind of community, and I'm really, really proud of what we've built. And I want to just say thank you to everyone for kind of showing us overwhelming support. And thank you for you, for Kashi, for the people that are with us today, helping make this cast possible. So I'm very, very grateful and feeling excited for the day.
I think it's, you know, we got a really solid production team here bringing Deadlock Esports to life. And what better way to do it, Deathy, with esports' favorite trope? We've got ourselves a little bit of an underdog story here, talking about Sneaky Golem, right? Let's bring the conversation back to this team, because we can talk to death about Abrahams. They're the favorites. We saw tons from them yesterday. Sneaky Golem for the first time beating Bunny with clocks, not with clocks, although who knows what they're hiding in those clocks. For the first time in months at this point, weeks, have finally taken them down. Sneaky Golem now the first team in the tournament to advance past their seeding. Everybody else, 8th place, 7th place, 6th place, 5th place, all went out in that order. Now 4th seed Sneaky Golem looking to make a bit of a run for it, taking out number 3. Moving forward, refreshed and ready, they are now in a position where they've been able to sleep, collect their thoughts. How do you think they're going to fare today up against a roster that is also in a similar position where it is no longer 3 a.m. in Europe, Deathy? This is prime time for gamers.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we're at a great time right now. You know, if you're in the Europe, so to speak, you know, it's evening. If you're NA, you're kind of afternoon or early morning if you're West Coast. So hopefully all of you guys can catch this action. Now, Sneaky Golem versus Abrahams should be a very interesting series. I think that there's a lot of different factors. Now, I hope that Sneaky Golem have kind of learned from the other series yesterday's that they need to probably get rid of the doorman. Now, one thing I've been preaching, and like, let's just doorman, let's just get him out. All right, Abrahams is a little bit too good at utilizing doorman. You know, they're too good at making plays with the doors. It's just the character is kind of broken if you're really good at using him as a team. And I think people suspected that. Like, a lot of people on Reddit when the hero was released was like, you know, the potential for this hero is just insane. But very few people were actually able to execute on it because it's a very complex hero. But now I think we're at the point where people are starting to abuse Doorman as teams properly. And I think Abrahams are really, really good at that. But yeah, we'll see how the teams adapt as the draft is ready for us, I think.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting thing to adapt to, right? Obviously, Taz is not afraid of any of these other characters, but Doorman's certainly a character that we've seen him play phenomenally on so far. We'll have to see what's going to happen. We got the draft, I think, ready and lined up to go to. We'll have to see what those first bans are going to be. One thing I will say, though, for Abrahams, they are on that first pick slot. They can kind of force Sneaky Golem to ban away the Doorman if that's what they want. But I'm interested to see, because, you know, when a doorman opens, a window man closes. No, when a doorman closes, a window man opens. I'll be interested to see what will happen.
Okay, this is genius. One sec.
Yeah,
I have to go for it because I see their vision. Okay, here's the vision. It's very simple. Ban the Shiv. Okay, you force Sneaky Golem to give you either Doorman or Billy. They have to give you one or the other. They don't have a choice. So which one do you pick? You have to pick your poison, right? Your first pick, you kind of have the leeway, and you make sure that Sneaky Golem doesn't get one of their favorite picks in the Shiv as a counter pick. So they ban the Billy. So I think Abrahams might go for the Doorman first pick, honestly. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it. I think it's worked really well for them. Maybe they have another vision, but that's what I see when I see the Shiv first pick. It's like, okay, either you give me Doorman or you give me Billy.
Well, I think especially considering AVG's performance on this Shiv yesterday, this is not just necessarily a character that is just good to ban overall, but as a target to Sneaky Golem, something that they really performed well on, put them on something a little bit less comfortable maybe. Lash still on the table for AVG though, so not necessarily too uncomfortable, but it's going to be the Geist first. A little bit too strong to give up first pick. Maybe they're not expecting Golem to go for the Doorman.
I think that's probably it. I think that there's a little bit of kind of unevenness where I feel like when Sneaky Golem have the Doorman, it didn't look that strong. I don't think they're practiced with the Doorman, and their Doorman player Zerbzy only joined their team like 48 hours ago, so can't really blame them. And so I don't really think Abrahams is worried about Sneaky Golem taking Doorman, and in fact maybe they want them to feel like they need to take it. But one thing that guarantees here is that if Sneaky Golem do not pick the Doorman here, Abrahams can top 3 it after the Geist, and the Geist is kind of like a super strong carry hero right now that's just really hard to deal with, very tanky, not reliant on ping at all, right? They're just like easy execution, which I think Abrahams needs to prioritize.
Yeah, I think that works out really, really well for them. We saw a lot of success on the Wraith yesterday, not so much with the Geist. Obviously, completely different teams, different strategies required. I would have been interested to see, I think, the Wraith make a reappearance from Abrahams, but not quite this point in time. Abrams is taken away from them here. Sneaky Golem picks it up first. Second pick, are we looking at maybe the Mirage, Pocket?
Oh,
also an interesting pick. This takes it away from who?
I'm interested. It's a little early for the pocket, but like I said, we were talking about this a little earlier before the draft, and I wanted to say that Lord NM this tournament has showed up to kind of disprove the haters. Now Lord NM typically gets a lot more flack than I think he deserves, because he was kind of forced on the Mo and Krill role for a long time and not really given a chance to shine. But this tournament, he's really kind of shown that, hey, he can hang with the top players on pocket and on other more mechanically taxing heroes, and he's had really incredible afflictions. Yesterday, one of the Lord Adam's afflictions won them a game against Sneaky Golem, against bunnies with clocks, or with Glocks, whichever one you prefer. And Abraham's getting the Doorman, not much surprise there, and also getting the Mirage. Now this forces Sneaky Golem to potentially try to go for a Wraith, unless they want to Wraith to be banned out here, and then their carry options are a little limited if Wraith is banned out.
Yeah, not too much for them to go for here, but it's a very strong top 3 so far from Abrams. Maybe some of the best characters for them in slot. It's a genius play, really. As you mentioned, you force your opponent into a tricky position. Do you let Abrams have Billy, or do you let Taz have Doorman? And we'll have to see which decision was the right one for Sneaky Golem. Kind of an impossible situation, but Victor being locked here top 3, not banned out this time around. Has seen a few bans, not necessarily in the first round, though.
I mean, Victor here feels really interesting. I don't think Victor is particularly strong against any of these heroes. Now, League did make Victor work yesterday. I don't think you got a chance to catch the series, but League did pick Victor for Sneaky Golem yesterday, and he did make it work. Now, did the Victor look incredible? I wouldn't go that far, but I would go as far as to say that, clearly he's shown that he's comfortable on it. He's shown that he's a very capable player, and that if given the right opportunities, he will make it work. So I see the vision. I'm just not entirely convinced about it, but you are picking, you are kind of picking 2 extremely tanky heroes, and Pocket, who's very good against those 2 heroes, kind of securing that. And Shiv is already banned out as well, which is another hero that can be good with the execute against these tanky boys. So I see the vision.
Well, Kelvin and Sinclair are going to be the last 2 guys banned. I'm really struggling with my words this morning, Deathy. I'm just too pumped up from the adrenaline.
It's not morning for you. Don't try to trick me.
I'm too excited about Doorman coming in, man. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for EU. But taking away the Sinclair, taking away, I think more importantly, the Kelvin here really restricts the amount of presence and control Sneaky Golem can kind of exert around this mid boss. You take away the Dome, likely something that Abrahams isn't looking to pick up for themselves here in the back end of the draft. Yeah. Instead, though, Sneaky Golem, again, this pick very, very popular on Abraham so far in this tournament. Page taken away.
Yeah, I like the Page here. I think the shields are kind of always a sure value. Decent laning. The shields are really important. And it also is a hero that likes to play against some of the Sneaky Golem hero. I do believe that if you have a Page against a Sneaky Golem hero, you're pretty happy about it. Now on the side of Abrahams, I'm not surprised to see Yamato. It's been kind of one of their signature frontliners this tournament. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I think what they're lacking here, maybe a little bit more consistent pick, depending on what. So it's either pick or some Spirit nuking, right? Or they already kind of have their frontline in Yamato Geist. Now they could go for perhaps a little bit more frontline, but there's not really a whole lot of options left with, Shiv being banned, Billy banned, Victor picked, Abrams picked. You do have the Mo, which we haven't seen a lot of. Could be an option this game, but it doesn't look like a good Mo game so far.
Now hear me out. Right, it's been banned a few times in the second round of bans in a couple games yesterday. It's not currently on the table right now. We could see a Viscous pick. It's a very flexible option. It could come through.
But I don't think EU likes Viscous right now. They're not really picking it a lot. I'd be surprised. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling like a Lash. Oh, well.
Well, there it is.
I was thinking about Lash in my head, and I just kind of manifested him into existence. It makes a lot of sense. None of the Sneaky Golem heroes have any tools to deal with Lash so far. It really is a free Lash game right now. Yeah. Of course, Pocket can dodge the Lash ult, but other than that, none of the other heroes are problematic for Lash at all. Abrams is not really an issue until he gets Phantom Strike, and in these games, the Abrams are having to consistently buy small items to be fighting and brawling, so they're not able to save up for an early Phantom Strike. And you called the Viscous, but for any
different place from where I was expecting to see it. But yeah, I was precogging a Viscous here. And,
Yep.
you know, just to highlight on the Lash as well, does take it away again from ABG. Now, both of those picks that they were really showing up on last round, kind of off the table. It'll be interesting to see what they go to now. But I think this Viscous does quite a bit for the Sneaky Golem roster. It gives a little bit more versatility, a little bit of protection as well. That Goo Cube could come in quite a bit of handy dealing with some of these kind of bigger ults. Then Mina coming through as a last pick for Sneaky Golem. It's a weird draft, but I think it's got some legs.
For sure. Sneaky Golem have high Spirit Bursts from Pocket and Mina. Now, here's one thing that I really dislike about Sneaky Golem's draft. How do they win if the game goes to 25 or 30 minutes? Like, they don't really have a traditional carry. And I'm worried because I'm like, if the tanks on the side of Abraham's get Spellbreaker, how do you kill them?
Yeah.
I just don't really see how you kill them. Like, if they ever get to the Spellbreaker timing, or even just Spirit Resilience, right? Spirit Resilience traditionally isn't really bought that much. I mean, it's a decent item kind of conditionally. The problem with Spirit Resilience is a lot of the time there's a Shiv in the game, and Shiv just executes you when you get to the threshold where it doubles in resistance, and so it doesn't really get the shine. There is no Shiv this game, so that's not really an issue. Sneaky Golem have a mostly spirit damage draft. Like, Paige is not going to do any gun damage. Victor can do a little bit, but Pocket and Mina are certainly not going to be doing a lot of gun damage unless Pocket goes a more gun build, which I don't think Lord has been doing, but we could see it. And the Vindicta last pick here, where they're kind of going all in into... I'm going to be honest. Look, I love North America, okay? I love... but, like... I'm gonna have to go with Abraham's draft on this one. They've got two heroes that I just don't see how Sneaky Golem interact with. How do you deal with the Lash and Vindicta in this case? Like, you need knockdowns. Until you get there, none of your heroes can interact with them pretty much at all. The front line looks really solid, and Sneaky Golem doesn't have diversified damage types.
Yeah, and I think the other problem is, you know, just from a draft perspective, Deathy, I think Abrahams might have drafted 6 of the most crazy strong heroes in the game right now. You know, especially the top 5 Vindicta, you know, you can take it or leave it. But Lady Geist, Doorman, specifically for Abrahams, is incredibly strong. Mirage, Yamato, Lash, all of these characters are some of best in slot. Meanwhile, across the way, yeah, we got some heavy hitters here, but I think exactly, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I don't need to go over your analysis for you. How are they going to do damage? How are they going to deal with late game? Whereas Abrahams kind of has everything that they could have possibly wanted. And it feels like Golem kind of handed it to them on a plate.
The only thing they didn't get was the Billy, really. I think if they got Billy, I would be willing to say, hey, this is Raps. Now, I will say, Sneaky Golem are all insanely talented players. And they have the potential to just snowball the game. Let's not discredit them on that. They have ping advantage. They're all incredibly talented individually and as a team. And so there's always the potential that regardless of what I think of their draft, they just, you know, get out of the laning stage up 10,000 souls. And if you do that, draft doesn't really matter anymore because you can just snowball the game and then you can manage to just win it. So that's possible. You never know. You never really know.
There's a lot to think about here, and you know, picking apart the drafts, we can kind of go through not all that much really while we wait for these players to get into games. I'll ask you this though, Deathy. Outside of the game, right? We've already touched on it slightly. Sneaky Golem, I think, have a little bit of juice. Already mentioned. This is your kind of juice. They've got some juice. Let me explain. Let me explain the juice. They are the underdog in this situation. Everyone's favorite story is an underdog, not region.
That's
obviously,
true.
EU is everyone's favorite region. They have a lot of momentum. They've got that energy behind them. They're well rested. I think, you know, while I think both agree Abrahams walk away here with a much stronger draft, you know, we can maybe zoom out and look into the mental game, think about how Sneaky Golem might approach this tactically rather than compositionally.
That's true. Now, tactically, I think if you're Sneaky Golem, let's look at the tools that you have, okay? So you've got an incredibly difficult to kill front line. Now I'm thinking, okay, mid-boss, I can see some sneaky mid-boss fights that Sneaky Golem could win. Sneaky. They need to be sneaky, in fact, like their name implies. I think that's going to be important for them. In the mid pit, they have a lot of tools that are really, really good, like the ball's good, the cube, Page ult, Victor ult, Pocket ult, Abrams ult. So in the mid boss, I think they're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Outside of the mid boss, they need to be extremely careful. They need to avoid fights out in the open, because fights out in the open against a Lash and Vindicta, they just lose instantly, in my opinion. Like, maybe not instantly, but it's going to be very difficult. Now, they're going to need to go for some knockdowns or something to shut down these kind of aerial heroes, because they don't have any innate answers in their kits. And so I think that those would be the strategical adaptations I'd be trying to make if I'm Sneaky Golem.
Sure. Yeah. Another question then for you while we're still kind of holding on here. Talking about the longevity of this draft from Sneaky Golem, really needs to kind of get ahead early, grab some stuff away. Where should they be kind of targeting that aggression? Because I think, you know, that aggression, that lead needs to come somewhere. Which of these characters are you expecting Sneaky Golem to kind of play through? Where are we seeing this targeting coming through in terms of where, you know, who on Abrams are we taking down? Who on Sneaky Golem are we feeding? That's the question.
Abrams needs to have the game of his life. I'm going to be honest. Like, this Abrams needs to pop off. I believe it will be AVG on Abrams, who has been having some stellar performances recently. He had some great games on Shiv. He had a great game on he was playing on Lash yesterday, and he had a perfect game, no deaths. So he needs to have a stellar individual performance here if they want to have a chance. I think that Abrams is kind of like one of the heroes here. I think Abrams and Mina are the two heroes that I'm looking at that need to have like a lot of like a great start, because they're the heroes that can generate momentum for Sneaky Golem the most. I'm looking at all these heroes and I'm like, okay, if you get a Mina with a good start, Abrams with a good start, you can start roaming around, creating tons of pressure on the map, one-shotting people, and that's exactly what Sneaky Golem need to do if they want to win this game. Now for Abrahams, I think it's kind of smooth sailing as long as they don't lose the lanes. If they go even in lanes, I would be feeling pretty good as Abrahams. If you just go even in lanes, I think in the mid game, you have a lot of tools to work with. Your earn fights look disgusting. Like, disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, Lash, Vindicta, Doorman, like, it's going to be so hard to fight the earn for Sneaky Golem.
They've got so many tools available to them. Though, I will say, you know, the last few series that we've seen them play in, they kind of struggled to play from behind. Once Abraham's kind of start falling into a deficit, they've historically struggled from, you know, the games that we've seen so far yesterday. Could be a little bit of a string to Sneaky Golem's bow here if they can get far enough ahead in the early game, like they kind of need to. It might be enough of a lifeline here. Yeah. It's gonna be a rough one, I think, for Sneaky Golem. Like, you know, what else really is there to say about?
I mean, I think we can discuss. I think we can discuss a few other things. I mean, in order to spice up the pot a little bit, you know, I decided to contact the source of the knowledge himself, Mr. Ranger NS, who is Sneaky Golem's coach, to see if he had anything to say about their draft. And here are the. I mean, I hope it's okay to share on broadcast. I said, "Did your team overheat? What happened with the draft?" And he said, "I'm at work, so IDK, LOL."
Oh no! Oh no!
And then I sent him a screenshot of the draft, and well, look, I mean, he did not seem convinced with the draft either, and so unfortunately, you know, if your own coach is not believing in your draft, I don't know. It is, I will say, if Sneaky Golem wins this, it'll be incredible. It'll be an incredible story, because if they can win with this draft, then Abraham stands no chance and NA on top. We're going to spin it like that. NA is on top if they're winning this.
NA's on top if they're winning this. Otherwise, you know, opening up the door for Abrahams to make it back to the finals for that all-important rematch. It's kind of the gateway, right? The doorman, so to speak. Not literally, but figuratively, Sneaky Golem holding the line. The last lifeline for NA to stop Europe from getting into the finals of a tournament they were not invited to, in a tournament they are not in the right region for. But gosh damn it, we're here anyway.
Yep. And we're going to be getting into the game very, very shortly. For everybody just tuning in, this is game 1 of the series. Sneaky Golem versus Abrahams. The winner of this series goes into the grand finals to face Melee Crepes, which is a best of 5. Now, take it away, our wonderful casters, Mox and Tempo.
Be back on the streets of the Cursed Apple. It is I, Mox, now on the other side of the camera, joined today by Tempo for some pretty incredible deadlock in front of us. We've got a best of 3 followed by a best of 5, so buckle up because we got a lot of action coming your way today. Tempo, how are you feeling so far?
I mean, I'm feeling excited to watch these great teams here. You know, yesterday I was flaming Sneaky Golem just a little bit maybe, but you know what? This is a redemption game for them. Everyone's doubting their draft. Everyone's doubting what they're doing right now. But if they can show that they can actually win this is gonna be a really good start. But Taz already getting the first blood onto Serpsy is not really a good start.
We talked before the draft even started about the importance of Doorman and, you know, if they would or wouldn't ban it, the kind of priority that it would fall in line to kind of pick up. Abraham's showing very confidently that they will grab it top 3, and I agree with that. I've been a big enjoyer of all kinds of Doorman play from both sides, NA and EU, although EU has shown a lot higher proficiency in it, but you know, NA is sort of catching up, realizing that this kind of needs to be one of your higher prioed characters. So we'll see what TAS can kind of prove and show to the rest of North America, as we're dealing with a little bit of a potential tech issue here, so hang with us tight. Any other thoughts, things that stood out from that draft so far?
I mean, everyone's looking at this Victor, right, from a Sneaky Golem and thinking, okay, these guys must know something everyone else doesn't. And I do believe that Abrahams have a pretty good answer to this Victor in general. I mean, the Doorman can always just ult the Victor out. He's kind of useless in a longer fight. Vindicta too, with the Stake and the Shred. Pretty good against him, even if he can remove those debuffs. But if this Victor ends up working out for Sneaky Golem, then they kind of have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve for the rest of this draft, or rest of the series.
League showed an incredible proficiency on it to close out that game 3 yesterday night, so we'll see if he can replicate the performance. He's going to need a lot of farm to do so, but Sneaky Golem getting a little bit aggressive, finding some good trades. Hoot getting fairly low, will not go down. Pretty important to keep your Mirage upright and hanging tight, so Hoot going to happily back off, trying to find some healing. Certainly there is a healing right to be purchased very soon, as Abrahams has a good push on the left lane as well. It's Vindicta Yamato pairing, very strong lane duo.
Actually, in a little bit of trouble here. That Abrams shotgun does a lot of damage in the early game right now. He needs to be a little bit careful, but and get that extra spirit online to use those beetles, heal up, and get back out there.
Really nice movement there. T-Mob finding a great slam will lead to a kill from the way of Taz, so Storman is getting online, already has a punishing lane, and D-Mob finding some really cheeky ground stomps to make it even more punishing. Abrahams with a good push on the left side here. His Pocket Viscous lane used to be really strong lane dominators, but I guess when you're facing into the Yamato Vindicta, you kind of have a little one-upped in that position, so just trying to hold on to their Guardian for the time being. Abraham's feeling pretty good with how their lanes are going so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for them so far. All members very even, very different to the North American style that we've seen as of late, where you're just permanently roaming, but they're gonna get a little bit of a roam on their own on this left-hand side. Hydration already taken down. Serpsy going down too, together on this Yamato. Really strong pick, and Lord NM gonna try to push together away, and it looks like he's successful.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see something in the way of a lane rotation from Sneaky Golem here. Things are kind of getting away from them really quickly, and they just talked about how Sneaky Golem need to kind of create some early leads and early advantages, because this mid game is going to be kind of where their team spikes, and they need to find a way to get League to that position. But so far, Toss, that was a 3-kill streak, by the way, and we're only 3 minutes in, so that is a incredible pace for the Doorman that we had a lot of conjecture to discuss, but it does look like there will be some lane shuffling and some dueling in this left side. Yamato trying to escape for the time being, catching a bit of punishment. Nice shoulder charge from ABG, who just showed up out of nowhere. Now together in a little bit of trouble. Crimson Slash will keep him alive just a little bit longer. Nice parry through the tower. Is going to just stall out here. Together holding on pretty crazy 3-man dive from Sneaky Golem. That was really important to sneak out there with no casualties.
Yeah, together living there is gonna be a bit of a thorn in Sneaky Golem's side on that left lane. They rotate a bunch of members over there, but not really gonna get much out of it. Meanwhile, Abrahams, though, getting a lot of souls right now on the map already. We've talked about how active these early games are right now, and D-Mob as well, trying to do a little bit of damage to Serpsy here, but not gonna get too much out of it.
D-Mob actually had a really good trade. I think they wound up getting a kill against Rokane's Mina, so even the Lash, who's notoriously poor laner, is getting some pretty nice advantages. Now Toss finding a kill again against Lord NM. It's a 4 streak on that Doorman. And that is a difficult character to deal with when he gets ahead in lane. Dive coming out against League. This poor Victor does have his ultimate. He will be okay here, even if that does wind up popping. Hoot, desperate to get that skill off the board, will finally get that to pop and back out, so that is a plus advantage there. As the scuffles continue, poor Zerbzy on the losing end of a lot of these trades. Now a 3-kill streak for Demov, as Abrahams is really putting on an insane tempo to start this first game of the series.
Demov gonna get knocked over here, but gonna get the casting buff, but AVG already on the punish here. 100 HP left on Demov. Abrams chasing Demov down everything he can. Gotta get the stun here. Might be the kill.
Oh my goodness, escaping there is so close. They were desperate to get that one. Toss here with the backup though to lock AVG away, who was trying to sneak out a kill. Let's see if they can find anything else to continue. The aggression just gets completely distorted. Sonya Sniper did go down, so there was a plus from the rotations of Sneaky Golem there. They do lose Guardian on the left side in exchange.
Yeah, bit of a slow phase right now though. Guardian going down, but maybe there's a bit of a chance to talk about some of the picks that have actually gone through on this draft. I mean, a lot of members here getting a couple of their signature picks. I'd say Taz and St. Maxim especially, they're very strong on the characters that they've gotten. And Maxim being one of the, best people in Europe at least on the Snipe Vindicta, and playing it pretty well so far. Same with Taz on that Doorman. But Hoot now, on a bit of a new role as well with that M1 style. Gonna be caught out a little bit by AVG on that Abrams. Super active now as well with the Death Slam getting used by the Lash. Is he gonna be able to get out of this?
Ooh, Lord and M with the affliction onto Hoot. He has to back out of this situation, but the backup and the collapse from Sneaky Golem actually saves what kind of was looking like a bad engagement. AVG flew in with a good shoulder charge. Zerbzy saved the day, does go down in the end. Sacrificial Lamb, but all of Sneaky Golem had essentially collapsed. This is basically a 4-on-4 mid lane. Only your farmers left on the side lanes to kind of ignore the situation. But this is absolute burger box at its finest. EU taking a page of NA's book and saying we could do it a little bit better, and we'll do it on ping as well.
Hydration gonna go down here, and St. Maxim on that Vindicta already getting a bunch of snipes. This is really what you want to see on a Vindicta, St. Maxim, I believe, getting that maximum ultimate very soon, and just getting all those bonus souls every time you get a kill with it. That's really how the European teams especially play that Vindicta.
As Toss continues to run over the map, 8k stolen Sonya Sniper just holding off AVG for the time being. Sneaky Golem are reeling a little bit in this moment. They're down quite a bit of souls, so I wonder what the adjustment is going to be. They've lost one Guardian. It seems like if Abrahams really want to, that they'll continue to take the rest. Good snipe comes from over top. St. Maxim, as you mentioned, proficient Vindicta player here. Johnny on the spot to clean up AVG, who's just sort of in front of people at the a little too far ahead, I guess is the best way to put it.
A little bit ahead, yeah. They're playing very aggressively, Sneaky Golem right now, but Abrahams have such a good punish comp with that Lash, that Vindicta, and that Doorman especially.
Who just creating a little bit of space. Here is him and League meet up in the side lane. Two farmers kind of left to deal with that, but my goodness, Toss actually bullying a 2v1, stealing a Sinner at the same time. Look, they just cannot deal with this doorway. He just steals the Sinner and gets out scot-free. Actually was going to out-trade both of them in the process, so they've created a monster. They're going to have to deal with this doorway some way, somehow, but I mean, this is not the right character that you want to be ahead early. AVG though is nearby. Hold on, is he sniffing this one out? No, he was inside the double Sinners. Looked scary for a second on the minimap, but all's well that ends well. Toss
St. Maxim sees him here though. Nah, he's gonna be able to get out of there, AVG. Gonna do a little bit of a heist on the doubles. Not gonna get too much out of it though, as he valued his life a little bit more than taking the farm away from the enemies. But Hydration here in a little bit of trouble, maybe having to use that cube already just to dodge that Vindicta snipe that of course gets that little bit of extra damage once you're below the 50% HP, which is quite annoying for a lot of these characters that like to be low a lot of the time. Especially that Victor is gonna have problems with that later on.
Toss showing up through the doorway, causing some mayhem in the mid lane. Picking off from different angles, has AVG kind of putting his head on a swivel there, trying to keep up with all the different angles of attack, but they'll be able to hold on to their Guardian in the mid for the time being, which is fairly important because with the lead that Abrahams have, they really want to push this Guardian in. Looks like they'll finally get a chance to convert it, and now the jungle continues to open up in their favor. League doing a nice job of keeping up with the farm currently, despite his team being behind. We'll find Toss flying through from the vents, and we've got quite a few members on the left side kind of meeting up here for the urn pickup. It's a very early priority on the first urn grab from Abrahams, and they are ahead, so this makes sense for them.
Yeah, and they want to just get this urn out. Maybe even try to see if they can get it to be neutral first, so they can get a free pickup. If it's favored, it might be kind of hard, but AVG gonna go down now, and I think there's a very low chance of that urn ever going neutral again. Serpsy now in a lot of trouble as well, but Taz on that doorman. Gets that hotel guest, might go down, but Cube gonna save Serpsy, and she's able to get out of there.
Yeah, I really like this early priority from Toss to kind of chase Zerbzy out of the fight. Obviously, Page left unchecked can be very, very annoying in terms of saving support, so realizing the kind of priority when his team is ahead, it has a lot of flexibility to kind of pick targets here. Hydration in a bit of trouble. Big ground slam from the Demov Lash, but reinforcements are arriving. AVG is here to contest. Not sure how much he wants this, so he's desperately trying to grab this comeback and gets the Lash ult for it. He should wind up dying here. Will shoulder charge defensively to make some space. Page is on the way, but this could be sacrificial lamb situation. Too far ahead of his team, just desperately trying to grab this comeback for him.
Yeah, but there might be a chance for him to hold on here. A lot of abilities being used on the Abraham side. Demov and Together gonna chase in here. Shadow Transformation still online for Together if he wants to go further. But looks like they're just gonna take the free Abrams and get out of it.
Yeah, no reason not to confirm that one. AVG kind of handed that to them on a platter. I hope that he can check his mental real quick, because there was a couple of his last death that just looked like running forward just a bit too far. We've not seen him play a ton of Abrams so far in this tournament. Not to say that he's not proficient on the hero, but maybe just not super sharp and warmed up in the first game of our Abrahams versus Sneaky Golem best of 3. Abraham sitting pretty at the 12-minute mark. 8k lead. A lot of jungle still left to be farmed on the map, and so far I'm pretty certain that Hoot and Toss and even Demov are all unkilled this game. I'm not even sure how many kills Sneaky Golem have across the board at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard here for Sneaky Golem to get back into this, but they do have a little bit of a saving grace in League, still being matching, you know, Hoot on that Mirage. Victor is the guy who wants to get matched here, but Hoot slowing Hex on him, now in a little bit of trouble, and maybe League can actually take the advantage if Hoot goes down here. Does end up going down to Rocane here. Abrams gonna use that ultimate. Big urn fight now happening. Taz gonna be in a little bit of trouble here on that doorman. We did talk about how good he was on it, but Together as well now. A little bit of trouble too. Has to use that shred of information very defensively. And I don't know if this is looking very good for Abrahams all of a sudden. Good job by Sneaky Golem to claw this back a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of really good team play there. The Abrams kind of creating the opening, and as they collapsed onto the Mirage, and then you could see the follow-up after Page, Zerbzy grabbed the urn, the cube from Hydration to make sure that it would stall out and not get punched off, and then that just left Together in a 3v1, and, you know, they did a good job of stretching out the time before Sneaky Golem could actually get to that urn. So, I mean, they stalled probably 2 or 3 minutes of what was a potential comeback urn. At the end of the day, they couldn't deal with the overwhelming amount of players that Sneaky Golem would send to collect it, so comeback urn fairly important. Closes the gap a little bit, but Abraham's still in pretty firm control right now with, like I said before, quite a bit of jungle on their side to kind of absorb and eat up. Hoot nearing the 20k souls mark, and we're barely at 14 minutes.
Yeah, but still an advantage here for Abraham. Let's not take that away from them, even with that comeback urn. But this next minute is going to be very crucial. Whoever can get this next urn might end up getting a big comeback lead, or a big lead for themselves here. Both sides having a pretty good chance to do so. League and Hoot, though, being quite standouts for their teams right now in their souls, and they really need to get those guys active to get, get strong for this next point.
This is a nice find if Sneaky Golem can confirm. It's a little bit too close to the Shadow Transformation timing, and actually we've got a teleport in from Hoot aggressively, so they actually want to pick this fight. Demov cleaning up some kills, 6 streak, insane. MXM is here as well, so quick rotation coming out from Abraham, secures 2 kills. kind of looked like they had an opportunity to grab together there, but just as soon as it came, the window shut. Another 2 kills heading Abraham's way, and complete dominance over this left side of the map where they still have their last Guardian to defend.
Anya Sniper in a little bit of trouble. Gonna try to chase AVG down though in return, but not really much damage traded there overall. AVG has to be a little bit careful though on this right hand side. A lot of Abraham's members gonna go over here, and Victor getting Doorman ulted. A lot of members here converging on it, but Taz just gonna take that Urn and play for Urn instead. Kind of using that Doorman ult as a bit of a bait to bait the Sneaky Golem members over there. That's a really impressive play.
Yeah, Hotel is a great way to kind of move people off of a quick Urn take, just essentially kidnap the thing and get it out of there. You can see by the time that League was out of the hotel, Toss was already halfway across the map, and so that turn-in winds up being completely free. Sneaky Golem have a really nice push on the right side though. Look how many members they've committed.
Remember, Demov gonna get stunned by that jump pad change a few months ago, but Victor doing the classic Victor plane, just diving that Walker. Gonna get stunned here though, I think. Hydration has to use that cube already. AVG also in trouble. Cersei already down. AVG going down to Demov. Gonna try to chase League as much as he can under that Walker. No stun for League, but maybe a death to follow. Reanimation. Gonna get procced here. Can they get the second finish off though? I do not know. League still in a bit of trouble here. Demov doing everything he can. League does finally go down, and Walker though being taken for Sneaky Golem, so kind of a good trade if you ask me.
Yeah, Hoot right now beat the 1v1. Lord NM took the worst of that. Mina here, Kane trying to clean up the situation, but I mean this favors Hoot right now. He's had a tremendous game so far. He's up 4k on this Mina. One lift will kind of give him the entry, and I don't think those love bites are competing much with that Jin's mark. Hoot is getting the better of it. There is a rotation to try to collapse on him, but Abrams was already doing mid-boss this entire time. They lost the Walker, and now mid-boss is already down. Hydration here can be the first one to contest. Is rolling through the funny doorway. Sneaky Golem wind up stealing one away, so that is a good grab for their side. Zerbzi Sacrificial Lamb will go down the second time, so they'll at least have one off the board, but Abraham's incredible map recognition just send all 5, maybe it was all 6 players.
Look at Rocane and AVG here though.
Yeah, again, trading objectives. They had a nice push timing against that mid boss take. It looks like they'll probably die again, just getting this Walker. I think they're for some reason deciding that this is the best of what they have available, and it's working so far to keep them still competitive in this game. Walkers are fairly hard to take, so considering they're behind, it's a pretty decent objective. The collapse to kind of clean up these kills though is arriving. AVG will go down.
Kane though.
Mino likely as well, yes.
AVG and Rocane giving their lives for a Walker here, and this did buy them basically a minute of rejuve time for Abrahams. But Sneaky Golem now in a bit of trouble here as they have to defend this middle Walker. A bunch of members and a wave pushing up on it, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, Lord and them and Taz kind of fighting a little bit on that secret shop, I think, but Pocket's just gonna go and harass St. Maxim now, who's just pushing back this left Walker as well. They have so much map control right now, Sneaky Abrahams, and Sneaky Golem in a lot of trouble.
Lord Nem trying to cut the wave and maybe escape. I know they'll be hot on his tail here, so the question is, can they find him? He's being pretty sneaky, but Yamato, the chain connects, so the chase will be on. Got almost all of his tools at his disposal, so we'll see the Affliction come out to draw some space, and it will actually not be able to cloak out of the situation. Not sure if he got slowing hex there by the Demov. Flash note, he does not have a slowing hex on him, but regardless, again, some time bought. Still 2 minutes left with 2 rejuves, and you gotta imagine Abraham's gonna be itching in a Death Slam. Grabs Zerby, pretty nice counter cube though to kind of delay and stall. The fight is fully underway. Sneaky Golem is responding to this Walker defense. They have a decent shot at contesting this league, kind of creating some space. They do have a doorway to play with. Man, look how far that doorway goes. That goes all the way to mid lane. Is that together actually does go down, so Sneaky Golem wind up getting one of the Rejuvenators off. Lose Walker on the opposite end though to the Hoot split push.
Yeah, Mirage is such a good split pusher in general with that Traveler once it's online. 6.4k now in the bank for him as well. I would imagine an inhibitor coming very soon for him, and Now it's gonna be very hard for Sneaky Golem to do a lot of things. League, though, might be able to cleanse that inhibitor every once in a while. Silence are actually gonna be picked up instead.
Ooh.
That's actually kind of a good response here, as they have a lot of spirit damage on Sneaky Golem, and reducing that by 25% with one bullet on Ricochet is kind of a really good option.
That is a compy buy. It's not that Silencer is, you know, like an unbought item by any measure. It's just to get it this early might be a little bit surprising, but looking at what they're playing into, it'll be a great option. 10 kill streak for D-Mob as this fight is already heading in Abraham's favor. 2 down on Sneaky Golem as they try to dive and catch this Hoots Mirage, but he's got the backup of Divine Burial. League is in now as well, trying to cause some chaos, but we've talked about and questioned how good this Victor can be, and it looks like it was not very impressive in that fight. AVG's running away with the comebacker, but that was a 4-man sweep for the way of Abrahams.
This was kind of what I was worried about with this Victor pick. It's very easy to counter it. And I imagine that they weren't aware that EU doesn't really play Victor that much. Maybe just getting it very early on, but I think it's coming back to bite them, as Abraham just tailored their comp to stop this Victor in the latter half of that draft. And you can really tell it at this point in the game, where League is having such a hard time playing. But Rocane as well now, in a little bit of trouble too on that Mina. Mirage has a lot of marks on her, I believe. Hydration though, gonna help a little bit. Scourge being bought onto AVG, and I think that's kind of a continuation of their Scourge Victor strategy that they played yesterday.
It does seem very powerful. They've been able to hold off the Walker here. League thinking that he's a bit strong in this scenario. Walks forward into the Hoot Mirage, but Hoot is a bit of a monster at this point. Been free farming most of the game. 32,000 souls ahead of pretty much everybody. No, that is everybody in the lobby. And with Silencer on top, you mentioned a lot of Sneaky Golem's damage is going to be nuked, so it's pretty much on Hoot to make a mistake at this point, but they're getting aggressive. They're trying to look for this with the
League down.
God, damage coming out already. League did not have his ult in that situation, trying to walk too far forward. How do they kill this Mirage? Hello? He's got Divine Barrier as well, just to cover up any extra mistakes, and Sneaky Golem just can't do anything. AVG trying to make some kind of turn. Maybe they finally overstepped at this point. They will get one kill onto the D-Mob Lash. That's a pretty big shutdown considering how far ahead he was. But Rocane, that was a strange position to wind up in behind 4 Abraham members.
Mirage with that movement buff, such a versatile character, can get out of many situations and just kiting them back and back and back. But Sneaky Golem have actually managed to respond pretty well on the Soul game right now. Only 15k behind, whereas before they were like 25k behind. So at least there's some positives for them right now, and they're definitely not out of the fight yet.
That's actually a great point. I was gonna try to discuss and elaborate on, you know, the standing gold that was left on the map. Like, we're tied in walkers, and just before Sneaky Golem found a way to get a couple of shutdowns there, they were behind almost like 30,000 souls, which is just a horrendous situation to be in. That essentially means that you've got nothing to come back on. The difference is they finally got some huge shutdowns, namely in the D-Mob kill. There's still a ton of souls heading in their direction. We see comeback souls kind of kick into purpose, and so now it's a little bit more competitive. We're only in that 15,000 difference, so we're going to see Sneaky Golem have some pretty competitive fights as mid-boss is up in just about 30. Oh my gosh, why did we even pull that up, production? 36 kills to 7. I did not even realize the mayhem that we were witnessing, but pretty strong control of this game from Abraham's. Sneaky Golem need kind of a miracle from this league victor right now, because they have closed the lead, but it's looking tough.
Serpsy with the 9 deaths on the page. Abraham's just doing their best to bully the small child, and clearly it's working for them so far. Inhibitor now being picked up as well on Hoot, and that's just gonna reduce the damage they can do that much more. I think League is gonna have a lot of trouble if Mirage get those debuffs going, but he does have those cleanses soon, I would imagine, and that's gonna be a pretty good tool against Hoot's Mirage here.
Timing for League is actually working out here a little bit. Leech, Infuser is online, and he's about to have all of his money for E-Shift.
Together.
And mid-boss fight will be coming soon as they try to engage, but it's a hard target to kill again. He's got 2 lives, luckily, wherever the situation gets out, because he's going to need both of them to contest this mid-boss. They still do have an uphill climb, ahead of them, but we're seeing the league victor slowly come to as we're going to handle a quick little crash, and it gives us time to kind of take a breath, because while it's been scrappy, it's all been kind of in Abraham's favor. It's kind of been unrelenting up until this point. So really impressive job so far by the EU squad, showing why they are the kind of pinnacle of that region, and really proving that, you know, they have a very real chance of winning this series and heading into the grand finals with good aspirations.
Yeah, and I mean, both sides are actually playing pretty well to their outs right now. I would imagine that Abrahams have fumbled the bag just a little bit in these last 5 minutes or so, but in knowing them, I think they will be able to at least do something further in this game to try and get it back in their favor again. But there's a bit of a clock here. I mean, League on that Victor starting to get a little bit online now, and if they don't start stopping this Victor a little bit more, especially with all the cleansing of the debuffs that they can do, even in this last fight here that we just showed before this pause, you're cleansing the Yamato too, so the Yamato doesn't dash over to you. I mean, it's a very strong character against a lot of their comps, so it kind of does make sense for them, and it can definitely be scary later on.
The one concern is that if you compare the two late games, you're asking for a Victor to outcarry like a Mirage Geist, and your backup is, you know, essentially Mina, who is a very strong carry but does have a bit of a fall off the later that the game goes into. I think we're going to wind up seeing what Lord Nanem can really do to help this team, because Affliction will be a strong tool, and I think there's at least one Divine Barrier. I'm not sure if there will wind up being two on the Abraham side. Probably a little unlikely unless they really want to counter itemize that Affliction. But the late game that they're kind of facing up against, and we've talked time and time again, Hoot has had an incredible game so far. I think might still be deathless if he has even one, and we haven't even had a chance to really talk about the Geist yet.
Yeah, I mean, Geist has just been slowly sitting in the background, getting farmed up as well, and Geist is also a very scary late game threat. Sanya Sniper doing a pretty good job of just accumulating a bunch of souls and looking like a raid boss in that late game. 34k to his name right now, and I would imagine that that's kind of the answer for them in terms of damage to that Victor, as she doesn't rely as much on debuffs apart from her life drain, of course, and her 3.
So we get back into the game, we kind of take a overview of the game state as mid boss is available. We're going to reach a very close breaking point now. We'll see who winds up getting caught first. I think both teams pretty strong recognition that the next mistake is going to be a big one. We see pretty much everybody buddied up across the map, although Sneaky Golem with a much more offensive thought, 4 players into the left jungle. AVG might be thinking of an opening here. We'll see if the backup collapses on top of them. Now just a bunch of skills kind of exchanged. Zergzy might be caught out in this position. Cube already expended. Demov goes down first. That's actually a massive kill. A lot of Abraham's team fight is already taken off the board. And remember, this was a Lash that was on a 10 killing streak before the last couple. So a couple of bad spots Demov gets caught out in. And now, you know, Sneaky Golem might think of actually forcing this scenario here.
League here looking to be a pretty scary threat here to them. Brocane gonna try to chase them down a little bit. Both sides just setting up for this fight, and I imagine that there's gonna be a bit of a scrap fest soon together. Looking to play aggressively on this, but I think mid boss getting forced on that bell to start the fight, and AVG and League just setting up for this.
Doorman, a little bit of a thorn in their side. The doorway is expended though, but Demov will be respawning soon. I think Sneaky Golem are really trying to force a potential pick, because if they got the Lash off the equation plus maybe 1 or 2, then you go for the full force. Unfortunately for the side of Sneaky Golem, they have to deal with the Lash and the Doorman as the mid boss contest. So I think Sneaky Golem recognized that they had a chance if somebody took the bait, but the fishing trip concludes with nothing caught. So both teams will kind of handshake, back up, and kind of clean up the rest of the map. There's a neutral urn to be addressed and quite a bit of farm through the jungle still, so both teams kind of happy to back off on that situation, and we'll see where the next point of contention is for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Curse getting queued up now for Taz, and that's something I was expecting a little bit earlier, actually, against this Victor strategy. I think that's one of the ways you can actually counter this, because Curse now, of course, removes any buffs that you have, and that's very impactful on Victor especially, because of all the Scourges that Sneaky Golem are buying, counting as buffs.
This is just a taste of what's to come.
Man now though, gonna
Good
look to
engagement
get a bit of
happening.
a fight here. I mean, Sanya Sniper doing a bunch of damage in the backline, but very mobile right now. Sneaky Golem not giving into any fights that they don't like here. Sanya Sniper getting those Berserker stacks online as well, and he's gonna get very tanky once it gets later on. 6k to buy for him now. What's he gonna go for?
It's a very interesting position. We'll see the leech, so that is a very important item for Geist's ability to kind of sustain through these fights, and Abraham's looks at that opportunity and a couple of good lane states to kind of force on this mid boss. We'll hear the scream come out immediately. We'll see the Sneaky Golem reaction. We'll see if anybody gets caught into this web. But right now they're holding Steadfast Demov in a pretty decent position. Hoot, who's he catching out? Mina in a weird spot, but the pin from AVG is going to start the fight here. All the skills are starting to come out in this position. Both teams fighting over a very important first couple of kills, and Affliction catches on to 4. This is really good for Sneaky Golem so far. Together, the first one down. Hoot getting low. Can't stay and afford to fight here, but League in front. First Resurrection is down and gets exploded. My goodness, the damage coming out from Hoot on a 3-kill streak, and the turn is coming. We've waited out the Affliction, and nice healing beam. Saint being the good buddy on Vindicta. Kind of top off his carry. His teams will reset. Actually, no, the doorway is an entrance into the mid-boss pit. Lord and them caught out immediately. Goes really, really low. AVG here to fight, though. They're on top of the mid-boss. They're catching on to who? Super, super low. They're trying to finish their Rocane. He does actually get it with the Nox Nostra. Demov is trading fairly effectively. Toss 6 killing streak. There's a 4v3 left. Everybody pretty low HP. Rocane is actually fairly strong in this position. Is out trading Demov and is holding Steadfast Hydration in his pocket to kind of fight off the front of Abraham's. But Geist is in a raid boss at this point of the game. And now, oh my god, one snipe away is Rocane. Saint is looking for it. Hydration just trying to escape, buying time with the cube. Let's see. Snipe does not connect. Hydration 1 HP.
Shot.
Holy goodness. But I think it's still going to be an angle for Abrahams to think about this contest, as Sanya Sniper and Together are now respawned. It is a 4v3 with not a lot of promise for Sneaky Golem to contest.
Hoot and Demov still being down here, but Together gonna use that ultimate, gonna get this. Rocane gonna do any damage that he can, but 3 rejuves captured for Abrahams. Not sure they're gonna be able to catch Rocane, but they're definitely trying their best here. Rocane, though, still having that Sanguine Retreat up online, middle skin as well to stop that Mirage, but it's not gonna be enough. Merc now bought for Hoot, and Sanya Sniper just sitting on this debuff, sitting on this buff, waiting for Saint Maxim to get it, and those snipes are gonna hurt now.
Take a second to catch our breath. What a chaotic mid-boss fight that was. Really nice back and forth from both teams, actually. Tremendous understanding of when to engage, when to press, when to peel as well. We saw really narrow escapes from Rocane and Hydration that kept their hope of contesting the mid-boss alive. At the end of the day, Abraham's just a little bit too much to deal with. Hoot kind of took too many people low too early in the fight, so tremendous job by them. They do wind up with the rejuve and map control. They maintain their soul lead, but it is continuing to either maintain or narrow in Sneaky Golem's favor. So the later this game goes, the more opportunities they'll have to kind of stay in this one. As potential fight over the urn, actually no, just gets straight turned in to Abraham's with the Rejuvenator as they look to finish their last walker on the map here.
Are they gonna go for a couple of buys here? Abraham's setting up for a bit of a push maybe on this left-hand side. Hoot, at least, sitting there clearing out the waves. And Abraham's rotating a bunch of members over there. 5 people from Sneaky Golem around that area too. So there could be a big team fight happening soon.
We'll see what they decide to commit on. Obviously, the Walker is a glaring objective left on the map, but if we know anything about the best of the EU teams, is that they prioritize doing things the right way. And if you look on the map, there are about 1,000 camps and sinners for them to take. So we'll see how early they prio pushing into some of these objectives. Still 2 minutes on the map. Sneaky Golem have proved that they can and will take these tussles down souls no problem. So they do have to deal with the Rejuvenator this time, but happy to hold their base for the time being. Looking like they might not wind up with a dropped Patron off of this Rejuve. Walker is kind of left unattended just for a little bit too long. Sneaky Golem kind of realizing at this point it is not worth dying for. So now we've got 3 lanes pressing in for the eventual siege with the Rejuvenator.
30k advantage here for Abrahams, taking all of Sneaky Golem's jungle and objectives, and maybe trying to do a little bit of a push here. Still 3 Rejuves online, and I would imagine that they can get a little bit of the base here as well if they just group up. But a lot of ultimates online for both sides. I think this could be a bit of a spicy fight.
We're definitely gearing up for something. I think Abrahams is taking this moment right now to assess whether they do or don't want to force. 1 minute left on that Rejuvenator. You think they might opt to use it a little bit. Base Guardian's the only target so far, but you got to think with how pensive they've been playing that they're going to do exactly what they are now. Back up, take the money, clear the map, do the right thing, and reassess the position after the Rejuvenator expires. Sneaky Golem hold on for the time being, but we saw the power play of that Rejuvenator now. Abraham's up, what is that, about 30,000 souls, and it's going to increase with the amount of farm that's on their side of the map.
Yeah, really good call here by Abrahams to just slow it down. We've taken all of their jungle, let's just take all of our jungle, and we're gonna regroup here with a bunch of new souls found. League and Sneaky Golem in general just still forced to push out their waves. Still a couple of seconds left on this Rejuve, but not too much else for them to do, at least. Abraham's just gonna slow it down and get some items.
Guys, we are seeing the best of the absolute best here at DSI number 2. If production wants to pull up those kill deaths and item builds one more time, we saw some unbelievably impressive stat lines on the Abraham side. And inversely, Sneaky Golem fighting into 6-0 and 17 Doorman, 9-1 and 18 Vindicta. Some absolutely, you know, game-stomping scorelines from the Abraham side, and somehow, some way, this sneaky team of Sneaky Golems are finding a way to claw and fight. Souls are swelling against their favor currently. 11 kills. They'll probably need to find, you know, another 10 to 12 to really, you know, feel like they have control of this map. But really fun starts to our essentially final day of a DSI number 2. We couldn't have asked for a better matchup to start this one.
35 minutes already gone on this one. Team setting up for these buffs now. Abraham's being the ones getting both buffs. Survival now on this Mirage, and he's gonna be absolutely unkillable. Divine Barrier purchased for him now as well to stop a lot of these debuffs that Sneaky Golem can apply with that Pocket Affliction especially. One of the key reasons to buy Divine Barrier in this current meta. But, I mean, looking very scary still. Sonya Sniper 56k souls, and Sneaky Golem in League especially doesn't even come close to that.
I really like this move from Abrahams so far. They've waited, they've bought their time, they've cleared the map, they've done things the right way, and now they're looking to get a comeback earn turn-in. But if I'm them, this is more of a bait than anything. You want Sneaky Golem to sneak their nose out because mid-boss is coming up very, very shortly. If this fight goes the wrong way in either direction, this game flips on its head. So Abraham's a little tense. They hotel guest AVG away, so he's out of the fight temporarily. Toss is on duty here to take care of this Abrams. Rest of Sneaky Golem trying to find their way in. Curse interrupts the seismic impact for the time being. Actually, no, I think he had unstopped there perhaps, so not too worried about that. Looks like the soul urn actually got returned. Insane move by Hydration to get the comeback urn, and he's going to actually roll out with Gubal. It does go down, so that is the trade in the favor of Abraham's. One goes against Sneaky Golem to start this one, and we'll see both teams very tense here, not sure where they want to start or pick this fight, but they finally cut out. Oh, very out of position on this Victor. Will buy some time, and now the backup does arrive. AVG catching on to Hoot. This is the priority target if they can catch him, but you talked about that vitality buff on top of the tornado. He is just hanging on and fighting strong. rescue beam in his back pocket. Saint being a good friend there. Lord NM, the first one down. Now League with no ult left on this Victor will go down. That is 3 from the side of Sneaky Golem. AVG, no HP. We got one hiding in the closet there, but you got to think that that's just to try to escape. It is the Zerbzy, who will likely get found out, is buying a bit of time. It looks like AVG is going to think about cutting some waves here, because it is Abrahams with 4 dead against Sneaky Golem, and they are going to have their way with the base now.
A super good play here by Abrahams to just slow down the fight, protect Hoot at all costs. But, you know, that was a good attempt here from Sneaky Golem on AVG and League to just go after this barrage at all costs. But looks like it is gonna cost them their whole base, as unless some miracle can happen here for the coughing baby, Sneaky Golem will be losing this first map 1-0, but Dimov gonna apply his ultimate very early on here. AVG just chasing him out, and maybe actually there's not a finish here. AVG maybe being a bit of a distraction, no wave as well, but I think Patron might go down first. We'll see if they will end up doing it. Hydration going down, and that is gonna be game 1 going to Abrahams.
AVG trying his damnedest in that moment to try to pull some kind of vision egg or just pull any attention away from the moment to try to find an attempt to stall, because Abraham's in that position way too strong, way too far ahead to not consider ending the game right then and there. So AVG trying to make some kind of miracle play happen, doesn't in the end. So Abraham's kind of from the beginning of this game take a firm control even through lanes and show true dominance over NA in this first game of the best of 3. Sneaky Golem have a few things to assess. Not that they can't overcome them. They definitely left some things to be desired. Only 23,000 damage on the Victor. Kind of needs something a bit more. But let's focus in on this Abrahams team. Dimov with leading the way with 13 kills. Toss unkilled with top assist on that Doorman. I think we'll see something be addressed in that way. And not to scoff at the duo of Hoot and Sonya Sniper putting up 40k each.
Yeah, but really the talk of Abrahams' game here was Taz on that Doorman, and we talked about it in draft a lot. We talked about it even before this game. We talked about it in the start of this game. Taz on that Doorman, you cannot give it to him. It might not have had the most impact in terms of damage numbers or healing or anything, but the way that they're using these doors especially is just so impactful for Abrahams, and it's really just a key part of their strategy. I don't see them getting it again, at least.
Yeah, very game-breaking hero, and you could see even from the early minutes, like Toss was on a roll. Something like we talked about 3 kill streak at 3 minutes. Like he just rotated that lead into every single lane and was a complete menace. I think I agree with you. I'd like to see maybe NA prio it and maybe pick it for their side instead of just straight out banning it, but it might just wind up going that way. But that'll take us to our analyst desk, who will give you some more thoughts on what they saw in game 1.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm back. I'm not muted. That was a crazy game for so many reasons, and I have a lot of things I want to talk about, a breakdown. But, you know, let's start with your impressions. From the draft, we were kind of doubting. We were feeling not great from Sneaky Golem, but they still managed to make it nearly, I think it was over almost 40 minutes, right? I think it was like a 38-minute game or something.
Yeah, I think they really struggled in the early game. We had some really rough moments where I think about 19 minutes in, I was here looking at it going, yeah, it's, you know, we're pretty much looking at the end of the game, but a few good fights here or there, a few good picks here or there, a more competitive second Rejuvenator where they're able to steal one away, kind of gives them a little bit more leverage. I think, though, in the nicest way possible, I think this was more of an adaptation from Abrahams rather than a stronger pushback from Sneaky Golem. Instead of going, well, we've got this massive lead, let's just run it down because, you know, we're better and we're going to win. It felt like after those few fights that didn't quite go their way, Abrahams decided, you know what? We're going to give this team the respect that they deserve. We'll slow it down. We'll do everything right. And we'll win, you know, the slow, drawn-out way rather than the risky, quick way.
You know, I have to agree with you because I can't help but feel like yesterday Abrahams should have won their series against Melee Creeps, but they kind of lost from a winning position. So I wonder if you were the Abrahams coach, like Parzival may have, you know, just had a discussion with them yesterday and been like, guys, we know that we can play better than these guys. Let's just reduce the amount of mistakes that we make and just play extremely safe. And that is what that game felt like. It felt like Abraham didn't want to take any risk. And that led to the game being extremely long. And I would argue that there's many times where they could have pushed their advantage further. But I will give credit to Sneaky Golem. They were not making the fights easy at all for Abrahams. And for a long time, you know, a lot of the players on Sneaky Golem, some of them were on Hydra Nation initially. And part of the reason why that team was so dominant in the region is just because they were so good at fighting that even if you had like an even game with them, they would just win a fight randomly in the mid game, and then you would just, you know, you couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I think we'll be able to see that in the clips. So we've got kind of a lot of clips. I kind of want to skip kind of like right to the first mid-boss clip if possible on the side of production. Because I think that that's, you know, kind of what started to define the game. And so let's pull that up real quick. So we see here on the screen, I just want to talk kind of like about the position that happened and everything. So here we see kind of first mid-boss. We've already got, you know, we've already got like a big lead. And there's, oh, sorry, you guys weren't supposed to see that. We've got a big lead here at the top, 10k lead.
Crazy.
That was just, you know, just ignore that. And what happens here is actually Hoot is in a 1v2 on the side lane. As you can see, there's 2 enemy heroes. Now, you guys might not be able to see that well on the mini map. And he manages to get the Mina to half HP. And then he also manages to just dodge the gank and teleports into mid. And since there's already 2 dead on the side of Sneaky Golem, this creates like a basically unlosable situation for the side of Abrahams. And then the Viscous goes in, but it's kind of like too little too late against the Dormant ultimate, and Zerbzy does actually manage to steal 1 rejuve, which was a nice play by him, but obviously he's going to die right away with it. And that's kind of where the game started snowballing in the favor of Abrahams. But like I said, Sneaky Golem were doing a great job at kind of keeping it together. And I kind of want to move straight to the 28-minute fight, right before the second mid-boss, which is, sorry, and then I'll let you go, Blaze. Yeah, I feel like you got some stuff on your mind to talk about, but I'm kind of in the
you're in the zone.
Right now with these clips, which is here, this fight. I don't know if you remember this fight, Blazy, but this fight was crazy. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a mess, but yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, because like here we saw the fight, and by all means, you would think, okay, Abrahams is up, 12k. Like the kill count was not even close. They were up like 30 kills or. Sorry, I gotta sneeze a little bit, but I'm gonna hold it in. They were up a decent amount of kills, and then. You know, there's great aggression on the Mirage, and they managed to take down Hoot and kind of burst him down, and they were being so good at applying pressure to him. And even though the peel was trying to be there, Rokane had a really standout individual performance there, where he manages to kill the Mirage, and then he's chasing Dimov. He's kind of just hitting every shot. Well, you know, he's aiming really well there.
Shot. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, every important shot except there, but like right there, he was looking clean. But this fight drags on for so long, and at the end, Abrahams is kind of able to come out on top, and they're able to secure that second mid boss. But that really could have gone either way. And here, the snipe. I mean, look how much damage that snipe did. By the way, like we're just gonna kind of look at this. This snipe did 617 damage. I mean, I think Vindicta snipe is looking pretty balanced, guys. And okay, I want to talk about the Viscous build as well before we move to the next clip. I don't know if you noticed this, okay, but right here, what do you think is the idea with this build?
It looks to me like a whole heck ton of damage.
It's a ton of damage, but the interesting part, for those of you that don't know, right, and I'm almost certain what the idea is, but I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the idea is you put Scourge, okay, and you're gonna put that on your Victor right here, and it's going to apply all of these debuffs. So you've got Mystic Slow, you've got Bullet Resist Shredder, you've got Mystic Vulnerability, you've got Suppressor, you've got Healbane, and your Scourge applies all of these debuffs, okay? So you just put it on your front line, and it's going to apply all of these debuffs, and I think they were really betting a lot on the League Victor. So I thought that was an interesting build and something that we don't really see often.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's I think, you know, in general as well, seeing Viscous at this level of play was a little bit of a surprise. I know I called it, but like, you know, there were some other options, and I think kind of playing that unknown card. You mentioned it earlier, where Abrams kind of got this one up on melee creeps in that kind of semi-final yesterday, or the upper finals. Kind of through that unknown buff, right? They've never scrimmed together. They don't really know what's coming from them. I think, you know, niche picks like this, Viscous, doing something that's a bit more unique and interesting is definitely a win condition, especially to get a game here or there, right? Obviously, it didn't work out for them this time. They're now on well, basically a best of one. If Sneaky Golem lose this next one, they are out of the tournament. But pulling out kind of interesting, unique things to just catch someone off guard, definitely a valid tactic, and something like that could definitely work maybe in game number 2, if they can maybe execute on it a little bit better.
Yeah. Speaking of execution, I just want to go over the last fight of the game, the kind of earn fight, because that was so crazy. And there was just so many things happening there. So first of all, like, just kind of the setup, okay? So we have Doorman trying to get the urn fast, and then Viscous is just playing to the delay. Now, for those of you that don't know, Doorman and Viscous are, you know, very, very annoying urn heroes, because they can basically, like, warp the way that urn is played. Like, Viscous can just delay the urn for forever, for 3 or 4 punches from a distance, to see exactly what's happening. And then they're using the doors for barriers here. And then League kind of walks forward. And as you can see, he's got the Scourge on him. So exactly the idea that I was talking about earlier. And then on the side of AVG, he goes really deep, tries to catch the Vindicta, I believe. And then they kind of like go back on him. And you see the amount of divine barriers that are on the side of Abraham's. At this point in the game, it was just incredibly difficult for Lord to get a good affliction, because I think there was at least 3 or maybe even 4 divine barriers on the side of Abraham's. And then there's Curse. Like, Tass is just having a perfect game. I don't even know if he died once this game, but I mean, I just don't think you can let him get Doorman. The amount of plays that he was making on it is just kind of insane for sure.
Yeah, and the amount of counter building as well going on. Actually, the Mirage build was something I wanted to highlight here. Something they talked about in the cast as well was the soul damage reduction plus the ricochet to really spread around and neuter a lot of what Sneaky Golem were talking about. I mean, we touched on it on the draft, right? This is a comp that doesn't have really any diversity of damage. So as soon as you start building soul protections, as long as you start reducing their damage, it's kind of difficult for Sneaky Golem to really do all that much in these fights. One thing I did want to kind of highlight in that last clip on fighting, really highlight Rokane's ability to prioritize their targets, right? This is exactly the kind of play you want to see from Amina, your assassin in general, finding these high priority picks in places that they are isolated and then spreading out the fight. Yeah, I mean, I think individually from Sneaky Golem, this was a really well-played match with what they had available to them. I think is kind of the highlight, right? They played good with what they had, and what they had wasn't a lot. I think with a better draft, maybe a little bit, a few different options, something different to kind of mix up the pot, I think Sneaky Golem definitely have a chance at coming back into this in game number 2. It's going to be all about what options they give themselves. And Deathy, I want to run this past you. Last game, we saw not Melee Crepes. We didn't see Melee Crepes last game. Last game, we saw Abraham force Sneaky Golem into a position of either banning the Dorman or the Billy. My question to you, if it's the same situation, why not just pick one and let them have the other?
Well, we'll see who's first pick and second pick, right? So it kind of depends on whether they go second or first pick, because if you're second pick, you have a little bit more. You can't guarantee one hero as much. I think the problem is, I think if Abrahams get Billy or Doorman, they just like have a way higher win probability. Like, I honestly would not feel comfortable giving them either. That's kind of the issue. And so I think, is Abraham still first pick? Let me see. I mean, based on this UI, I believe that they are. Yeah.
Sneaky Golem chose to go second for the counter pick at the very end here. Yeah, it's an interesting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the side of Abraham's, they're banning out Pocket first ban.
That's a lot of respect.
You know, that is kind of surprising. And maybe they're just thinking, hey, Affliction is just too much free value. We don't want to deal with that. Sneaky Golem banned the Billy. Once again, Doorman will be let through. I think Abrahams will probably just go with the same strategy of the first big Geist again. Although I could see them valuing Doorman very highly because of last game. Okay, they just go with the Shiv. Well, yeah, Shiv was not banned this game, so they go with the first big Shiv, giving away the Geist. Sneaky Golem may respond with just Geist Abrams. I wouldn't be that surprised, or Mirage Abrams.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a solid top lineup. Abrams, they're able to pick up the Shiv, a character that they have played so well on, taking it away from Sneaky Golem as well. We already mentioned AVG had to kind of play the Abrams last game, didn't look massively comfortable on it compared to how well we saw him play some of these characters yesterday. However, Sneaky Golem immediate major improvement, I think, to their draft. Their top two, Calvin, Lady Geist, a solid carry, a great support.
I kind of like it. I'm kind of a little bit worried about the Kelvin pick. I think it has a lot of potential for sure, a lot of healing, but I do think there are counters to it. And, you know, Abrahams have shown that they're not afraid to just play comps that are just like extremely mobile, that like to play in the air with the Vindicta, the Lashes, etc., which I don't think these heroes do particularly well against, but it's drafting a really strong mid. Mirage, again, to me is a no-brainer. Makes a ton of sense. They already picked Geist. Poot had an incredible performance. Doorman, I mean, look, you let EU have Doorman. They've proven, I think, I would love to see the win rate statistic. I don't think we have it, but I think every time that Abrahams gets Doorman, they just win.
Yeah, I would love to check that as well. So far, from my observed history anyway, it is 100% win rate. Doorman just too good. And getting a little bit of a flashback from yesterday, seeing a Doorman and a Kelvin up against each other. Will Taz be able to traumatize any other North American players with the doors? We'll have to see. Abrams locked in here third. I wasn't a massive fan of it last time around, Deathy, but to their credit, I already said this was a team that played well given the tools that they had. This time around, Abrams has a little bit more around him to maybe help him work a little bit stronger. This could be the way to get this to work.
It could, and I mean, in all fairness, last game, I will say the early game was terrible from Sneaky Golems. Like, they were just so far behind, so it was really, really hard to make it work. To be honest, like, the fact that the game lasted that long was really, really impressive from them. And perhaps that this game, they can pull out, you know, something a little bit more, like a better start for Abrams. I think if Abrams gets a better start, maybe. And Abrahams have decided to adopt the full anti-Sneaky Golem stratagem. So they've decided, hey, Sneaky Golem have been prioritizing this Victor. They've been prioritizing this Pocket. Let's just get rid of both of them and not let them have either. And I think this is the first time Abrahams bans either of these heroes. So maybe they don't think that these heroes are that problematic, but maybe they're just adopting the NA way of thinking, which is what we do here in North America. Is we target individual players and we say, screw you in particular.
Which is something that you can only really do with players who are less comfortable on a wider array of characters.
That's true.
Right? And we were talking about this yesterday, and I was about to highlight the Lash here for AVG. Really good on it yesterday. This is Abrams maybe going to a different player. We'll have to obviously see how that shakes out. But we were talking about this yesterday. North America versus Europe. The biggest string to Abrams' bow that I think we kind of identified was this flexibility, this really deep character pool that they can pull from. Really difficult, especially with only two pans, to really get Abrams into an uncomfortable position, I think.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Abraham's going
no.
for the Wraith here, so I'm going to give Sonya Sniper the Wraith again. I mean, he's had a lot of really, really great performances on Wraith this tournament, despite the ping. I think that the Sneaky Golem Lash is going to be going to either Lord or League. Actually, they have three players that can kind of play it. And then Abraham's going for the Page. I've talked about this Page-Wraith combo many times, but I'll reiterate it for anybody that may not be familiar with the synergies of this combo. But obviously having shields on a Wraith is good in the first place, but Page Shield, once you put points, gives fire rate, okay? And Wraith benefits from fire rate more than any other carry because of the way full auto does damage. Now, full auto does extra spear damage per bullet, which means that fire rate is one of the best ways to actually scale it, which Page just gives her with her second ability. So obviously great synergy there, as well as, you know, offering just a little bit of tankiness, you know, to Shiv and helping that as well.
You know, with Vindicta off the table, this cannot be a full carbon copy runback of Abrams' Game 2 yesterday up against Crepes, but it is, for all intents and purposes, the exact same draft that they were able to take a win off of the current and only finalist in the tournament so far. It's a very strong comp. Abrams knows exactly how to make use of these characters so well. It's going to be a difficult one for Sneaky Golem, but that being said, this is looking like a much stronger pick. Calico coming through here has so many options. I think maybe instead of this, Mina as a really solid assassin pick to work through on Rokane as this really high single target priority character.
Yeah, I'm curious who's going to be playing the Calico on the side of Sneaky Golem. I don't think we've seen... I think it's probably going to be Hydration Calico. I don't think we've seen that a ton. I'm guessing it's Hydration Calico, Zerbzy on Kelvin, Rocane on Geist, maybe AVG on Abrams, League on Lash. And so they would be missing... Perhaps they're either missing a Lord NM or a League hero. Now, we'll kind of see what they pick for that. I do think that they may be having issues with hero pool for last pick. Like, they might have to pick preference to an extent here. As far as what they lack... Okay, interesting. I was not going to say that. I was going to say what they lack is maybe a little bit more pick. So I would have loved like a Paradox, I think, especially against all the squishy heroes on the side of Abrahams. Swapping Wraith, swapping Mirage, right? Like those picks with a slowing X would be great. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the Mina here, but I could see it.
Well, it's something that kind of was working out very well for them last game. Probably one of the strongest points of last game was Rocane on the Mina. So, this could be a little bit of a, okay, well, we're on the ropes, forget about what's good, maybe try and pick something that you're more comfortable with, that you know you're going to perform well on. Hot hands often make up for slightly suboptimal pickups. We'll have to see if it pays out for them. Yamato, the last person locked in for Abrams. And, Deathy, I called the last draft. For Abrams saying that they got everything that they wanted, and we lost the Billy. There were a few picks here or there that were a little bit out of draft, but this is if you could show me an Abrams draft, this is what I would see. This is the Abrams composition.
I think a lot of players got their signature heroes, right? Doorman for Taz, we've got Shiv for Together, we've got Wraith for Sonya Sniper, and so I think it's very, very scary if you're the side of Sneaky Golem to go against. Now, in fairness, Sneaky Golem also got a decent amount of comfort, right? Like in the sense, Rocane is on Geist. Now, Rocane has had incredible performances on the Geist, or I'm guessing that he's on the Geist. Let me just double check if we don't have a screenshot yet, but I'm going to guess he's on the Geist. He's had incredible performances. Zerbzy's played a lot of Kelvin, one of the best support players in North America. AVG on the Abrams last game had a rough start, but despite that rough start, we saw in fights over and over his positioning, getting on the key targets, right? Getting in the backline. If he's able to, is great. I do worry a little bit for the side of Sneaky Golem. I think that they have a lot of burst potential, but I worry that they don't have any catch.
Yeah, there's not all that much time for us to discuss it, Deathy. We're ready to get into game, and we will let the casters take it away. Mox, Tempu, what do you think?
Everything needs to be settled.
We have some thoughts that we'll get to. I think the first one is a bit of confusion from the side of Sneaky Golem, perhaps wondering why they're so willing to kind of give up what you might consider the strongest of the strong from the hero pools, and the Doorman that we had a lot to talk about from this game one. Tempo, anything you have to say about this Sneaky Golem draft, as you have some early burger boxing and a kill come out already? My goodness, AVG, good start so far.
I mean, I don't dislike it. I don't like it either. I think this Mina is really going to be pivotal for them now on Sneaky Golem. I mean, as Deathy mentioned, it could be a pretty good pick here for them, but I think they're seriously lacking a little bit of damage on the gun front. I mean, they're gonna have AVG and probably guys doing a decent amount of gun damage, but this Mina is just... I don't know about it, really.
There's a couple of teams in NA that really prio Mina fairly highly, and it makes sense in their draft where you've got this huge power spike in the mid game between all of these characters. You might have thought that they might have opted for something more like a scaling late game carry to kind of round out their draft, but they look like they're all in on this kind of death ball mid game power spike. And Abrahams, they've got a couple of good health bars in the way of the Together Shiv and the Demov Yamato, but if they get behind and they can't keep up in the farm, this Sneaky Golem team could run away in the mid game. So we'll see. It'll be a battle of stylistic differences here. So
yeah, I mean, Tess on that Doorman again. 100% win rate so far, at least from the casted games, and Tess just such a demon on it. It's gonna be very hard for Sneaky Golem to come back if they start having a lead on this Abrahams lineup. Meanwhile, though, Hoot on Mirage once again doing a pretty good job last game and just running it back here for Abrahams. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see, though, if Sneaky Golem have something more in their tank for this game, as Taz already using those cards in a pretty interesting way, pushing people back into the tower, but hydration on the Calico, really easy to get out.
Most doormans are going to try for this play, especially when you're poking around near their high ground. It's definitely the highest conversion play that you can pull off. If you can, it's pretty easy to kind of see coming, so it's a difficult thing to pull off, but very fun when it does happen. Obviously, there's no stun at this point in the game, but still can convert to a lot of damage and give some strong lane leads. Who Toss doesn't need any more help than he's already got, but this right lane, Yamato, D-Mob struggling, trying to hide inside the tier 1 camp, will go down. Nice ice grenade from downtown from Zerby. That was a Kobe moment.
I see Mirage.
Kobe moment indeed. League back on the launch. We saw him play it a little bit yesterday, and he was doing okay on it, but wasn't really anything that stood out compared to his victor, at least from yesterday. First game didn't work out, so it makes sense to put him back on the lash here. It's gonna be interesting to see, though. I don't think we've seen much Calico from the NA side of things much this tournament.
2K lead out of lanes for Sneaky Golem. Definitely a better start than the first game. Abraham's had a later scaling comp, and they still managed to kind of dominate the laning stage. Things are going Sneaky Golem's favor just a little bit so far in the early advantages. You can see a decent amount of push coming from each of their lanes so far. Yamato and Page lane is a pretty interesting one. I would have imagined you might have seen the Page and the Shiv as kind of something is supplemented in way of where the Kelvin Shiv used to be, kind of similar thought process. So does anything stand out about those particular lane matchups as we see the Mirage Doorman in mid? I believe that was the winning lane last game too. Who does go down this time? Things going Sneaky Golem's way a little bit better. Toss trying to dodge is actually likely to go down here. Does to the Rocane Bomb and Hydration, doing a great job playing sneaky cheeky with that little Ava kitty.
Hydration doing a bit of a melee Calico cosplay there, using heavy melees to just dodge around Taz. But that's a pretty bad start here for Taz on that Doorman. Really a guy who relies on getting that good start, so he has the confidence to do a lot of door plays later on in the game. But Serpsy gonna use his dome prematurely here. AVG was just full HP, and this is a problem now. Taz roaming over here. Serpsy in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they wanted the catch onto Saint underneath the tower, try to get an easy kill, but Dome does miss, so Abrahams will feel pretty good. Ice Beam in return is going to make Toss feel pretty uncomfortable in this spot. It's going to play around some doors and retreat safely back into lane, so no worse for wear. Some big bolts coming out from the side of Sneaky Golem early. Rocane, interesting spot. I believe they were fighting over the buffs. Not sure who got what in that situation. Calico grabbed movement from the opposite end. They're still diving onto this Rocane, excuse me, the Lord NM on Nina this time. But we have a fight underneath the Guardian again. Saint MXM has a target of the aggression here, but the backup has arrived. Hoot with the very early Traveler teleport into this lane. Might wind up, ooh, nice parry. Hydration kind of playing around, having a nice little time. Yamato has arrived though. D-Mob wants his conversion, will wind up with the kill. D-Mob, nice job cleaning up the Hydration, who was kind of showing off a little bit on this Calico. We haven't seen him play in a little bit.
Hoot getting ping diff there a little bit on that melee, but good start here. Actually a pretty good comeback in that early game for Abrahams. Now looking a lot more comfortable. Taz though, still no ultimate 6 minutes in, but if there's any member that you can actually lose a bit of souls on, it should theoretically be the Doorman or the Page. See here though how this ends up going. AVG most farmed right now on Sneaky Golem, but pretty average looking souls across the board. Bit different than we've seen from the other games today, where there's usually been one guy on both teams just steeping ahead in the early game.
I think we'll start to see that separation the closer that we get to the 9 to 11 minute mark, but as of right now, souls being split in lane. You do sometimes see players prefer to opt for box routes and things to kind of funnel souls that way. I think we'll kind of see that as the time comes, but knives seem like a very fun and interactive skill that Yoshi has enabled in our video game that we love to play together. Kind of nuking League's health bar there. Just hit a couple easier skill shots in the game. The Shiv just creating some free pressure.
Who already buying the Surge of Power. Bit of an interesting buy here. Something that we see quite often actually being played in the NA region with the, I believe, Arctic build going for a QSR into a Surge of Power angle. A couple of different visions at least of how to play the Mirage, but Hoot seemingly buying into the NA vision more than the EU one. Interesting buys here in general. But we saw him being very pivotal on it in that game 1, so I'm not gonna sit here and doubt him.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the very early Surge of Power rush as well, since you get that early spirit item after your first wave now, so it's very easy to kind of access. Save 2,400 gold. Might take a few minutes, but you know, kind of worth it in the process. Your power spike's pretty immense. So we have a pretty beefy rotation from the Sneaky Golem side. 3-on-2 developing on the right side. Their target is the Shiv, who is now caught in the Ice Dome together, trying to make the best of it. Misses a parry. The Page Rallying Charge is going to keep him alive just a little bit longer. Now the Captivating Read actually winds up turning the fight in the favor of Abraham's. League winds up going down in that situation in a wild exchange. Together living forever is going to help buy some time and find another kill for the side of Abraham's. Page did go down in the exchange, so Sneaky Golem only lose League and Xerxes there. 2 for 2. Feels like that exchange kind of favored Abraham's, though, all things considered. Nice little scuffle trying to fight over the sinners here. Ooh, bit of missed geometry. Oh no, AVG almost made a pretty insane play there. Kind of looked like Toss accidentally mantled the doorway, which can happen. Rocane, oh my goodness, that is probably a dead Geist. Another couple of hits will surely take care of this. He's leaving incredibly long. Parry comes through. Saint has arrived. There's a bag on the floor that will be claimed, but things are turning again in the way of Abraham's. It's going to be a second kill here. PVG has arrived at the situation, so we'll see if Together can get out. Saint will be the sacrificial lamb, and everybody else will kind of walk out. Some more funny exchanges happening over the secret shop.
AVG much better start to this game, and Hoot going down here for Abrahams is certainly a good sign for Sneaky Golem. Bit uncontested last game overall, but I mean, this is looking like a very even early game, but I mean, if I recall these teams, it starts getting very crazy around this 10 to 15 minute mark. So I'm assuming that we're gonna see a bunch of play on Taz's Doorman in particular, but 0, 1, and 0 more deaths already than last game, so not looking too good for him.
Something very funny is that Sneaky Golem have now nearly equaled their kill total from game 1, and it's only 10 minutes in, so definitely seeing a much better effort so far in this second game, as we have 4-on-4 developing on the left side over the Urn pickup, which should be there now, so I think the fight is going to be breaking out. Already tossed very low. Sneaky Golem, nice position on this so far. No kills exchanged yet. We'll see if somebody can pick it up off of the leap. Urn gets picked up by Xerxes. Nobody's dead quite yet. Everybody's kind of just kiting off in their own directions. Demov, though, wants to change that equation. Will find the lash. Kill goes in the way of Hoot, so more money in his pocket, but nice movement by Demov to create some space on this left side. Xerxes does escape with the Urn. AVG here to kind of defend and hold this Guardian, but they are a bit outnumbered. I think they have to get out of dodge here.
Nice shot of information there, though, by Demov. Gonna chase down AVG, who has a pretty good start to this game. Gonna go down, though. And Calico now maybe in a little bit of trouble. Guardian going down for Abraham's 4K lead now all of a sudden. And if they can keep snowballing this, I believe they're trying to play on this right-hand side. But Urn getting brought there as well. I think we're gonna see a round 2 of this fight.
It's not the player that you want to... Oh my goodness, the tight timing there on doorway for Sonya Sniper to escape. That is such clutch timing. You really want your carries to stay alive, especially considering Hoot actually has a couple deaths early in this game so far. Sneaky Golem, good timing, and the rallying charge will actually stall out this Urn fight, so Abrahams will have a chance to contest. Demov does get blown up though, so I think we'll see the Urn go the way of Sneaky Golems. It is disabled though, so some time is bought. We'll see if they can collapse. Hoot is on the way, and Toss ever omnipresent on this doorman, trying to make his way around. Catches the worst of an exchange. I think they'll commit pretty hard to this kill, but they're trading well. Hydration oversteps his bounds. And now we have a situation where the urn might burger flip in the other direction. Kelvin, wrong place, wrong time, trying to grab that urn, and Abrahams has fully stalled and arrived. And who else but the doorman to create this complicated issue?
Complicated issue indeed. I mean, really good urn play by Abrahams there to get it. And they're getting a lot of their carries very fit right now together on that ship as well, actually. Having a lot of souls for this early game, and he's a very scary guy if you get him fed on that ship. It's kind of been known as kind of a ship one trick in the EU region for quite some time. So it's nice to see him get back to his roots and start snowballing the game.
And through a lot of this tournament, we've seen the prio on Shiv be extremely high. I think to see him pick this game is pretty interesting. Obviously, Billy taking the higher prio, so Shiv winds up usually being a first pick for either side, but also in contest for certain bans here and there. So Tether kind of flexing on a very high prio hero. Not that they didn't get other high prio heroes in that Abrahams draft, but things kind of heading in their favor after an early lead from Sneaky Golem. Now 7k goes to the favor of Abrahams, just in the lead for the time being. They still have all three of their Guardians very healthy, although Sneaky Golem are trying to make a play to change that as they get the first Guardian in their favor.
XK lead now. Hey, Sneaky Golem getting a little bit of souls back, taking some objectives. Still a mid guardian up actually for Abraham, so still a little bit of money left on the Sneaky Golem side to get in the future. But Abraham's playing in a very, dominant position here, playing very forward, so they can't really get to these guardians.
Yeah, and if you look at the side of Sneaky Golem, it's really tough for a lot of those heroes to kind of cross this high ground plane. If the Abraham's heroes are here to defend, it's really Lord Nem and Rokane, kind of your good gun carries. AVG wants to make something of this, though. Good timing. Only person defending the area was the Sonya Sniper Wraith, so they'll find their second Guardian, getting a little bit more money going into their pocket. Abraham still maintaining a little bit of a lead, though, but nice objective clear there for Sneaky Golem as they try to find their way back into even souls and maybe even get ahead. One of NA's hopes, as we are in this game 2 of the finals today. Grand finals will be after this one, of course. Winner will meet up with Melee Creeps, but for now, take a look at some scores. Rokane 2-3-0 on that Geist. We'll pick that up in a second. Take another look at it as we see some rotations over 15 minutes. Means we've got buffs and Urn, of course, which has been massively contested throughout this series so far in the early goings.
Buff going to the Abraham side though, but Urn definitely getting played here. Good door by Doorman, trying to get the Urn and get out of trouble, but he gets it. And this might be a very quick rush actually of this Urn. Taz really just using the doors to perfection already over there, but look at what Sneaky Golem are doing here. They're putting members over here expecting a Doorman play, and Lash is going to go in on Taz here. He's in a little trouble.
Yeah, and if they want to commit, oh my goodness, the damage coming out, that was extremely smart by Sneaky Golem. You have to realize that the priority should be on the turn-in rather than the pickup, even though pickup gives you a power position. They wind up clearing out the doorman, and if they want to get aggressive here, it's a good chance to do so. Sonya Sniper trying to reposition early inside of this fight does trip up League off of the vent, and it looks like Abrahams might have caught some Sneaky Golem's players in the subway, trying to sneak out like the rats that they are, but the fight is turning in the favor of the Dome. Team Up trying his damnedest to get out of this situation, doesn't actually get anything for it. Zerbsy escaping with very low HP. Abrahams did wind up getting Urn control back in that situation. I think we'll see a little bit of a stalling out here, but things going Sneaky Golem's way for the time being.
Really good response there by Sneaky Golem to stop the Taz Doorman play, but he is back up, and Abraham somehow actually getting the Urn after all of that being said and done. Hoot as well, having a lot of side lane pressure here, probably has that Traveler online, ready to help with this Urn if they need, so good response by Sneaky Golem, but taking a bit too long, and Abraham's now in a power position, getting that Urn for themselves.
My goodness, time and time again, even when they catch Toss early on this doorman, he respawns, comes back, and guess what? Sneaky Golem have no answer to an urn turn-in. At some point, we're going to take a look and say that this character just needs to be banned, you know? Like, are we just going to keep giving it away top 3 every game? Because if that's so, then Abrahams have a clear urn advantage every single time that they load into the Cursed Apple.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that the Sneaky Golem should have maybe gone for that first pick and maybe gone for like a Billy or the Doorman for themselves or something at least. Abraham's just being able to play exactly how they want to play because of this Doorman. It is so pivotal for them.
All that conjecture about the urn turn-ins, the soul lead is very, very close, pretty negligible at this point, about 1,000 souls per player on the sides of the Abrahams team. It's actually closing even a little more as Sneaky Golem kind of eat up the rest of their neutral creeps on their side of the map. Not a lot of objectives available at this point. A couple minutes till the next set of buffs and urn spawn, so I don't think we'll see too much in the way of fights at this point. Teams kind of clutching their pearls a little bit, things get a little bit tenser, and neither team has a clear traditional pick hero, so I really wonder, it's going to be a lot of footsies and positioning on the map to see if anybody even gets caught out.
Not getting caught out quite yet, but Mirage here actually getting caught out as I am saying that. AVG playing very aggressively, but Counterspell being used to heal up. Not gonna be enough though. AVG getting a couple of souls and probably getting a walker here, but Demov going in now to help. And maybe this is gonna be a team fight here. Abraham's looking to punish that aggression off of AVG, but looks like there's not gonna be much to do here. Demov might be able to dish out enough damage, but Snania Sniper on the side lane as well. Gonna try to push in that walker, but not really getting anything for it.
That was really, really good macro from Sneaky Golem. I just talked about the fact that neither team has like really clear catch potential, but they just moved the wave into the walker, and Abrahams didn't read how many players were following up, and they just opted for the dive onto the Mirage, and Hoot just could not do anything against the AVG Abrams and the backhook that he had, and they get the kill on a very important late game carry and a walker. Does a really nice job kind of controlling the tempo of the lanes, and they actually close and increase the soul lead. It was very slightly in their favor, but now they're kind of sitting here tied. Really nice advantage to find from Sneaky Golem. It's the first flex slot to go their way, and I think they're trying to continue to make moves like that across the map.
Sneaky Golem getting that lead back for themselves. Even game now overall, and both sides still has the advantage, still has a chance to win this game. Sneaky Golem now setting up for this left-hand side, playing in an aggressive position to secure that buff for themselves. But Urn, being on the Abraham side here, they can actually just take this and maybe go for a bit of a doorman play once again. And that's kind of been their specialty this whole game. Maybe Sneaky Golem have a better answer this time, but AVG gonna get caught out very early on here. A lot of members here gonna chase down into this walker, perhaps playing very aggressively, but Taz coming in now behind them. Doorman gonna be used here on hydration. Kelvin Dome now though, gonna be the response, and maybe there's something to get out of this.
They dome the Calico to try to ensure some safety, kind of stall things out. I think this is going to wind up being Zerbzia's, again, the sacrificial lamb. Hydration does get caught as well in that exchange. AVG does get out, though. They're trying to find some sort of trade in the mid. Demov is the target of that aggression, likely going to go down just based off of the UI low HP. Maybe escaping. There's an urn to be grabbed, though. Yeah, Demov does wind up going down. Kill goes the way of Lord NM. We've been seeing not too much in the last couple of minutes from this Mina, but this is kind of her power period. She's getting her items online, and as we get closer to 25 minutes, we're really going to see her be involved in more and more of these fights. But that being said, Abraham's find a way to get the urn out. We're going to see a Death Slam catch onto Hoot. This is a really good target to grab, but for the time being, it was just used to clear the urn. Cavalry is here, though. Not sure what else Sneaky Golem can do to kind of stop that urn turn. They'll just be remiss to get some denies on the way out. AVG, though, wants to clear out something. Doorman making the escape. Toss. pretty clever with the usage, and we see all of Abraham's trying to back out of the situation. Aggression, relentless from the Sneaky Golem side, trying to clear up something for the Lost. And man, their waves are in such a good state right now. They're actually completely free to take this attempt. Nemov respawn into the situation, flying in fast and hot. But Sneaky Golem have already repositioned to push other lanes.
Positioning indeed. Task gonna go down here. Sneaky Golem, even after losing that urn, still getting a bunch of stuff for themselves. Waves pushed in for them as well, and they're all over the map. But AVG in a lot of trouble here, getting caught out by Sanya Sniper. Gonna go down to 3 members of Abraham's, and Sneaky Golem backing off for now. Not really sure what to do.
It's a bit of an over-rotation. There's a lot of farm left on the map, and I think they just saw that they had really good wave states and thought that they could get some sort of pressure on it. AVG caught out a little too far in front, but actually throwing away a bit of souls. And I was just going to say, with AVG off the floor and no dome, this could be a cheeky angle, and Abraham's realized it as well. Immediately into the pit. Not a lot of contest to be had. I think we'll definitely see a fight for it, and we'll keep a close eye on how the rejuves progress. Telekinesis out early. Dome is actually up to stall. I'm not sure if there was a refresher bot, or if just time was bought. Hoot, the first one down, is actually massive for the way of Sneaky Golem, who came to an impressive job as we see some of the rejuve crystals go. Abraham steals one, but Sneaky Golem get the following two. Two of those rejuves immediately go down now. Sneaky Golem firmly in control. Together down. Saint caught as well. AVG looking for the finisher. Demov fighting off like a warrior, but left with no help around him. Everybody else is just going to escape. So Sneaky Golem find a way to get into the pit and actually turn that fight in their favor, stealing away 2 rejuvenators. And now the map, with their middle wave pushed in, should be their last or second to last walker taken off the board. AVG feeling really strong in this position.
Bit of a mistake there from Abraham's, not recognizing that the Kelvin Dome, while down, while they're starting it, came back up just in time, as well as that Mina ult, and suddenly Sneaky Golem had the advantage in that fight, but still an even game overall. 1 rejuve on the side of Sneaky Golem, so definitely still not over, as usual with these teams.
Never quite out of it. This is why we're here. This is why we have this invitational. We want to see the best of the best deadlock, and we saw a bit of that in game 1, despite Sneaky Golem being down, never afraid, never backing down from a good fight. Mid opportunity was the perfect opportunity to throw what might have been a slight advantage, maybe overthinking from Abraham's. Maybe they thought they had a little bit too much time to make that attempt. Backfires on them, so Sneaky Golem with a slight advantage, only being left with 1 rejuvenator. A lot of farm we had on the Abraham's side, though, so I don't think they'll be too upset. Mid-boss is technically off the board now. 1 rejuvenator is pretty negligible, so teams will kind of reset and we'll kind of reassess the map after this last rejuvenator buff expires.
Even with all this being said, I mean, Abrahams have a lot of saving graces here. AVG now as well, gonna get caught out. If he dies here, this could be really bad for them, but he's gonna be able to get out of there, having that debuff remover online to stop that slowing hex so he can use his shoulder charge. Really good play by him there, but Hoot now in a lot of trouble for himself. Has used that Traveler defensively, but he might go down here. Melee gonna go right through him, and Hoot is out.
Oh, so fortunate to escape that situation. Hoot has been having a little bit of a hard time this game. We've seen him on the worst end of a lot of exchanges. It's crazy, those 2 moments. AVG almost losing the rejuve crystal for nothing, but actually gets the gun buff and gets out. And Hoot, inversely, just escaping barely off of the back of a Traveler as Sneaky Golem was trying to collapse on that situation. We're seeing a lot more counterspells. I actually talked about this earlier in the day, that I thought that Counterspell was being a little underbought, so a couple more showing up in this game. Zerbz is trying to get this urn turned in. Sneaky Golem definitely have man advantage. It should be a freebie.
Curse now bought as well on Taz, and Leech on Sanya Sniper, getting a lot of their powerful items online now, and it's going to be very scary to fight this Wraith if Taz Doorman is around the corner with that Curse ready. Sanya Sniper should be able to take the game into his own hands here, but not if they're going to be able to get caught out first. Saint Maxim getting found by a lonely Abrams here. Small girl getting bullied in the corner of an alley, and Saint Maxim gonna go down.
Again, we see a lot of these support sacrifices. They just wanted to clear out the right side walker, get a flex off of the team. So push up, give Mirage a little bit of space, and then make sure that the Mirage gets out. Throw your body on the line. It's worth it. 40 seconds off of your support is not too much to worry about. But Sneaky Golem trying to make something off of it. You see, Abraham's not really prepped with a couple of bad wave states. They're prepping on this left walker. I think this is actually all 6 players in position here. We'll see how aggressive. Definitely going to look to clear this one out. Abraham's behind on timing. Sonya Sniper, I'm not sure you want to be here, but does have TP, so a little bit safe. But the cavalry is here together. Opts to pick the fight on to leave. Hoot blown up by AVG, though. That's an unbelievable start for Sneaky Golem, as Saint is still not respawned, so they have a 2-man advantage in this fight. Walker winds up going for free. A nice rotation by Sneaky Golem off of some good wave states, gets another walker.
Really good play here by AVG overall to just find Hoot sitting alone, and they've really turned around their momentum from that game 1 as usual. Sneaky Golem really just a team that likes the comebacks, I guess. Even in yesterday's series against Bunny with Clock, lost map 1 but won maps 2 and 3, and maybe this is a telling story of how Sneaky Golem like to play their games.
Very, very close in the kill count. AP difference, pretty well in the favor of Sneaky Golem. That's at least, one skill higher at a tier 3 upgrade for their side. So pretty decent control. They are up, what about 11,000 souls, something in that direction. So feeling pretty good about their situation right now. Map pretty clear of objectives as well. We saw this a little bit earlier. We questioned about the pick potential, lack thereof, and Sneaky Golem found a way to create something in a side lane by sending numbers while Abraham's was not prepared, and now Abraham's from the behind position doesn't have a lot to look at on the map. Where do you think they're going to be sniffing out next?
Don't really know, to be honest. Serpsy now, though, with that refresher, I think both sides are just playing on this left-hand side right now, just trying to get waves pushed, especially Abraham's. They're looking to get that last walker. Those last 2 walkers really being pivotal for them, and that's Soul sitting on the map, that if Abraham's suddenly win a fight, they're gonna have a massive lead after it. Sneaky Golem, not too scary right now, I think. They're trying their best actually to look scary, though. I mean, they're playing very aggressive positions on the map and have a lot of map control for themselves, so Abrahams need to be a little bit careful.
I see Yamato.
The next minute and a half of this game are really going to determine a lot of how this series kind of progresses. Will Sneaky Golem find a way to force a game 3, or will Abrahams find their entry into the best of 5 grand finals to meet Melee Creeps? We have all of the buffs and earn spawning. Flash almost caught out, but immediately cleanses. Lee does get hit by the telekinesis. They're trying to chase Dimov. Is far in front of the team, but that's an okay spot for Yamato. Sonya Sniper sort of shooting from the high ground doorway. Gives a lot of power from this Abraham's team, as Hoot is now the one to TP, and we have a full 6v6 over this buff. AVG will steal it and warp stone out, so it's a good start. Case
down.
Gets an entry kill against the D-Mob, so one of your frontliners is dead. There is a scary point in this game. Oh my goodness. Walking uphill is the Rokane Geist. I don't think anybody wants to contest that. So far, Abraham's just sort of peeling their way back. AVG, though, putting his foot down, finding the page kill. And now things are going really well for the way of Sneaky Golem as we try to assess what might be a little bit of a pink spike. My goodness. The tense moment here. Sneaky Golem's definitely in control of this current situation. Abraham's trying to sneak out. As I mentioned, the buffs and mid-boss all respawned essentially at the same time. So this is a big breaking point so far, going for the way of Sneaky Golems as we get restarted here.
Yeah, 2 members down already. Taz also gonna go down here. Mid-boss surely to follow here for Sneaky Golem, and this is kind of the break that we're looking for. Now the game is completely theirs to take control of, and Sneaky Golem, great play on that fight, just calling Abraham's bluff there. They pushed up, and they were way too far forward. Sonya Sniper not being able to do any damage from the long range that he was playing, and Dimov, Taz, and Saint Maxim just going down, but getting out of position.
It's really an ideal opportunity for Sneaky Golem to kind of seal this game away off of those couple of picks, because there is a ticking time bomb that we really have not talked about up until this point. Sneaky Golem will get outscaled at some point in this composition. It's on Abrahams to get to that point, but Sneaky Golem is doing all of the right things to kind of keep this team down, keep pushing them back, keep them piled up inside of their own base. And now with this mid boss being down, they have a perfect opportunity to kind of siege and use the power of this Rejuvenator to kind of close this game out. We'll see what they can do. They do have to fight into the huge defensive prowess of the entirety of the Abrahams team, but this is a great start as Rokane now has healing tempo online. AVG, same time. Samesies. Maybe a resell there, thinking about the Spellbreaker too, but some huge items coming to the way of Sneaky Golem right now.
Players looking very scary. Sonya Sniper as well, though with that Boundless Spirit, but a bunch of healing tempos coming online for Sneaky Golem. They're gonna have a lot of fire rate and movement speed, given that they get some healing from that Kelvin, or heal themselves with either the Abrams Siphon Life or the Life Drain on that Geist. A lot of options here.
League, very importantly, with the unstop on Lash. So now the Death Slam will be pretty much uncontested. I think the only real issue was the telekinesis before. Not sure what other cancels. I guess if Toss maybe has a warp stone, we can check in on that. Would be another good way to kind of seal off the League Death Slam. But now with unstop in hand, we'll feel very comfortable. Perfect tempo buy as we approach the base here. 3 Rejuvenators, 2 minutes on the clock, and every lane pushing in. This is really Sneaky Golem's time to assert themselves and close this game out before it gets too far away from them. First set of base guardians will go down, so AVG has his entry. Just sort of
40k up
around.
right now. 3 rejuves online. Surely this has to be the game for Sneaky Golem. Abrahams need a miracle to get back into the Sonya Sniper, maybe providing that miracle a little bit. Abrams gonna be half here, has to back off to not waste one of these rejuves, but Dimov gonna get caught out here on that Yamato, gonna get ulted as well inside of that Kelvin Dome. Shadow Transformation has to be popped here. Not sure it's gonna be enough. Dimov trying his best to take that door out. No dome now, and this is looking quite ropey for Sneaky Golem. Hydration gonna go down very soon, I believe. League and AVG also quite low, but no deaths confirmed yet. AVG may be the first one. Unsure. How are they so low? AVG finally gonna go down, but Hydration is out of there, healing up in that cat form.
They had Refresher onto the dome, and there it goes to get popped, following up with AVG on the back of the Rejuvenator pop. Rokane caught on the side, will get sealed away by the hotel, but the kills are coming through. Lord and M on the Mina finally showing up, does get blown up. Sonya Sniper trying to make a defense for their team. Together is down, and I think the last couple of rejuves have gone, but Sneaky Golem are full inting on the base, and it is more than enough damage to take down the Patron and win game 2. We will see a third between Abrahams and Sneaky Golem as they find a way to close out on that rejuve.
You know what? That was super clean by Sneaky Golem once they finally got that lead for themselves. Really just outplaying Abrahams in the end there. Abrahams maybe taking a little bit too long to use their lead to do something, and it ended up being Sneaky Golem that got the advantage out of that game. Super well played to them.
Yeah, really, really great. I touched very briefly on the lack of pick, but instead of having like a traditional pick character, their pick was their point of initiation between AVG and League and Hydration, and just getting in and balling up and finding picks. Really, really insane job as a team to kind of control the map state. And we saw really impressive lane rotations that really kind of dictated how they were able to hold control, when you might think that, you know, with a teleporting Mirage across the map, Wraith being a side lane merchant, that they would have not been able to pull those, but they did, and that's a really just a tremendous job as Sneaky Golem as a whole. 7 kills to top it from Rokane. Hoot, we talked about him having a pretty bad game, but 47,000 damage is still pretty scary.
Yeah, but like, look at the Kelvin healing here. 45k is absurd. Even though it is a pretty long game by Kelvin standards, 45k healing is nothing to scoff at, and surely you've got to be one of the important players for Sneaky Golem here. As well as AVG, having a bit of a redemption arc. First game didn't really do too much on that Abrams, but this game, he was really showing what he can do on the Gubami. Super strong play by Abrams.
Yeah, really balanced team play from the side of Sneaky Golem. Again, Zerbzy almost 50,000 healing, basically neutralized, the Mirage on their own. So I wonder if Abrahams have something to think about that, Kelvin. Maybe a ban, maybe an early pick themselves. We'll see some things reconsider as the desk breaks down what happened in Game 2.
We were just making you guys wait a little bit, on that transition, just keeping you guys on your toes. But welcome back to the desk. Happy to have you guys here. I mean, I think what an incredible privilege it is to witness such close games kind of all weekend. Like, I don't know if you've been watching Night Shift, or for those of you that have been watching Night Shift, but we've been kind of plagued by just stomps in the past couple of weeks, like all the time, and all the games this weekend, they're all going to game 3.
Yep.
They're all super close. I think this is one of the most exciting tournaments of Deadlock I've watched. Obviously, I am biased, but if you agree in the chat, let us know and show your support. Consider dropping your Twitch primes or whatever it is, joining our Discord, !Death Slam. Quick little shout out to everyone. If you like these types of events, you want to be part of the community, you want to help out, you want to volunteer, you want to just participate. I mean, hey, join, hang out with us. We've already got over 4,000 members. So how are you feeling, Blazy, after that game?
Wild it out, Deathy, I think is the best way that I can put it. We every single available tool to Abrahams. They have every single thing they could have ever wanted, and they fumble the ball. Sneaky Golem, I think, I'll go back to what I was talking about in the pregame, right? This is a team that played really well last game with the wrong tools. This time around, clearly the tools were right, because once they got ahead, you just could not stop them. Abrahams, and I mentioned it earlier on as well, right? With Abrahams, they've struggled historically to come back from a deficit. And here we are, early game, they get behind, they get into a deficit. What do? They struggle to get back into the saddle. Sneaky Golem take complete control of the game, of the situation, and here we are at a game 3. I really just gotta give it up to Kashi for writing the script on this one. I mean, the entire tournament has been amazing, and just a big round of applause in chat for Kashi's script writing. Jesus Christ.
Script writing has been tremendous this tournament. I mean, we're making WWE kind of jealous. If you guys want to sponsor us, by the way, WWE, our doors are open. We are willing to discuss. So if you'd like to do some sort of Death Slam, I think it's kind of like a kind of a wrestling name anyway. Death Slam.
WWE Death
Slam. I could see it. So anyway, our doors are open. The tournament has been incredible, and I've got so many clips from this game. And we've got like 8 or 9 clips, and it's just really hard to decide which one to go to. So I think we'll start with kind of the first earn clip, which for Kashi, that would be clip number 3. And a couple things I want to go through is, like, first of all here, great delay from St. Maxim on this first turn. And one thing that we saw, I'm just going to pause kind of right here. One thing that we saw throughout the game is Abrahams is playing for these urns, and they're getting almost all the urns. Like, they're playing really well around them. They do the delay here with just a page ult, and if you look at their health here, it looks really bad for the side of Abrahams. But what you're about to see is just kind of a masterclass in delaying the urn, where, hey, they force him to drop it. The soul urn pickup is disabled right here, and then as it's running away, yes, Sneaky Golem is winning the fight. And then, Zerbzy's going to go back to pick up the urn, but you've got Task just coming in from the side angle, just gets the perfect heavy melee. The parry does not quite connect. Hydration over chases a little bit and actually gets caught here and dies. And just because of that delay, they were then able to turn it around and get the urn for themselves, with the respawners kind of coming in and staggering into the fight. And then Sneaky Golem are the ones that kind of end up losing this. And that's kind of something that we saw happen throughout the game, is all of these urn fights pretty much always went in favor of Abraham. So the fact that Sneaky Golem, despite giving Abraham's Doorman, despite losing basically every urn, were able to still come out on top of this game is remarkable, I want to say. And one thing that I want to look at, and I'm trying to find which clip it is I believe that it's probably the last clip, Kashi, at 29:30, which was where Abraham's tried to catch the lash of the league. And I think that this clip really showcases the strengths of Sneaky Golem as a team, right? So first of all, I want to give credit for this play because, I mean, how terrifying is that? How terrifying. Like, you know, you're just chilling, there's the entire team there just coming out. They, you know, like, they did a great job being synchronized on that door, and that was a great idea from Abraham's. But League, with the right itemization here of Warp Zone debuff remover, making him really hard to catch, and quick presence of mind. If you notice right here, and let me just play this in reverse a little bit. Like the reaction time on this, wait, let me see here if yeah, we're slow motioning. Okay, I'm still in reverse. 1 sec. I'm getting used to the controls here. The reaction time on League here is so fast. Like, he sees the door, instantly air dashes backwards, uses debuff remover, gets ready to warp stone, and this was like really, really pivotal because now all of a sudden you've got Dimov super out of position. The Wraith ult has been used, and they don't get anything out of it. And now if you look at the map, they're kind of really, really spread. I know you guys can't see really well because it's on full screen, but they're super spread, and the fight now they can collapse from all sorts of angles on the side of Sneaky Golem. So this play by League, I think, just showcases that Sneaky Golem are playing these fights kind of better. Now, is it the ping? Is it just the fact that they're really good at fighting? I think the NA teams have always been really good at fighting, is something that I want to say.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, weirdly, it's almost strange, Deathy, how consistently in MOBAs, Europe is normally very objective-based, North America is normally very team-fight oriented. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's about the players, if it's about, you know, patience and a metaphor for how different regions of the world deal with problems, but violence seems to be the answer for North America. And Europe tends to be a lot more strategic, long-term focused on those events. On those fight God, I was so good until I messed up the words. Much more focused on those objectives. This evidently shows that it's very much the similar situation in Deadlock.
Yeah.
And Sneaky Golem, just every single opportunity that they had, they were doing really well. I think despite, I know we were talking a little bit about on the draft that lack of kind of pick. We would have liked to have seen a Paradox, that kind of stuff. I think it worked out really well for them. Sneaky Golem were really able to find these pivotal moments, and it almost felt like every single time that Abrahams wanted to get into a fight, one of their team members at least was either dead or nearly there.
Yeah, I want to say that Sneaky Golem have done an incredible job this series of not letting Hoot have a massive game. Like, Hoot has been kind of just getting pummeled and getting really kind of focused and making sure that, you know, he's not able to have this impact in the fights, and that's been massive for the side of Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, it's been a rough one, Deathy, and you know, this is when we find out that this was all a bait, so that in the finals, Abrams could maybe convince Melee Crepes they don't need to ban out the Doorman. Guys, look, we lost. We broke our undefeated streak using Doorman. But overall, pound for pound, I think this was a game that Abrams had every single tool available to them to come out on top. And Sneaky Golem, I think, really showed them, well, actually, we might not be the number one NA team, but we are the underdogs for a reason. We are the first team in the tournament to take out a seed higher than us for a reason, and you're going to be next. North America will dominate the finals, and, well, we're in a best-of-1 set now, Deathy. Next game wins. Let's see some jank.
Next game has it all, and as we wait for the players to get ready for the draft, as they're probably taking a breather, and, you know, if this series says anything about the grand finals that await us, we might be in for a long evening, guys. And just so everybody knows, to remind everyone, after this is the grand finals. Winner of this next game goes up against Melee Crepes in a best of 5. So it could go all the way to 5 games. And if it goes to 5 games, I mean, we're going to be here for, you know, a couple more hours, considering the average runtime for a game has been, you know, between 30 and 40 minutes, and then the time between draft, production, etc. We're basically at an hour per game so far. We started 2 hours ago. We've done 2 games. So if we have 5 games ahead of us, we're here for another 6 hours, which I would be thrilled for if it happens. But
yeah, I think we were looking at the first game at that point where we were like, oh no, this is going to end really, really quickly. And and then it got taken out to like a 40-minute game. This game was also quite long, 35 minutes, I think was the clock at the end there. And, you know, you're absolutely right. I think whichever team, if Sneaky Golem are the team to make it to finals here, if they bring the same level of play that we've just seen from them into the finals, I think they could even give Melee Creeps a run for their money. I think so.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. As we wait once again for the draft, I just want to take a moment to remind everybody, hey, if you'd like to support us and you'd like to get yourself some clothing and you'd like to be warm for the winter, perhaps a sweatshirt like this, you know,
Beautiful
merch, exclamation point merch. We say on the merch itself how much profits we take, right? And all of the profits go directly to tournaments. They go to prize pools, you know, whether it's giving staff some small compensation, whether it's contributing to the prize pool. So, you know, keeping Deadlocked Esports alive. We're a very, very small scene, very grassroots, and it's incredibly important to you know, I mean, I think it's incredibly important because I love watching Deadlock at the top level, and I think that it's also just really valuable. What's going on here? Merch. Yeah, there you go. Exclamation point merch in the chat. So
exclamation point merch.
Yeah.
Focus.
Exclamation point merch. And luckily, I don't have to be a sellout anymore because the draft is waiting for us. And so we'll get into that in just a moment. And Abrahams versus Sneaky Golem. This is game 3, folks, for everybody just joining us. I'm excited.
Very interestingly, Abraham's now choosing to go for the second pick themselves this time. They don't want to force Sneaky Golem to choose between Billy or Dorman anymore. We're going to have to see what the adaptation's going to be. Sometimes this can be enough, though, Deathy. Sometimes just kicking a team off balance. Clearly, we saw Sneaky Golem prefers to play second pick, right? Obviously, otherwise they wouldn't have done it last game, and it worked out for them that time. Abrams, this might be enough even just to kick them off their game. First ban is still going to go towards that Billy.
Oh.
Identifying that their main problem was potentially the Kelvin.
Okay. I think that they want to take Sneaky Golem away from this kind of like super tanky drafts that Sneaky Golem have been doing that have made them incredibly difficult to kill. And perhaps Abrahams, I mean, maybe if it was even on ping, maybe they'd be able to, like, you know, get through it. But they're kind of admitting, hey, we're struggling to answer the Kelvin. We're struggling to answer these tanky guys. And so I think we're going to see Shiv Abrams here, to be honest. Although I don't know if they have the players, because that usually together plays the Abrams and the Shiv. But I wouldn't be... I think we're definitely going to see the... Oh, guys. I would see Guys Shiv as well. Guys Shiv as well could be good. Actually, yeah, sorry. I'm silly. You don't want to give Guys Mirage. I don't know how I forgot about Guys. That's on me. I'm a noob.
That's absolutely fine. Lady Guys coming in first pick here. Not a pick that I think I have seen Abrahams play with so far. Either it's been Mirage or it's been over to the Wraith as their kind of dedicated carry. Shiv will be locked in second. A familiar classic from Abrams, just changing up the order. I'm curious to know really what the difference in playstyle is going to be. Obviously, we've seen Abrahams really kind of work well with this Mirage so far. Lady Geist is a little bit of a different character.
Well, they go for the pocket early. Okay. Something that Abrahams banned out last game, but were able to deal with in game 1, right? And so perhaps they can deal with it again. Now, it's very good pick against the Shiv, of course, because of the way bloodletting works. You know, Pocket Ultimate can actually kill Shiv through... Like, Pocket Ultimate can't kill heroes usually, but it can kill Shiv because bloodletting damages the Shiv, therefore allowing it to be lethal damage. I'm curious to see if Abrahams will just go for the Dorman third pick. I mean, I still think Dorman provided enormous value for them in game 2, and they've been winning a lot with it. So I'm curious to see if they change their approach at all. No, it looks like they're just going to stick with it. I mean, makes sense. It's hard to kind of like not go for the Dorman when it's been going so well for you historically.
Yeah, I don't think in any world Doorman was the problem for Abraham's last game. I don't think there's any reason to get rid of it. And obviously they agree. Looking back at Sneaky Golem's composition, though, back to the pocket from game 1, Abrams in a much better situation last game, right? We talked about it on the draft for the last one. Game 1, Abrams didn't really have any sort of impact whatsoever. Last time around, a lot more tools available to support him when he wants to go in. Mirage, very, very strong. Looking at the second round of bans, though, still on the table for Abrahams, things that we really know that they want to go to. The Wraith still on the table, Page still on the table, etc.
Yeah, I think if you're the side of Abrahams here, as far as bans go, I kind of want to say you might want to target Zerbzy and just go for the Viscous ban. You know, because take out the Kelvin, take out the Viscous, take out the heroes that just make it really annoying to kill the front line. And like maybe you give them Page. I don't think the Page has been too much of an issue, and Sneaky Golem have not shown priority. So I think going for just like, hey, let's remove the easy defense in the dome and the cube and just like make their players easier to kill. I think that could be a totally valid strategy for Abrahams here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Page, while it's not necessarily been consistently a like god tier pick for Abrahams, the utility it provides very consistently takes it away. They're taking it away.
Similar idea.
Yeah, I think so. I think they had the exact same thought and went, well, we can't guarantee that the Sneaky Golem won't take it away right now. And honestly, I think this is a strong idea from Abrams. I like it.
Yeah, I think targeting the defensive heroes that have made the Sneaky Golem like kind of so hard to kill. Now you got to give some credit to Zerbzy as well, because you know the domes that he's been having have been tremendous most of the time. He had one dome that was not ideal last game that I saw, but other than that, I mean, you know, there was definitely like the refresher dome was hugely problematic, and despite Kelvin early game being nerfed significantly, the dome still provides kind of utility that is almost unmatched in Deadlock. And Abraham's going to take the Calico away. I think this might be the first time Abrahams have drafted Calico in a while. I wonder if it's due because like the hero maybe doesn't feel great on ping. I mean, no hero feels great, but maybe that's why. But an interesting pick to kind of maybe try to hunt down the Mirage.
Yeah, a little bit of mobility, some decent individual targetization, brand new word made up by me, Blazy Bot. Homebrew word. I think this is something as well that's a little bit unique for Abrahams. I'm not sure that we've really seen them kind of play these individual lockdown characters that really want to, you know, find these angles around the back. They kind of have been playing a lot of these team fights very together, huddled up, kind of traditional style. This gives them a few more options in terms of some wraparound.
There's the Viscous.
I don't hate this. I think Viscous, I mean, there were a lot of really, really great cube plays in game one that saved Sneaky Golem from a lot of positions that they, you know, wouldn't have lived otherwise.
I mean, I think Zerbzy has been a key player for them with his saves, and I think Cube is still a great tool here, right? Like, I will say that it's going to be a little bit harder to make a great use of Cube against the team that Abrahams has so far. Like, you know, you don't see like something obvious like, hey, you know, whenever someone gets Moan Krill grabbed or Paradox swapped or Bebop hooked, you Cube them. So it's going to be a little bit harder. But I think that there's still tremendous value in keeping your Mirage alive, for example, if he's getting, you know, gone on very aggressively by some frontline. Now, I'm curious to see what Abrahams... Sneaky Golem still have one more pick here to go before Abrahams. I think on the side of Sneaky Golem here, I wouldn't hate to see a Yamato. I could totally see the Yamato to kind of take it away from Abrahams. They've liked it a lot. Maybe they don't think it's a problem, though. Other than that, Vindicta. Okay. I can see the Vindicta. I mean, once again, Abrahams have no answer to Vindicta. Similarly to how Sneaky Golem had no answer to Vindicta in game one, Abrahams this game don't have an answer to Vindicta so far, and Lash is banned. So I think that they were planning this out when they banned the Lash, considering the Vindicta pick potentially.
I mean, I think the problem I have with picking Vindicta here in the 5th slot, rather than trying to leave it till last, is that it still leaves 2 full slots for Abrahams to try and find something. Now, granted, there's not tons of options, as you said. The Lash is away. Paradox still on the table, which could, you know, help you take the Vindicta out of that sky a little bit. Yeah, you're right. It's a difficult position for Abrahams to be in. I just think it's one of those picks that can be relatively easily counted with just 1 or 2 characters here, and unless Abrams is really going to go out of their way to specifically deal with it, I'm not sure that it's a dangerous pick is what I'm trying to highlight here. It's a risky move.
Yeah. Now the Wraith, I believe Sonya has just kind of been on Wraith this whole series, hasn't he? Like game 1, game 2, game 3. I think it's just they were giving him Wraith. Yesterday he had one game where he popped off, and ever since they just kind of have been giving him the Wraith. So why not? Abrahams is kind of adopting this like double carry approach where they just put Sonya and Hoot, they give them all the money, and then the rest of the team is just plays super active. And I think that that's what they want to do this game, clearly. I mean, they've got Calico, Paradox, Dorman, Shiv, all heroes that just want to create plays around the map. Now, a little bit of a weak frontline for Abrahams. Like, they have Shiv and Geist, yes, but they don't have, like, you know, they don't have, like, Yamato with, like, Page and these more, like, tankier heroes. They definitely have still some tankiness, but it is a little squishier lineup overall.
They do opt to go for the Paradox in this last slot. I think it still fits in more than fine with the rest of the draft. Gives them some opportunities to move the Vindicta out of the sky, maybe try and lock down this Abrams a little bit easier when he's coming in and out of fights. So I like it. It works well. Also gives them something to deal with Vindicta. All importantly, last pick, out of nowhere, gun to the head, Dynamo. As the last one here for Sneaky Golem. Deathy, what do you think?
Well, I think that we're in for one hell of a game.
Yeah.
I think that regardless of what happens, it's going to be incredible to watch Dynamo Game 3 lower finals. A reminder, guys, if you lose this, you are out. This is third place, so you do still get a little bit of money, right? But you're not getting a big chunk of that $5,000. Now, most of the money goes to the first and second place. Now, off the top of my head, I could be wrong on the splits. I would need to double check, but I believe that third place gets $750 and fourth place gets $500. And so, you know, it's not bad. It's not bad by any means, but a lot of these teams, you know, they're gonna want a bigger chunk of that check. You know, they're gonna want the first place, which is $2,500.
Yeah, right now the difference in this game, position-wise, Deathy, is $750 between second and third place. That is, you know, a whole heck of a chunk of change to play for. Scratch that, it's 500. I'm bad at maths. Don't let me do maths on cast. $500 on the line for both of these two teams in a best of one, effectively. Set one game to play, a really spicy draft from Sneaky Golem, I think. And when we're looking at best of one sets, Deathy, sometimes it's all just about catching the other team off guard.
It is basically a best of one, as you said, because this game, everything is on the line for both teams. Now, I will say, as far as like players to watch, right? What I'm thinking about going into this game is I'm going to be thinking, okay, Together on Shiv, signature hero, extremely talented player. I'm hoping that he's going to, I mean, not I'm hoping, but if you want Abrahams to win, Together needs to be having a good game on the Shiv and get that kind of momentum going. TAS, we already know that TAS is always going to have the utility with the doors. That's not a question now. Who's going to be playing this Calico? I think it's actually going to be Demoff on the Calico. Actually, I'm not entirely sure, though. But I think it's probably going to be Demoff on Calico, TAS on the Doorman, and who's on the Paradox here? It's going to be Hoot Guy, Sonya Wraith. Who am I missing? I'm missing one person.
Saint. We're looking at
Saint. Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah, it might be Saint Paradox, or it might be Saint Doorman. I don't know how much Doorman he plays, but, you know, there's going to be... Usually TAS is very well known for his Paradox, so it's a little bit interesting here. One thing that that was mentioned to me in DMs is, you know, they could have chosen to go for the Saint Sinclair last pick, which would have, instead of Paradox, which would have, you know, made it so Dynamo was not pickable. Because if you're picking Dynamo into Sinclair, obviously not really a matchup that works. Now, Sneaky Golem with the last pick Dynamo here, they knew for sure they wouldn't be playing against Sinclair, so, you know, that's great for them. And I do think that the mid-boss fight heavily favors Sneaky Golem with their heroes. So if Sneaky Golem manages to get one or two good mid-boss, it's looking good for them. I'm going to have to favor them in this draft.
Yeah, I think the problem with picking Sinclair here for Abrahams is, how do you deal with Vindicta, right? This is already a team that is really lacking tools for dealing with Vindicta full stop. With Paradox, it's next to nothing, right? So Dynamo, almost a guaranteed lock there. Abrahams would have really struggled, I think, to pick up the Sinclair last for sure. Yeah.
Now... Just a reminder, as the players are getting into the lobby and we're about to get into the game fairly soon, probably within a minute or two, if Sneaky Golem loses this, we get Abrahams versus Melee Creeps Grand Finals. Now, while that might be cinema for content, as an NA player and the host of this tournament, this is a North American tournament. We need a North American Grand Final. You know what I mean? We need two North American teams in the Grand Final. We can't let a European team invade our tournament and just take away our prize pool. So, I mean, I really, really want Sneaky Golem to win, and so I hope that they'll take us home for this one, but I guess you never know.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Deathy, but I did express ship 5-6 sandwiches all the way out to every individual player home of Abrams. I took it upon myself as, you know, thiever of Hoot Sandwich yesterday. I apologize. I took it on myself to make them express, crisp, top quality sandwiches so they are fueled up, ready to go. And Deathy, for 500 buckaroos. Game number 3.
Thank you for that tremendous introduction to the final game in our lower bracket today. Abrahams and Sneaky Golem lining up for one last time. One of these teams will be heading into one of Deadlock's first best of 5s around, and the other will be the unfortunate third place team. Or are they fourth? No, they're third place at this point. So, lot to play for here. Tempo, we saw first couple of games that were extremely tense, extremely fun to watch. I wonder if we're going to see that continued patience and perhaps another 35-40 minute game on our hands.
You know, Deathy might be favoring the burger flippers here of North America, but I'm favoring the kebabs here. Come on, Abrahams. EU versus NA Grand Finals. But it's not looking too good for the Europeans right now. Hoot already in a lot of trouble here on this mid lane. Gonna go down for the first blood of Brocane. Not really what I want to see after I just hyped them up.
Never try to burger box the burger flippers themselves. Sneaky Golem with the first blood onto the Rocane Mirage, which is a great start. We saw how impactful Mirage can be, assuming their lane goes perfectly well. We saw that experience in game 1. It was Abraham's piloting in that one, but for now we're going to continue to split these NA and EU talks because I am the NA representative on this cast, and I am assuring the Sneaky Golem win here. None of this nonsense, the invasion of our cast, the invasion of our tournament. Hope that doesn't come back to bite me. Sorry, babes.
We'll see who ends up winning this. For now, though, pretty chill for these first 2 minutes. But as we've seen, a lot of action, usually around the 3 to 5 minute mark before these buffs. A lot of rotations likely to happen in these lanes. Interesting drafts, though, overall here. Taz and Saint Maxim on some characters we haven't seen them on this tournament yet. Taz playing that Paradox. Maybe we have actually seen him on Paradox. But Saint Maxim on that Doorman, as Deathy pointed out, not sure how comfortable he is on it. But when it comes to a role perspective, it does make a lot of sense for Saint Maxim and how he likes to play. So we'll see if it ends up working out. And on the other side as well, I mean, Hydration on the Dynamo. Last time we saw in Hydration Dynamo, it was with the League Victor and going for a bunch of Scourge buys. But I don't assume that they're going to do the same thing here. Interested to see what type of build he's going to go with.
I think there's a lot of really tremendous options, which is what makes Dynamo such a important pick later into these drafts. You can very happily pick it 5 or 6 for your team and be really happy with the results, because what it does is immediately buys you some mid-boss contest. Saint getting a lot of damage taken early. Is this a massively early rotation from the Xerxes Viscus? I believe he was in mid lane with Hoots, so really the chains are coming off in this game 3, and we are already seeing some unbelievably early rotations to try to create advantages and run away with this game before it's all said and done.
Important here for Sneaky Golem to get that Vindicta online. We've seen St. Maxim play a pretty good Vindicta earlier in this series. Let's see if Lee can do something similar. Xerxes, though, on the Viscus. I don't think we wouldn't see him on usually either. Getting a little bit bullied right now in that early game, having to back off through the mid-boss pit, but maybe one day he can get out of here and do a lot on his own. Gonna go back to the lane now. Hoot gonna take a lot of damage actually from that Viscus, as I just pointed out, doing a lot of damage here. Hoot in trouble again. 3.7k though, very farmed at this point already.
That was a really good puddle punch. I would have hoped that Xerxes and Rocane could have collapsed and finished off that kill, but escapes through the lower end of mid-boss. So Hoot hanging on, obviously. I think this is the first time we see Hoot playing Geist in this series. Pocket got parried, luring them in a little bit of trouble, but the save from the Quantum and the turnaround. Saint is now the one in trouble, and Shiv together is here for a little bit of cleanup duty. Does actually get it, does trade at least. So it's actually 2 for 1 in the favor of Sneaky Golem. I'm pretty happy with how that went.
A good start here for Sneaky Golem, getting that lane advantage, something we haven't seen them do so far in this series, but let's see what they can use it for though. Vindicta and Rocane, League and Rocane, very strong right now out of the gates. 5.1k already on that Mirage, which is something you like to see, but buffs now coming online. Abrams getting that gun buff. He's gonna face a lot of trouble actually. Lord M, the one going down. Mirage, hidden side of the hotel. Can he get out of this?
He is absolutely surrounded. Dangerous position to be in. Zerb's the first one to go down. Now Rokane, though, no tornado online. They're going to be hunting for this Dynamo in the pocket to help here. Looks like they won't chase any further beyond that. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Toss with a really good kinetic carbine, but will not find the kill. It'll just be a reset from Rokane. Lucky to be walking out there.
That's gonna cast that backstabber online. Gonna teleport and look for a play on the left side of the map. Abrams and Vindicta, classic lane combo there, but might be in a little bit of trouble here as Taz is coming in with that carbine. Can he find a connection? Hits AVG, but AVG is gonna be able to get out of there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Sonya Sniper now in, not Sonya Sniper, League in a ton of trouble. So the dive from Sonya Sniper and Gang from Abraham's getting another kill into their favor. Abrams, AVG kind of snuck in thinking he could help, but he's just way too low HP. Singularity was spent to try to execute some kills here together, in a lot of trouble dodging through the tree. Will escape via the doorway. There is enough damage from Rokane this early. The QSR helps to secure that one. A nice start for Rokane's Mirage here.
Really good job here by Sneaky Golem to get a lot of damage on that right-hand side. Make Taz punished for going to that left-hand side. But so far, even game actually, getting it clawed back a little bit for Abraham's. Hoot in trouble now though, and that's gonna be a snipe from League, but Lord NM gonna get traded on the opposite side of the map. Right-hand guard now in a lot of trouble. 3 members on it, but they're gonna back up as they don't have the wave to do anything.
Yeah, Mid Guardian will likely go the way of Sneaky Golem here off of that 3-man lineup. League a little unhappy that Hoot was the one to clean up that, excuse me, not Hoot, Rokane was the one to clean up the kill on the snipe, so no bonus souls, but the backup is here. Toss trying to find a kill. Zerbs is going to be the focus, and likely the sacrifice from the side of Sneaky Golem. League is already down. Rokane getting low too as well, so this is going incredibly well for Abraham's. 3 kill streak for Dimov just as well. So now the return kills on this mid, and it's going to be a Guardian exchange. So both mids lose their Guardian off of aggressive pushes from both sides back to back.
Calico, a really strong pick, especially with that 4.8k Spirit investment spike. Really just does a lot of damage at this point in the game and can roam with that cat farm, so it makes a lot of sense that you're seeing a kill streak already there. League, though, gotta get the snipe on together. Not having the best game so far on his signature ship. Looking to be a little bit outscaled by now, outdamaged, and Abrams gonna have to ult here. Taz gonna get in a lot of trouble. Rokane getting a kill, and suddenly Taz not looking too comfortable on that Paradox.
Maybe a little bit antsy in this game 3, a little bit apprehensive or maybe too aggressive, excuse me, to kind of try to make plays happen to keep this game from snowballing out of control. They've, like you said, put a lot of attention on setting this together Shiv behind, and it's paid off dividends so far this game. But the wrap is coming around on this right side. Saint will be caught out early. Or, excuse me, will catch out Hydration early, and I think the dive is going to come underway. It looks like they're trying to attempt this defense. The League is on the way. Sneaky maneuver. Oh my goodness, Dimov. Landing every single Gloom Bombs in the combo. AVG wants to get some kind of trade for this bag on Dimov's back. Looks to be safe enough to escape. Unbelievable timing and recognition from Dimov.
That's really the strength of Calico, just being able to one-shot anyone you see in this early game. Rokane finding the short end of the stick there and gonna get clawed to death by the Calico. Meanwhile, though, League getting a little bit of trouble on himself. Gonna be able to get out, though, but Cersei and AVG looking on the left side here as Together is diving onto the Sinner on the right-hand side here. 3 members of Abraham's. Super active now. Taz finding that carbine. Can he get anything out of it? Does not look like it.
Yeah, he just missed the swap a few moments earlier on Vindicta. I'm not sure that Hydration was aware, so the carbine connects and immediately quantums just in case. It's a tempting dive. AVG staying aggressive here. Did that pin connect? It was hard for me to see at the end there. Keep my eyes in a few too many places. Dimov will be the one to escape so far. Sonya Sniper extremely deep, trying to get a trade Onto the Zerbzy Viscus, who will just stall out long enough. The Sneaky Golems back up, clear out this dive, and everybody escapes from that one, so no blood exchanged in that moment, but another objective going the way of Sneaky Golem early here as buffs are up again.
Just coming up here, Abrams with that movement buff, gonna be able to rotate a lot more around the map. Warpstone now though, gotta be picked up by League, and it's not looking that promising, but they are gonna be able to get that Urn. Abrahams though, with that 4K lead. Urn being really crucial here for Sneaky Golems come back into this game. AVG finding himself out of position. Saint Maxim gonna use that hotel gas to trap AVG in that hotel. No ultimate online yet for him as well, so it's gonna be hard for him to escape here. Gonna charge Geist on into the wall, but it's gonna be interesting to see if AVG can get out of this. Looks like he's gonna be able to get out here. Kill going on to AVG. It's gonna be interesting to see if they can get this Urn online though. 4 members of Sneaky Golem looking on that right hand side. Calico, Shift, and Paradox though looking for that defense. My co-caster has dropped for a little bit, had to take an emergency call, so you will be listening to me a little bit more. Meantime here though, while this Urn is being played, Abraham's playing very aggressively on this right-hand side, looking for this fight, but a lot of members not really there, playing for farming instead, especially Sanya Sniper, pretty crucial player missing, but 16k Hoot is ready for this fight. Gonna be interesting to see if he can do much here, but no Urn being picked up. No Urn turn-in gonna happen, and Abraham's actually just gonna get a Guardian for them. Really good stall job by them overall.
Headed to yellow.
League now looking to push into this middle lane. Themov doing pretty well to just hold off here. League not really able to do much here, but a lot of side lane pushing now happening. Taz looking to get the Lord NM pocket, as we've seen today, being quite crucial, but Cube now from Cerbzy gotta come out here. Taz not gonna be able to find anyone out of that snipe. Lord NM just chilling, honestly, out of that. Gonna be in a lot of trouble now though. Shiv really doing his best to damage him, but oh, what a parry here go coming out from Taz. League gonna go down for that, but Taz maybe getting traded. No, does not look like it's Sanya Sniper now really deep into this. Cerbzy in a lot of trouble, has to use that ball very defensively. Not sure he's gonna be able to do much out of this. Rokane doing everything he can to make sure
Here for you, Tempo.
Cerbzy can get out of this.
I'm here for you. We had a little, Mox had a small little emergency, so, thank you, Tempo, for filling in during that time, as we see Abraham's kind of pulling away with this lead in the mid game, and that was an extremely scrappy engagement, but once again, using Doorman to kind of get this Urn in. Looks like Together is going to be able to just turn this in with very little contest, and if you're a Sneaky Golem, a Team USA like myself, it's not looking too hot right now as we're down 9k, but you never know. Sneaky Golem have played from behind against Abrahams, and they've made it very, very difficult to win these fights.
Yeah, they played really well around this whatsoever. Together now, though, in a lot of trouble. They're finding a lot of good engagements right now onto them, especially Together, overstepping quite a lot, even though his team is doing really well. Hoot, though, 20k, really hard for them to stop this. But Cerbzy on that Viscus, maybe being able to cube people out now.
I am back. What's up? Thank you for holding down the fort. Had a quick little fire to put out. Hopefully it's been all fun as we see the teams continue to fight. Abrahams with a nice lead, as it were. Anything that I should really know as we see AVG in a bit of a situation here gets swapped out. Will Seismic Impact to try to get out of the situation? Will they think about the re-engage? We'll back off for the time being. There's a lot of Abraham's members on this left side of the map, and Together pushing up, I believe that is with Sanya Sniper, and they will actually take out Rokane. So early good start from the Mirage is kind of turning into some bad situations. Lee trying to find the finisher snipe onto Sanya, won't quite connect. Together there to push him off the situation, and maybe Sneaky Golem is here to clean up some things, though Hydration gets tagged in the end. Cerbzy did go down as well, not sure where that one happened, but Abraham's finding some kills in this situation here.
Yeah, a lot of members from Sneaky Golem going down on these very aggressive pushes here, thinking that they can get some picks here, but Abraham's now 12k lead and a 23k Geist. This Geist is an absolute raid boss, and it's gonna be very hard for Sneaky Golem to stop that Geist. Maybe there are some survival plays they can do, but to actually get the kill on this Hoot is gonna be the priority.
So what you don't want to see if your Sneaky Golem is a really overfed Geist. I think that's the just about the worst case scenario. And Dimov actually continuing to pop off this game. 5-kill streak, creating a ton of space. Could this be Abraham's answer and their way into the grand finals? A strong performance here at 15 minutes. The doorway turn in goes their way as well, and that was a comeback earn too. So a lot of good kills on the right players, a lot of farm in the right spots, and a comeback earn to top it off.
North America in shambles right now. 20k down to Abraham's. Hoping that Sneaky Golem can at least claw this back a little bit. There is still a chance, of course, and we've seen both of these teams come back a lot during this tournament. Abraham's, though, being very clinical once they actually have that lead. Let's see if they can play it a little bit faster than they did the last game, contributing to Sneaky Golem actually winning out that game. And Sniper, though, gonna fight a telekinesis on someone. I didn't see quite who, but doesn't look like anyone really got killed there.
It's Rokane, just in a horrendous position right now, getting collapsed by Abrahams. This is not what you can afford if you're Sneaky Golem. You have to find a way to save Mirage in this spot, and it looks like the backup will arrive in time. You cannot let this snowball keep running over your primary carry, because Hoot is here and wants to make sure that it is an NA EU finals matchup, but for the time being they'll just continue to maintain their soul leads and try to take care of their waves, which are pushing in onto the wrong side right now. So Sneaky Golem have an opportunity, and looks like they'll actually get caught. Lord and M a little bit far in front, not going to be too worried, has the cloak to kind of sneak out. Ooh, it actually gets caught on the tree. This is really bad situation for Lord and M. I don't know how he escapes this, and a very slight mistake turns into a big problem.
Just can't doubt Taz on this Paradox. Used to be a signature pick quite a while ago. Doorman being his signature as of late. But his Paradox is seemingly still guarded. Taz doing a very good job of just keeping up the pressure at all times. Lord and M finding himself in a little bit of a precarious situation here. But looks like both teams are now trying to calm down a little bit and just get the waves pushed.
If you're gonna blow something up, you might as well do it with style.
Mid-boss is starting to be a bit of a threat, considering Sneaky Golem is in such a big soul hole. This Hoot would be a tremendous catch if they can find it, but at this point it's massive bait. They're just throwing him far in front of the creep wave with a couple players keeping him safe and sound. So it's going to be a really tough ask to grab that Geist in a really strong position. Sneaky Golem, no strangers to fighting from behind. They found a way to make it competitive in game 1. And they're going to make another attempt at it here in Game 3. 20,000 soul lead at 18 minutes is fairly large. Abrahams have nothing to do here but continue to kind of suck up the jungle camps that are across the map, and eventually we're going to start to see picks turn into mid-boss attempts.
A lot of damage here from this Geist of Hoot, 28k, but Sanya's Sniper as well, having been AFK jungling for a little bit, seemingly trying to catch up to Hoot. Wraith as well being a super good hyperscaler here, and it's gonna be very hard for Abrahams to lose this lead now if both their carries are gonna be this fed. But Sneaky Golem do have a lot of tools to try and catch people out. They have that black hole online, as well as League with those snipes and the stake. Looks like they're gonna do just that. AVG gonna find someone with that snipe, with that shoulder charge into the League snipe, and it's gonna be very hard now. Emob gonna go down. Taz doing his best actually to do a kind of a trade here. Rokane finding himself in trouble.
Yeah, really strange position for Rokane to be pushed up onto the mid walker, trying to take it solo, but then gets collapsed on Abrahams while they were getting that kill onto the Demob, and it's left the macro in shambles. The base is being taken at 19 minutes by Abrahams because there's nobody from Sneaky Golem to defend. Abrahams collapsed on the right side. They get the walker, but they lose 4. Like, they're going to lose base guardians, and very likely Abrahams are going to rush into this mid-boss pit right now.
Your time runs short.
Yeah, but Hydration's still alive with that Black Hold. I think they're a little bit scared of doing so because of that, and a lot of members on Sneaky Golem now getting back online. Hydration playing around this mid boss though, if they're gonna do it, but realizing that they won't do it, he's gonna TP out of there. Doorman finding him though. Oh, the hotel gets gonna get popped through the teleporter. Is he gonna get out here? I think it buys the time for the teleport.
Apparently it does so, but Dimov on the other end, oh my goodness. FedEx delivery to the secret shop, a free kill for Dimov. League in a little bit of a pickle, only would eat the backstabber damage. And now Abraham, you can see them collapsing on mid. This is going to be a bait attempt here. Surely they're going to look for a pick of the back of the screen. Oh, I'm wrong apparently. Doorway's set up. They're happy to take this one. There's no singularity. That was the big contest. And Abrahams has a ton of gold. So here we go. They'll get the first rejuve. All three are confirmed. Sneaky Golem starting to get low as well. Lornem, the first one to go down. Sonya Sniper, 3 killing streak. They have found the Rokane Mirage, and Sonya Sniper wants this fight right now, having the better of things, but high ground advantage. Rokane fighting back pretty well. Nor Tornado, though, trying to escape. 3 down on the side of Sneaky Golem. Hoot, 5 killing streak, a massive monster at this point of the game, and now with 2 rejuves, one got taken somewhere, Abrahams have total control of this game.
EU bros rise up. Abraham's doing such a good job right now. Gonna get that Walker. NA in shambles as always, but Hoot finding himself in a 3v1 right now, but just gonna survive. This is the Geist. Geist late game unkillable, even with toxic bullets on her, not gonna be able to kill her. Hoot 37k, and this is absolute disgusting behavior from this Geist.
Absolutely disgusting. Similarly, looking at Hydration's little dynamo feats, those little stubby things will go down. So Abrahams finds something there, but it's a consolation prize. Luckily, they haven't lost their base yet, so they're still holding on. Or excuse me, Sneaky Golem's holding on to their base. I'm all mixed up. This game is actually happening so quickly, or as we approach the 22-minute mark. Abrahams is still kind of sieging in a couple of different spots. Geist is kind of left alone on them. Not sure who's contesting that. Walker is the next target, though. You can see the entirety of Abraham trying to get here. Sneaky Golem wants this contest, though. They're going to send the entire playbook at it, and we'll see what they can convert. They have to fight through a couple of rejuvenators still. Toss the first point of contact. AVG trying to make something happen here. Toss is escaping just barely for the time being. That looked like a missed snipe. Sneaking through there now together in a bit of trouble, so that'll be one rejuvenator, but unfortunately in the exchange everybody is low. League, the first one drops. Xerxes is low as well. Not sure where they are hiding, but that is the patron going down because the Geist was left unchecked in mid. We talked about who being an insane farm monster. The turn for the fight. The rejuves are down. Swap will come out, but I still don't think that they want this fight. It's going so poorly. There's already so many down. Singularity is big, though. Do they have anything? Rescue Beam is going to save Hoot as if it weren't bad enough already. So you're already dead from Sneaky Golem. Remember, Patron is down. That's the 4th. It's only League and Lord and M, and just nothing left in the tank for Sneaky Golem as Abrahams in 23-minute fashion are going to show you that they deserve to be in this grand finals. A matchup between NA and EU come to a head. Congratulations to Abrahams escaping the lower bracket.
I mean, super clinical there, really well played in the end, and that Geist snowball really did come in clutch. Every single fight, Hoot was just sitting there and barely surviving everything that Sneaky Golem were throwing at him, but they were just never able to kill him, and it just really showed. Taz as well on that Paradox, doing such a good job every single engagement and just being an absolute nuisance. That was super well played from Abrahams.
Yeah, unbelievably well played, and it looked like a couple, I'm not going to call them knuckle-headed mistakes, but just a lot of strange options where like Rokane get like solo pushing mid-walker just to get cut out when he was already having a tough time on the Mirage. It's just like a bunch of weird moments led up to like Sneaky Golem's never really having a foot in this game. They were scrapping early, they were doing well, and then all of a sudden things started to collapse in their sidelines and they just lost control. And huge shout out to the Dimov Calico as well, creating a ton of chaos in that mid game. 16,000 damage, 8 kills, and I think it was actually a really pivotal pick for this Abrahams lineup this game.
Yeah, but look at Together as well here. 24k damage on the Shiv. Super damaging character. And Together on that Shiv is just an absolute demon. He's been known to be a bit of a Shiv one trick, but recently he's played a lot of Billy as well. So Shiv has gotten kind of unnoticed. Hasn't really had that much impact, but this game, he had so much impact.
Unfortunately, that does mean that is the end of the road for Sneaky Golem. While they did have a tremendous tournament and a really good competitive set of games, they are out here at third place. A fun first and second game from them. This third one was a bit out of hand, though. So kind of the first game that we saw this series where it was really clear that one team was winning this over the other. So we say good night to Sneaky Golem and kind of look forward to the grand finals. Tempo, we will have to get to the desk shortly, but just before we do, I want to hear some thoughts from you about this upcoming best of 5.
I mean, this is what it's all been building up to, right? Both of these teams matched up in the winners bracket finals just yesterday, sending Abrahams down to this losers bracket final that they just played. And now Abrahams are hungry for revenge for this best of 5. EU versus NA. Can it get more pivotal than this? I don't think so.
All the chips are on the table. It was a fun lower bracket, and with that, I think it's time to send it over to our desk and ask maybe myself what I thought about this series. I'm back. Welcome. We've
Sorry,
flipped
one
through
sec.
the
I can't hear you.
Eververse.
I think you might need to join the correct Discord.
I've changed sides of the table. I do need to change
Mox.
Discord
I've
channels.
moved you
Somebody will throw
in a
me
Discord
there.
channel. I've moved you in a Discord channel. We're good. Now we can hear each other. You guys could hear us the whole time. But hey, Mox, what did you think of the series?
Pretty crazy. I did somewhere in my loins think that Abrahams were going to triumph. Of course, being an NA representative, I have to put on my red, white, and blue and say that I wanted it to be an NA versus NA matchup. But I just think that somewhere deep inside, Abrahams really wants to prove that despite the ping, despite all the disadvantages that they might be at, that they're here to play and actually win this tournament.
Yep, I mean, the script is just too good. Every game going to game 3, Abraham's winning against Sneaky Golem and going on to the best of 5 grand finals. And oh boy, I hope everybody is ready. This is a great time, by the way, guys. Go get a snack, get some drinks, order pizza. I mean, do whatever you got to do, because this is the equivalent of Super Bowl Sunday for Deadlock. I'm extremely excited. But before we start talking about the next game, our next thoughts, let's wrap this one up by just going over a couple clips. And we've got 4 clips. Honestly, this one there wasn't too much to go over because it was pretty one-sided, but we're just going to go through them chronologically and talk a little bit about certain things that may have helped, Abraham's overcome Sneaky Golem, starting with the 19-minute base push. I believe that this was on the base Guardians. So actually, sorry, it wasn't on the base Guardians yet, but here you can see there's the pick on Dimov, but the pick on Dimov is kind of too little too late, because as you can see, there's this push happening on the Walker on the other side of the map, and at the same time, they're also in the jungle killing this Mirage. So this was kind of a masterclass in terms of macro from Abrahams, applying so much pressure on the map at different times. And not only that, but then they're going to look to collapse on, the enemy team pushing their Walker and punish them. And this kind of whole exchange where Hoot also keeps going to the base with St. Maxim, and when you have a doorman, you kind of always have this free escape as well with the doors, which allows you to make these kinds of plays, and you're up 20k, and this whole exchange is kind of what leads into the overwhelming advantage that Abraham's got, as well as the next clip, which is the first mid boss. So I think we can just kind of roll that, because you already saw that, Mox, so I don't think you're too surprised. But right after that, they kind of go into mid boss, and this was basically Sneaky Golem's only chance to come back into this game. They needed a huge contest, and they do try their best. Lord NM goes in there, tries to get an affliction. Unfortunately, not really able to do enough. Dies right away. Rokane doing his best from the sidelines here, trying to get as much damage as he can. Gets capacited for a second. Debuff removes it, and then kites, and he's doing a ton of damage. This Mirage hero is very, very strong, but it was just kind of too little too late. And at this point, you can already see that just the net worth disparity between the carries, it's just too much, like you've got Mirage at 24k and you've got Geist at 35k, And that's like 2 tier 4 items practically, difference between the 2 carries. And then on top of that, I saw a lot of people making comments about Zerbzi being so poor. Now I want to say that Zerbzi being so poor is just a result of his team getting kind of owned, you know what I mean? Like, he's playing the role where he's not going to have a lot of net worth, so I'm not really surprised about him being poor. I don't think it was Zerbzi's fault that he was that poor. It's just if you're playing kind of the role that you don't get a lot of farm, you're just going to be poor. Now, you see on Sneaky Golem, the farm distribution was a lot more even as well. Like, most people were kind of the same net worth, which was probably not ideal in that situation. And honestly, we have other clips to go through, but after that, the game was kind of over, and I think everybody knew it in their hearts. It was like a 30k lead. So I don't really think it's worth going through these other clips, and instead, we can talk about the storyline for this next game. And, you know, for that, Mox, I would like for you to run us through kind of the bracket and the things that have happened so far this weekend. So maybe we can pull that up and you can run us through that.
Yeah, we'll take a look. It's been a really, really fun one. Obviously, qualifiers are pretty fun as well, but the last 2 days have been a pretty wild ride. We can see Abraham's was a 3-game series with Bunny with Clock, 3-game series with Melee Creeps that sent them into the lower bracket, and then 3-game series between Bunny with Clock and Sneaky Golem for both of those teams to arrive then at that lower bracket finals. And now with the advancement of Abraham's, we will get the rematch from the winner's side. Melee Creeps and Abraham's will have the rematch that they want. Abraham's obviously want to get revenge and kind of turn over the results, because that series was also extremely, extremely close. So I think we're in for a really impressive best of 5. I think everybody kind of needs to make sure that their bottles of water are filled. Now is the right time to grab a slice of pizza, you know, make yourself a sandwich or something, because I think we're going to sit down for a long one. These teams are itching to prove who is the best deadlock team.
Yeah, certainly. I make sure that you're settled in nicely, and I think that this Abraham's versus Melee Creeps, here's the thing, it's kind of a win-win for Europe, because at this point, Abraham's making it to the grand finals of a North American tournament, all playing on NA servers. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it's a win for Europe, because just the fact that they're able to make it to the grand finals they're all on like 150 ping roughly, is a huge achievement for them. And even if they lose this, they can still say, hey, we would have won if it were even ping, which may be true, maybe not true. We'll see kind of how close the grand finals are. And if you guys are enjoying this, sorry, I'll let you go in just a second, but just to finish my thought, if you guys are enjoying this and you'd like to see the reverse, where maybe we have a tournament in EU, kind of on the, you know, furthest west EU server. I don't know what server is most. I think it's probably be London, which would be best for North American teams. If you guys would like to see the reverse, well, you know, show us some support, and maybe we'll try to make it. Maybe we'll make it happen. Who knows? The North American teams would be down, but I think it could be, you know, a great thing to look to potentially do in 2026. I mean, really, no promises. We need to get, you know, a sponsor with enough money for it to be worth it for the North American teams to want to try. But I think it would be really fun to see kind of the opposite and see how that goes for NA.
Yeah, and we definitely want to like stoke the flames for EU too. Like, we want to see more and more EU teams, you know, come to life and really show that there's, you know, other punchers out there in the region. The same thing with other regions too. Like, if we had infinite resources, we would love to see there's great OCE teams. There's, you know, great teams coming out of the East as well. And it's just like, there's such a huge plethora of players that we just don't know out there that we, you know, the continuation of the growth of Deadlock is going to show that there's just going to be so many cool teams in the future. And so we want to continue to kind of nurture that growth and see more and more awesome Deadlock, because this is just a starting point. The point I wanted to make earlier was piggybacking on the fact that EU is kind of already won by making this far, reminded me a bit of the qualifiers when we were dealing with going into the last day, when like half of the winner's side of qualifiers was 3 EU teams to 1 NA team. And it's just like, what's happening here? You know, it turns out that they couldn't fight their way out of the lower bracket. But up until that point, you know, throughout this entire tournament, we've seen incredible games and just incredible perseverance from the entirety of EU playing against those ping problems, which I don't want to, you know, keep badgering on about, because now we've got a great set of games in front of us. But they do exist, so they need to be acknowledged.
Of course. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just checking out. Yeah, so for this best of 5, just to be clear, let's talk about winner's side advantage, okay? Because that was kind of something that we had to determine. So in some games, in some tournaments, if there's a best of 5, they will give a 1-game advantage to the team in winner's bracket. Now, we decided that that was not necessary, and that would not really make for the most entertaining series, and it wasn't really necessary from a point of fairness as well, because the biggest advantage that Melee Creeps get is that, well, first of all, they just got to see the entire series of Abrahams versus Sneaky Golem. They got to analyze 3 drafts, 3 games, while they're just chilling, sipping on their pina coladas or whatever drinks they're enjoying on their Sunday, and like literally just relaxing, you know. No pressure on them. Yeah, maybe watching football. I mean, who knows what they were doing? But we believe that that's enough of an advantage. Now, they also get to choose the side for game 1, right? So they're going to get to choose whether they get first or second pick, which does matter significantly, as we've seen how these drafts go. At the end there, Abrahams chose second pick and kind of made it work for them. Now, I don't really think game 2 was a draft diff per se. It just felt like a kind of a gameplay diff. But it'll be very interesting to see which side Melee Creeps choose, and I'll let you guys know the moment that I get word, of course.
It's a super interesting discussion. I love thinking about it. I love theorizing which side actually has some different advantages. In my own spare time, I've been pulling stats from our own like Death Slam league, just trying to like put a face to a name on which side is actually better, because there's a lot of conjecture, like first overall pick or first 2 picks. In a world where there's so many powerful characters, you could argue that you could sneak a great draft coming Sapphire side the way that Abrahams just sort of pulled out. Now, they may have done it with some rather unconventional back half of picks, like sending Dimov on Calico, which we haven't seen a ton of, but not that, you know, he can't be proficient on the character. It's just interesting to have this conversation, because we're going to get greater and greater examples, especially in this tournament. We're going to see, you know, was there an advantage to Sapphire? Was there an advantage to Amber? Was there advantages to not having to fight Billy? You know, whatever have you, so on and so forth. So we'll get those metrics somewhere at some point and really kind of deliberate on, you know, those advantages. But for now, it's still kind of being determined, and that's a fun thing to think about.
Yeah, so I just got word that Melee Creeps chose Amber. Now, I'd like to, you know, before we get into the draft, I think it's interesting to theory craft a little bit, and I'd love to do that. But while we're waiting for them to start the draft, let's just take a moment to, you know, give a huge shout out to Death Slam events as a whole. And I want to just take 30 seconds of you guys' time to just explain kind of what our mission is at Death Slam, because I'm very passionate about it. I'm sure you're passionate about it too, Mox. You've played in our events, and I think that what we're doing is great, and I think that all of you guys should, you know, participate if you'd like to. But Death Slam events, we do a few things. We host pugs, which are pickup games, so 12 mans as an alternative to solo queue. We host tournaments pro level like this one, but we also host a lot of lower ranked tournaments where all you have to do is sign up as an individual player, right? You can be Archon, you can be Arcanist, you can be like any rank really. It's not aimed at Eternus players, it's aimed below Eternus. And we'll match you with a team of similar ranked players, and then we'll pair you up with a coach that is generally an Eternus 6 player. And, you know, I'm one of the coaches, Pashi has coach, Ranger. So a lot of the people that play in these tournaments or are coaches for these tournaments have been involved. And so if you want to check it out, type !Death Slam. Check out the Discord. It's !Death Slam in the chat. Discord.gg/Death Slam is the direct Discord link. And I would really, really appreciate it if you guys just took, you know, 5 minutes of your day to just check out what we're doing. And if you like it, well, you know, participate. And that's really all that we ask. You know, we're just trying to create and foster a community that can be a healthier environment than solo queue.
Yeah, and even at the very least, your support in watching some of our streams that happen here on Deathy's channel, or also at the Death Slams events Twitch channel, where we host, you know, our weekly DSL. That's our in-house league games. Weekly, we try to get matches out that showcase all the different divisions we have, from Premier down to Division 4. As Deathy mentioned, Archon, Initiates, everybody across the board, even low Eternus, high Ascendant players. You can see all of it there. So check out the Death Slam events Twitch channel as well. We're going to try to put on as many shows as we can, time and effort permitting. We are people that, you know, tend to have day jobs and other things along, but we all are extremely passionate about Deadlock, so give that a look too.
Yeah, of course. And let me see. I don't believe that they're ready for the draft yet. So, oh, they are ready. Okay. I was gonna start asking you, you know, just like, hey, what do you like to drink? You know, do you like water? Do you like coffee? But thankfully, we don't have to talk about our personal lives because that would suck.
Still finishing my coffee. I'm working on it.
Oh, you are? My coffee's been done for many hours, but I'm still full of energy. And for everybody just tuning in, for some context, this is game 1 of the best of 5 grand finals. Now, I think a best of 5 grand finals has been done in the past in Deadlock or attempted, but it's been a very long time. I can't remember the last time we've had a best of 5. I don't want to say this is world first, but I do want to say that this is definitely different than what we're used to. We usually, you know, barely get tournaments. We get more show matches with Night Shift, which are incredible, by the way. But like getting a best of 5, I really hope the games will be close because, you know, seeing a 3-0 sweep would be kind of boring at this point. So I want Abrahams to fight back. But if you're a Melee Creeps fan, you probably want them to 3-0 Abrahams and kind of show NA on top. And they, you know, they get rid of the doorman right away. They're like, let's not deal with EU's doorman, and I really like that.
Yeah, I think it's about time that we kind of really put in a greater effort towards this ban. I'm kind of the thinking that we should be seeing these NA teams contest it more in terms of picking it for themselves. I don't know that it's necessarily a ban-worthy hero, but it's definitely something that like you should be you should have a player on your roster that's like absolutely maxed out of their mind. Maybe 1-2 players. Obviously, Zerbzy could play that, but we just saw them exit the tournament with Sneaky Golem. So we'll see if Melee Creeps have a player. This draft is flying quick and fast. The ban is an easy way to think about it. Abrahams with the 1-2 punch of Abram shivs is pretty huge, though.
Yeah, and Melee Creeps prioritizing the Geist for John. Now, John has had stellar performances on this hero. It's one of his comfort picks, and it's extremely strong in the current meta because it's a very scary hero that scales very well and is incredibly difficult to kill. That's kind of what makes Geist so strong. It's not that Geist does more damage than Mirage or does more damage than Wraith. In fact, she does significantly less, but it's the fact that she can output, you know, a somewhat comparable amount of damage while being almost impossible to go on, right? Like if Abrams goes on Geist, if you don't one-shot her, she's just going to swap you and then you're dead, you know? So you have to be very careful. Was if you go on a Mirage, it goes very differently.
It's the Terrorblade comparison from Dota 2, obviously, with the life exchange. It's very immediate. You pick this hero because you always know you have a contingency plan farming for late game that has their built-in kind of fight-turning potential, and Melee Creeps opting to get some characters that are good at rotating. Again, grabbing the Kelvin pretty early is an interesting thing. We've seen the priorities on this hero kind of wax and wane, and now last series we saw it picked top 3. This one, again, to great effect. We saw an unbelievable amount of healing come out, so now you're going to have great save against this diving comp that Abrahams is putting together. And the pocket, obviously, Affliction is going to create some massive problems against heroes that really like to stay healthy and don't like being anti-healed very much.
Yep. I mean, this is a very strong top 3 for the side of Melee Creeps, and also one thing to remember is that Melee Creeps have arguably one of the best pocket players in the world in Ido, and you know everybody in the chat probably knows Ido, and if you don't, well, check out his content on YouTube and Twitch. He makes great videos, very entertaining guy, and obviously an incredibly talented mechanical player, really good at the heroes like Pocket, Doorman, Mina, you know, the high execution heroes. And so giving Ido Pocket is pretty scary, and Abrahams, they choose to respond with the Mirage. It's been a staple for them. It's been very consistent. When Hoot doesn't get Geist, he's on Mirage pretty much always, it seems, this tournament, so you kind of have to get one or the other.
It's interesting, the Warden ban. I would have thought that maybe they would have pinched the hero pool at maybe getting rid of the Wraith. I wonder if you think anything in particular about the Warden getting taken out here. I think Melee Creeps still have a lot of really good options that, you know, maybe could have filled in where Warden would have done that. So I'm not 100%
I think it's a prep ban.
Yeah,
I think it's like, okay, so Melee Creeps have like historically this tournament as well as recent Night Shifts. I believe that Parzival, Abraham's coach, definitely looked into all of their drafts. As we just got, sorry, I got distracted. We just got a $100 donation by Made by Something in YouTube chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So huge shout out to that guy. But anyway, to get back to the draft, I think that they just saw, hey, Melee Creeps likes playing these kind of get in your face lineups with just super tanky heroes and just out sustain you. And we saw that Abraham struggled with that playstyle even against Sneaky Golem, arguably a weaker team. And so banning the Warden, I think, is just an adaptation to, hey, we know DMB likes to play the Warden. We know a lot of his other heroes are kind of weaker. And then they're taking the Wraith right away. So they've taken the Mirage, they've taken the Wraith, they banned the Warden. So they've taken DMB out of his comfort zone for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely some targeted picks here. I wonder how deep into the pool they're going to go. We saw to pretty decent effects Pop piloting Ivy. I wonder if we're going to see that come out as the kind of next in line. If Melee Creeps even think that they need another M1 on the team, it really could just be off of the back of Lady Geist, as she's been so powerful lately. But I really do wonder kind of the direction that they're heading with this next end of the draft. Definitely want to pick up some interesting frontliners. Yamato next on the table with Shiv and Abrams out of the way. I wonder if they're going to be thinking about maybe grabbing some pick heroes. We really haven't seen a huge priority on them as of late. Obviously, we talked about, you know, in the previous series, some very brawly focused healing comps. Paradox does get picked up in tandem though, so a nice way to kind of enter and initiate fights.
Yeah, the Yamato is probably going to be for Fishcake here, who's been playing a lot of Yamato. Fantastic player as well. Paradox here going to be the scout hero. So once again, they're really just missing the DMB hero. There is a world in which they could put DMB on Geist. Or excuse me, and then give John another hero. That would be possible. Maybe the John Bebop. That's all I'm going to say. Signature hero, but they haven't really liked it recently. So we'll see. I think on Abraham's, there are a lot of options. Like, once again, here for the side of Melee Creeps, I mean, I think that their draft is fairly well-rounded so far. I think Abraham's could go for a Page potentially here. Could be an answer.
Page banned out,
now,
but a different support.
Whoopsie. Yeah, Page banned out. That's on me. The icons are all like kind of different, and obviously, guys, we're working on a new visual package. So, you know, I think our visual package, by the way, was all done. It was all done by volunteers. So incredible work. But you know, we're working on kind of upgrading that for 2026, so please bear with us. Holiday for pick. Okay, I think that might be one of the first holidays we see in a long time. I don't think we saw a holiday since Leviathan, I think, played it yesterday at some point.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. I've had my own personal theories about the character. I don't really think she's tremendously good, but her kit is also like so well-rounded that you're never too upset to have a holiday. It's just like on the priority of character power, she's definitely fallen pretty well out of favor. The Vindicta to kind of round out that comp is fairly interesting. You can say that maybe they're on a little bit of the weekend of like hero health pools, but when your first two picks are Shiv Abrams, you never really have to worry about that too much. So now you've got a huge back end of punch and support and double execute from the way of Vindicta Shiv, and that is an interesting last pick because we've not seen very much of Infernus yet. I was asking about it. I was asking about it in the last series, wondering why we haven't seen the hero, and now we've got it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the hero has fallen off a cliff. You know, the nerfs on paper don't look that bad, but playing the hero just like doesn't feel great at a high level. His laning stage just also doesn't feel great. Maybe I'm also biased because I tried to play Infernus for like 3 days in a row and I lost like probably like 70% of my games. It was a really tough couple of days. I had Infernus's color, except like that was my match history screen, was like the Infernus red. So it was not looking good.
Been there
but
before.
Anyhow, yeah, we've all kind of been there. It happens to everybody, guys. Lost streaks happen to everyone. I went on like a 7 or 8 lost streak. So Infernus, I think DMB was just kind of out of options. You know, he pretty much plays a very specific archetype of character where he likes to be aggressive. He likes to make space on the side lanes. He's kind of an aggressive side laner. And Wraith was picked, Mirage was picked, Billy was banned, Warden was banned, and Geist is taken by John. So there's really not a lot of options left.
It's not really that it's necessarily a bad pick either, because obviously if you trap anybody with an Infernus inside of a Kelvin Dome, you're going to have a pretty happy time. You know, Flame Dash is just going to coat the entire area and make it kind of a menace. And you look at a lot of what Abrahams have, and it's a lot of spirit damage output. Vindicta, Holiday, Wraith, Mirage. And that's not even to consider the fact that, you know, half of Shiv's damage is going to come from knives just for fun. And, you know, a good portion of what Abrahams is going to do in terms of damage is going to be from Siphon Life on top of his gun, too. So Infernus is going to, you know, cause a lot of problems for what the Abrahams lineup is going to be. It's about getting him to a point where he's actually a massive threat, because obviously Slowing Hex is a big counter to him, makes him pretty easy to deal with early on. So we'll see if DMB can get to that point, but I think this Yamato is going to be a pretty pivotal pick. I think she's got a lot of characters on the Abrahams side that she can really punish in tandem with a pocket. I'm not sure that they can really stand up to that 1-2 punch from the Abrahams team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it's going to be a Dash Infernus. Like, it honestly might be. Like a kind of like more active Dash Infernus. I think Afterburn maxing has gone down a decent amount of in strength recently, which is a good thing because that was super obnoxious. Sorry about that. Had the hiccups for some reason. I don't know why. Other than that, I think as far as players to watch, I mean, this is going to be the first time that the Ido pocket goes up against the Europeans. You know, like Ido famously has never really queued on European servers because he gets super high paying because he's West Coast, and so we'll see if Abrahams have the answer to it, or if Ido's able to have kind of like a runaway performance. I also think like DMB taken off of his, I mean, he's played a lot of Infernus, but recently he's always been on something else, so depending on how much he can adapt to being on Infernus, that's going to be a very critical key moment for melee creeps. And on the side of Abrahams, I mean, I think once again, like the Together Shiv, actually I'm curious who's going to be on what, because usually Together is on Shiv, but he also plays a lot of Abrams, so I don't exactly know what they're going to do for those heroes there. Might be Dimov on Shiv. I think it might be Dimov on Shiv.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to pick the Dimov hero, and then you can kind of nail out who Together is going to line up on. Everybody else kind of like falls in line pretty well. I imagine it's going to be the Saint Vindicta, and so Sonya back on Wraith, and then Hoot obviously going to be piloting Mirage there. Yeah,
and Task Holiday would make sense, and then Together on Abrams most likely, unless it could be Dimov on Abrams and then Together on Shiv. Those are going to be interchangeable. Obviously, we'll see. Right now, guys, we're just waiting for the players to be ready in the lobby before we get into it. So, just as a quick little note, reminder: this is a best of 5, and so even though in this game 1 we saw that DMB was a little bit targeted by Abraham's draft, if it's a problem for the side of melee creeps and it doesn't work out, they have plenty of games to adapt and prioritize the DMB hero earlier in the draft, and so Abrahams will not be able to try this strategy twice, and so I think it's very important for them that this work out.
Yeah, I think that's part of the joy of the 5-game series, is we're going to see a real adaptation on the differences in the bans. Obviously, early we see, for this game in particular, Billy, Warden, Page, and Doorman all gone. To see how that progresses through the game is going to be extremely fun opportunity, and I've been waiting, kind of chomping at the bits to kind of see a 5-game series and see things develop and see how things evolve, because I have a feeling that we're going to see these first picks change pretty wildly. Maybe Geist is the one outlier where it's like always contested at first, but do we see the Doorman climb into the top 2 if you're Sapphire side or something along those lines? It's going to be very fun to see. Like, do we change the prio and make sure that we get DMB a hero earlier before it's all taken and banned out? Obviously, they opted for Kelvin in pocket instead in this situation where they could have grabbed Mirage. Like, it was on the table for them, but then you leave, an Ido signature hero and give Abrahams that kind of powerful character in exchange. So it's going to be a lot of fun to kind of see how that dynamic changes throughout 5 games. They can lose 2 and still be right in it,
Yeah, and I will say I'm a little bit out of things to say other than the stall. So, I think while we wait for the players, we can have discussions about other things. So, for example, I would love to know in the chat. Okay, let's just do an example. Okay, let's say just randomly, you walk into a bar, Yoshi is sitting right there. Okay, what do you tell him? For me, I would just communicate. I would look into his eyes and I would say, Yoshi, it's been enough time. Okay, like, we can just get rid of the Bebop character. It's a failed experiment. We tried. It's okay. Okay, there's no need to make it work. Like, we can just cut our losses. Just get rid of them. When in doubt, get rid of Bebop. Now, I am down to start a campaign if you guys. Maybe we can do a GoFundMe, but we won't have time to talk about any of that because, well, the game is starting and the casters are here to save me. Take it away, HD Philly and Soren, for this game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Thank you, Deathy and Mox. What a wonderful time of year it is, and it's because it's the Death Slam Invitational. Soren, I am so excited for this best of 5, an historic moment for Deadlock.
That's right. Forget about Christmas Day. This is DSI time right here. This is what I feel like. I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. Like, these are the 2 best teams in Deadlock, and we're getting to see them in a best of 5. I'm so excited to be here. So, kicking things off, both sides with a pretty strong mid lane here. We got the Mirage and the Holiday against Geist and Paradox. Just a lot of poke in this lane. That's what you always like to see in mid. And so this is going to be just about who can take the least damage. And then these other teams, these other side lanes, like you got the classics of Abrams and Vindicta versus the Kelvin and Infernus, and then over on the left, kind of the odd man out there. We got Yamato Pocket versus the Wraith, and who was that I saw just there? The Shiv as well.
Shiv.
So some pretty exciting matchups early on.
And I think what I'm most excited about, friend, is like we were talking about this earlier today. Like the holiday we haven't seen throughout all the games that were streamed all of yesterday, today. I feel like is now the time to bring out your X Factor picks when it's really the money is on the line. You've got to hold these cards close to your chest. Now it's time to lay them on the table. That is where the holiday is here to shine. And Taz, we know, one of the best in the business to do it.
Yeah, I think that was mostly because his Paradox got taken away early. Scout, fantastic on that hero, and I mean, we saw how good it was last game against the Sneaky Golems, and so Abraham's not with that option. They want a different pick hero. Task going to take that one up, and then Saya goes down early. That's going to be the first kill there to Together's Abrams.
Oh, and friend, you know I say it every single time. It's the Fox and the Hound, or the Hunter and the Hound here in that lane, right? Just push him out with the Abrams, snipe him down with the Vindicta, find an easy first kill on the Fish Cake, and that's exactly what you want to do there, especially getting that Vindicta to that 4.8 mark, like you've said time and time again, to really hit home that burst damage. That first blood is going to do just that, so have to be careful there for now. The rest of the laning phase, however, just going to kind of feel it out. A lot of folks on the run.
Yeah, everyone's trying to get aggressive, trying to get those boxes early. Everyone's hyped for the start of this match, and Taz maybe a little too excited there. We get the gank coming in from Ido's Pocket. As Deathy said, that's a hero you always love to see paired up with its pilot. So I'm really excited for that one to come in here. Abrahams finally gets a taste of what the rest of NA Eternus has been feeling this whole time. So get to see how that one works out.
Absolutely, and Shiv under a little bit of pressure there, but we know he's so sneaky and slithery around these streets of the Cursed Apple. Friend, we talk about it time and time again. Who at the mid-boss has been such a critical point in these matches? Who do you think has the better team fight when it comes to that main objective?
Ooh, I think it's going to be close. I think that both teams have a lot of tools, and we've seen Abrahams outplay these NA teams just all in death brawling for mid-boss, but I think melee creeps have the better tools for it just at base kit. Like, you've got Ido, he's got the Affliction, that you just lay that down in the mid-boss pit. Even if you don't get the crystals, you'll get the fight soon after. Scout, DMB, both with their CC, and then Saya, of course, the Kelvin Dome. Even if it's on a long cooldown, it's so impactful for the mid-boss, and Fish Cake, the Unstoppable as well, to avoid all the CC from Abraham. So they're gonna have to focus pretty hard on getting Fish Cake out of the mid-boss pit before it drops.
Yeah, and they'll have to work around those ultimate timings as well. If Abrahams can fish out some of them before they go for the mid-boss, they'll feel a little bit more comfortable, right? Especially with the Frozen Shelter, maybe even the Combustion from the Infernus, right? Some of those combos you can layer together. So look for that, folks, as we make our way through the map, for them to be tactful about when they choose their fights. We're just about hitting that threshold when folks are getting their ultimates online. You know, that's always my favorite part of the game, friend, when the powder keg starts to fill and the dynamite explodes. This Guardian taking a ton of pressure here from the Amber Hand.
Yeah, and ironically, it's the dynamite barrels that are not having a good time over in that lane. Taz been chunked down twice now. Demov goes so low and finally is fished out there by Ido's Pocket. Sonya Sniper going to have a bit of a job here, but yeah, that ultimate comes online just in time for the Yamato. She comes in and finishes it off. Dies to the tower, but I think you take that here as melee creeps. And yeah, just those first couple of ultimates coming online. Not a whole lot of impactful ones up for Abrahams just yet, but Fish Cake already using his to good use.
Absolutely, and it's wild how just it accelerates so quickly when it hits that mark. Now these bridge buffs are for the taking. The teams are going to be vying for them. Looks like we'll just do a one-for-one trade, or I believe the Amber Hand snagged both their friends, so they can put a few more pressures onto the lane. You can see Hoot going down, his feathers clipped. Taz going back to hell. There's 2 eliminations for the Infernus. That's a big uh-oh.
What I loved about what we're seeing so far is, like, these are very dynamic lane swaps. We saw 4 members of melee creeps there in that engagement, and that is, you know, we haven't seen that in a while. We've had a lot of metas where it's just everybody stay in your lane, 2-2-2, must be all the time. And now we're seeing, like, actual movement between lanes. So I love this. Melee creeps getting aggressive early. It's mostly paying off, though. Fish Cake goes down.
Yeah, just a few trades here and there, and that's quite all right. As long as you can create space for your carries to kind of escalate into the game, stay safe as they're acquiring those souls. You can see a little bit of pressure here for the Wraith as they are really low. Gonna head back to base to heal up now that Shiv has returned. The mid lane, though, friend, we've talked about it a lot, where those characters want to move and shake around the map. You saw the Holiday lingering there. Now she's making her way back to the middle lane as their Guardian has been poked out pretty significantly.
Yeah, and I mean, Guardian damage is, it's a resource like anything else in Deadlock right now, and now that you don't give up a flex slot for giving up Guardians, it's that much less important of one, but even still, you don't want to give it up here. That will mean more space on the map for Abrahams to have to play around, because melee creeps will be able to go pretty much wherever they want. Scout here going very low, but so is Hoot. So just kind of a back off here, but that Guardian is looking very low. Saint looking for a snipe here.
Oh, and I'm looking to see if they can knock some heads. They have that. They're not at the 4.8 mark just yet, so that burst damage not going to feel so impactful. But when the Vindicta's in the skies, you know you got to be running for cover. Going for a quick little box run, a little grocery trip here, friends. As they make their way back to lane, here is the rotation from the Holiday. A couple of barrels from the sky. There's a slice and dice from the Shiv. Those barrels raining like bombs from the heavens. Finally, the step up from the pocket, but he says, I'll see you later. Takes the coat right out. Looks like they'll be safe from this engagement here for now.
Yeah, maybe, but D-Mob is going pretty deep here. Taz ready to follow it up. Gets the lasso onto Ido. Fantastic pick there. 69 HP, but will eventually go down to the Ido. Nice. Sonya comes in with the telekinesis. Doesn't quite manage to clean things up. And it looks like melee creeps just slightly got the better of that one.
Buddy, there's no way the lasso was in range. I couldn't even see the character. How's the lasso even able to hit that? There's some quick fingers in this server here today. John was able to take down a Guardian in the mid lane, sacrifices his life for it, however, but that mid lane Guardian, very crucial for the mobility around the map, heading into your opponent's jungle, taking some of those camps, freeing up some of those rotations. So yeah, you'll take that life for it early on. This is where it's really heating up. I love the players. I want to feel how tense they are right now going into this grand finals, because it's got to be immense.
Yeah, everybody is on board for this. I know melee creeps were doing some lane practices earlier. Certainly paying off now with the amount of rotations that they've gotten. The Kelvin Dumbledore and the Abrams here, but yeah, Abrahams have had a long day as already. They've played for about 3 hours, and so they're locked and ready to go. And just as we're coming up 8 minutes here, this is where we're going to start to see the bloodbaths of the Sinners.
And that one goes over to the Invertus. He's on a 4-player kill streak now, folks. Oh, and 2 go down for the Abrahams on the back of that frozen shelter. Immaculate from the, Saya. I mean, this is what he is meant to do. This is why Calvin is so prioritized in the drafts. The amount of control he provides, just immense. Friend, you alluded to it a little bit, but you're going into a grand finals. Abrahams, they just played in a grueling best of 3, and they played all day yesterday in best of 3s. I mean, you've got to be tired. Whereas melee creeps, they've been sitting for most of the day. Who do you think has the advantages? Who has the momentum going into this?
I don't know. I mean, we talk about this a lot in long tournaments like these, but yeah. I mean, any of these professionals, these are people who have played Deadlock for 12 hours a day, several times a week. You know, they've got the endurance for this sort of thing, but even still, playing at the highest level does take that bit of extra energy, and so both teams are going to have to make sure that they stay fresh throughout this series. I mean, as Deathy was saying, if we get a 3-0 here, I think everybody will be disappointed, so we're expecting some good Deadlock here today. But yeah, Abrahams fallen slightly behind here in the early game. They're just trying to get their own jungle, make sure that all their carries come online. Saint did kind of delay that 4.8k Spirit Spike by going for the Guardian Ward, and now he's getting got on. Gonna have to lay in the safety of the Guardian.
Oh, that Arctic Beam just slowing everybody up, and another kill gifted to the side of DMB. This guy is eating good in the Cursed Apple. He's looking for his opposite number now. He's feeling emboldened to do so, but a couple of guards up the sleeve of the Wraith forces the bartender to retreat just for now, but you can see DMB, he wants to get these kills. He's feeling strong.
Yeah, Dudley said it. He loves to be this really aggressive side laner, and so he's taking it to this Wraith. So far, neither person has taken the time to go and get that health buff. Looks like DMB will be getting it now, as it's a 5v5 over here on the left.
Hoot is the first to pick up the urn, but will they be able to secure it? It might just be like, let's usher it to safety and then see what we can do with it later, because all of the members basically were at that urn location. I thought there was going to be a huge explosion of abilities, but Melee Creeps, there might be a small window where they're weakened because they only have 2 ultimates on the board here for now. The lasso now being expended, I see from the side of Taz. Who did they get in their clutches? Not sure about who that will be. And Furnace is over here camping out the urn drop-off. He's going to make sure nobody returns it but his team.
Yeah, Scout's coming over here. They're trying to get the 2v1 onto the Guardian. Scout lying in wait, but there's nobody from Abraham's coming to get it. They're just making sure that their Shiv can get over here with the urn. And now it'll be a 5-on-5 here for this urn.
Okay, so it's a mashup at the drop-off location instead of the pickup. That's like anytime the Amazon driver comes over to my house, I'm fighting for those packages. Right now, fighting for their lives. Is this Vindicta taking to the sky? But can they clip the witch's wings? They do. DMB, 6 kills under his belt. He's searching for more, following on the ice path of his support. Everybody has scurried into the alleyways, friend. They don't want to match up against this guy at all.
Absolutely not, and definitely not without your support slash finish off there from Saint. So they'll back off, but giving up some Walker pressure here. That first Walker is a good bit weaker than the other, so they're going to have Together come over here and try and make something happen. See if they can do it. This Walker's already down to half HP.
And he can just stand there. Okay, fine. Finally, Saya goes down. And that is the red flag for the bartender to make his great escape. You can see him flame dashing away. But just the amount of sustain those frost grenades were putting in. And all the while, the urn picked up by Fishcake and sent all the way home. DMB, his kill streak, finally got the scissors and cut down. He goes back to the gray screen. But man, he got a lot of work done in lane number 3.
It's not bad for one life, you know?
Yeah.
You can just casually get 13k and a lot of kills and let your team drop off the urn. I think that's worth it. Yeah, Melee Creeps just with, so far, it seems like the aggression for them is so elite. They're turning up the tempo in this match. And Abrahams are not ready for it. Maybe their match against Sneaky Golems, which did have a couple of long games, lulled them into this sense of security in the early game. And Melee Creeps are not having any of it. This is the Burger Brawl.
And we'll be flipping those patties for you for sure, friends. And you know, it's like, how many fisticuffs can you take before you start feeling a little woozy? And Abrahams, they've taken the punches. Yes, they've stood tall, but now they're going up against these Goliaths who have just been waiting for them. Another lasso here into the Walker, a stomp on the back of the Paradox. They're being tossed around like a rag doll. The barrier there to keep them alive just for now. The Frozen Seltzer save what? The Calvin, immaculate effort from him.
I thought Scout was so dead there. It's a beautiful swap onto the Mirage, and they do get Hoot. But then, I mean, Taz is right there with the lasso, and Walker's son is like, all right, 100 HP, nah, he's gone. And then just the save from Saya, showing us why supports have been really more heavily prioritized than we've seen lately in this weekend. And now DMB also getting the benefit of some of that shielding. He's going to make it out as well.
Friend, I mean, I know you're a big McGinnis enjoyer. You're using the pronoun we anytime you talk about the McGinnis community. You said you're in the Discord with them too. I mean, do you play her as more of a support? Because are we 2 support guys out here, you know, cheering on everybody else?
I play whatever's meta on McGinnis, as long as it's McGinnis. Probably support is the one that I'm least good at. It is the most drastic shift in playstyle, so I'm not as good. Been playing the gun McGinnis. Yeah, I'm that guy in your ranked match, but not going to be an option here this week, I expect.
Yeah, I mean, if we see the McGinnis or the Mo and Krill for that matter, you and I are going to go ballistic on the stream. So, you know, maybe the players can help us out with that right now. The Wraith needs a little bit of help. This Suitcase just slapping them into submission. Sonya Sniper, no more.
Yeah, Sonya has not had a very good time this match so far. 13k on Wraith, that's not terrible for this point in the game, but Melee Creeps have been on top of him the entire time. Ido, 19k, really showing EU why they've been undervaluing this hero. And yeah, really the saving grace for Abrahams at this point is that 16k on Mirage. He's got to get scaled up so that he can start to fight these guys. John on 19 as well. Melee Creeps so far just, I mean, they're everywhere. Like, you see them right here. They're getting set up for these bridge buffs, and Abrahams can't even go up there.
Yeah, they always just seem to be one step ahead, and that threat of the frozen shelter is making Abrams kind of wary about how do they engage. And Storm, when I'm looking at their engage tools, we were talking about how they just have a lot of just kind of singular pick-off potential. You get the lasso, you can only snag one. Telekinesis, the same thing. So it's like, when these big group ups happen, how are they going to engage? They really need to fight in these guerrilla style, you know, tactics as they're making their way through the cursed apple.
Yeah, but you can only do those sorts of tactics, you know, the hit and run, if you're the ones doing the hitting and the running. And right now, it's melee creeps who are completely on top of them. As we were saying, they've got the tempo. And so Abrahams aren't finding the kinds of engages that they need. They finally take down that Guardian over there in mid, so that's 5 down. Just that one over there on the right side, 4 melee creeps remaining. I mean, melee creeps feel like they've got enough map control to go for this urn, even though it's on the other side.
Oh my word, and it's because they have the frozen shelter to do so. They have all their ultimates available except for the swap, so now they could be dropped down, but the detective has something to say about it. There it is. The frozen shelter utilized here to just keep together with the rest of his opposite team. The urn not turned in just yet. Saya taken down and put on ice. D-Mob the next to follow thereafter. Raiding from the skies once more here is Taz on the sheriff, stomping like Mario into the business, but all the while, Scout does the mission for the squad, turns in the urn.
Yeah, and Saint was just putting in the snipes from long range, but couldn't quite find anyone low health. I think Fishcake might have gotten sniped there, but Hoot's been over here getting this right side walker, so he did also take the Guardian there, but he's going to give up mid-boss 4 at 16 minutes, and melee creeps are going for a mid-boss. And that's how you know we got a series.
They are really putting the pedal to the metal, and we talk about trades every single time in these MOBAs. Okay, is a walker worth the rejuve and the urn? Maybe not, but you do open up a flex slot for yourself, so hey, that helps the 22k that you have accrued do something if you do need to go toe to toe. But you see on the other side a lot of other folks scaling into this game. Friend, we haven't seen a lot of Fishcake. What is their job here on the Yamato in this match?
I almost feel like it's just like a distraction. And we saw that a bit from Abrahams as well in their series just now against Sneaky Golem. Like, this Yamato is here to absorb cooldowns and not die from it. You've got the Shadow Transformation for a second life, and then you let your carries go in with that much more, a bit more freedom. You don't have to worry about the telekinesis if your Yamato is in there threatening it earlier. You don't have to worry about the holiday lasso if Fishcake's in there in the front line. Just being big and beefy. A big... Beefcake doesn't quite work with the username, but that's close enough.
No, man, I'm all here for it. Intend your puns, friend. And that's huge, because usually that's what Geist does. She's that big ability absorber, right? You just throw everything at her, she's not dead, and you're like, we got nothing left. Then she just claps back and takes you down. So if you have somebody else who can do that, well, she can be in the back line tossing in SS bombs and daggers and shots. That is all well and good. We're seeing a lot of gun items there on the Yamato, so really trying to put the pressure on here, but oh no, Sonya Sniper under the gun once more. Great shots there from John. The tracking, perfection here for the carry.
Again, it's just not been a good game for this Wraith, constantly getting caught out of position and without the card trip to be able to get away. And I'm not quite sure what's happening here, if melee creeps have just got his number on where he is in the farm, or I mean, if it's just complete luck. But I mean, with a team like melee creeps, you can never put anything down to just luck. So doing an excellent job here of keeping the right members of Abrahams under control. I mean, Saya's been caught out here, but I mean, even Abrams is doing no damage in this close range, and he's got the rejuve too.
Yeah, that does not feel good. I mean, you do have to limit test when you get a new set of items. You have to see, how do I stack up? But when you're going against the support who's 3k below you and you're not doing any damage, that's a red flag for the team being like, uh-oh, guys, we got to do some turtling here, get some more souls online. But unrelenting here are the melee creeps. They're looking to get in close and take you down. Pocket. Okay, he's not going to go that deep, not doing anything crazy here in game number 1. He'll go be back intent for farming. They're looking for this next urn here, though, Soren.
Yeah, I almost want him to be that crazy, though.
Yeah.
15k up at 19 minutes, and you've got the rejuve. I feel like it's almost worth it, but with Bridge Bus coming up in 20 seconds, I suppose they just want to secure that advantage as well. Looks like D-Mob will not be getting that advantage here, as he's just completely slowed up by the guys to end the Kelvin. You wonder, should I even try to hold my arrow keys? It feels like this is... Man, there's just so much slow in the Paradox swap to bring him back in as well. Both Bridge Buffs likely to go the way of melee creeps here in a few seconds, and I mean, Abrahams are all just turtling around the same walker. They are in a world of trouble.
Oh man, yeah, that swap was basically like the cement in the coffin, not even just nails. There was no way that guy was escaping. The Shiv, also a character that hasn't really found their footing so far here in this match, friend. It just seems like the comp hasn't been working just because of the tempo that melee creeps has been putting out here. They have grabbed the urn, but it's in that difficult position. You can see a couple of members posturing around it now.
Yeah, this is This is going to be difficult for melee creeps, but with 20 seconds left on these rejuves, Scout uses up one of them. Got to make sure you use it before it goes away. But if Abrahams can stall out this fight a little bit, they could have an advantage.
Yeah, but the frozen shelter time is ticking. They don't have that going in, but if you're right, if they stall enough, maybe they'll turn the tides. Shiv, Dimov once again plucked from the skies. And that's a good turn, turned in for the melee creeps. They are fully in front of this match.
I know what you wanted to say. It's the melee crepes. We can do it.
I had to stop myself for that.
Hey, if Deathy mistyped it, then that's official. You know, that's how we
True.
can,
It is
that's how we can
dead.
say it on broadcast. But all right, one walker each way, and the earn for the melee creeps as well. So another positive trade going their way. Just one walker apiece left now, and Rejuve off the board means that there's not as much room to go aggressive here, but I mean, there's no farm left on the Abraham side of the map. There's really nothing to get aggressive for unless you're just hoping for a couple picks.
Yeah, always, farm backwards, right? That's another tip from Deathy. If you haven't seen his YouTube videos on MOBA tactics, you definitely got to go check that out. One of the things he says. But yeah, there's really not much on the board here. So the rejuves are down. You got 2 more minutes to farm. What do you do? I mean, if you're Abrahams, do you try to turtle, wait for the minions to kind of go at you and then just farm up, or do you try to make an aggressive play?
I mean, generally, you want to, when you're behind, you want to just take all the farm that you can. The comeback souls will work for you, so if things just stay as they are and no kills happen, no big objectives, then the team that's behind will slowly catch up. But melee creeps, I mean, if anyone in the world is going to know that you're trying to do that, it's them. So they'll be on your tail here, making sure that you can't do that quite as much. So Abraham's at least going to have to stick together as they jungle, and that means that they'll be a little bit less efficient on the map.
So yeah, that split push opportunity, especially when you have an Infernus on the board, a Lady Geist, etc., you could really, if you're not careful, lose that final walker and allow the other team to get that last flex spot that they so desperately need. So we'll have to see how these teams pan out here. Friend, I need to know, are you a sweet or savory crepe kind of guy? Now that we've been talking, I'm a little bit hungry for dessert. I just had dinner right before this. Now I gotta know, what kind of crepes you like?
I can do either. My mom stayed in France for a little bit, so she learned how to make a pretty good crepe. And yeah, we have crepe nights at my house when I go back home. So we get the Gruyere, ham and cheese, a whole bunch of crepes, and then Nutella powdered sugar as dessert. So both are good with me, but I mean, I'm a sweetaholic, so I will take the Nutella ones.
Chat, well, I hope you took Deathy and Mox's advice and got yourself some treats to settle into this one. I hope a couple of you have some crepes. If you do, post it in the chat or the Discord, because I want to see your tasty treats. For now, gobbling up every trooper they can find here is this Infernus. I mean, with 29k on the board, he's not even the highest on the team. You got to look out for this pocket and this Geist Soren. That is a scary team to go up against.
Yeah, you're getting the right people fed here. It's a little bit surprising to see Ido ahead of DMB on these heroes, but I mean, with how well Ido has played, I don't even think it's because they've been giving him the most farm. It's just that he's gotten the most kills. And then on the other side, Abrahams, who is really the only one who can stand up to them. Sonya has recuperated to 28,000, and so he's at least able to stay in the game. But other than that, I mean, everyone except Saya is ahead of everyone except Hoot on the Abrahams, so it's difficult.
Absolutely. And now I'm curious, friend, because Abrahams is far behind, what is Saint supposed to do? I mean, everybody on melee creeps, they have a good, decent amount of items. They're able to tank a lot of those sniper shots. What is their role now as we've made our way to the late game?
Well, Saint is in a bit of an awkward position because you've kind of split your build between two different things. We saw the Guardian Ward on him earlier. I imagine that's getting ramped up now because the Divine Barrier will be important against this pocket. So he's in kind of like a hybrid support executor sort of role. And you've got Dimov as well to help finish off kills. So this comp from Abrahams is really good if you can get a couple targets low, but that's the difficulty here, is getting the opening damage. So we'll see in this mid-boss if they're able to get that damage started up, or if all the ultimates from melee creeps, all 6 of them online, will be able to get this fight done.
Oh, and look at them storming the bait. They're going uphill against them just to keep it going. And they find a kill, and it's Saint, the first one. Ido with a 6-player kill streak. I don't know if they've gotten the mid-boss just yet. I don't see any rejuves on the board, but they're going to need him because this pocket is under pressure. Finally, he is stitched up and sent back to base. Abrahams do find a kill. They do get the mid-boss down. It's a contest here for the rejuve. Soren, who will be the one to punch the crystal. The frozen shelter now utilized to freeze it up just in place for now. The shadow form expended to cut down their foes. A warp storm thrown in there to help people move around. Demon eliminated again, and no rejuve to bring him back. It will be 2 go away for the Abrahams. They get the steal, but they spend their lives for it. They all go down inside the pit.
Yeah, but all of the melee creeps are so low at this point. Fishcake the only one healthy, and that's because he just respawned, I believe. So, oh no, he's back in, but there you go. Hoot goes down for the Abrahams, and melee creeps are turning this fight. Just the soul advantage being there for them. I think there was a miscommunication there. Saya used the frozen shelter at the same time that we saw Fishcake's shadow transformation and DMB's combustion come in. A nice double parry there. Gets together another kill. He's looking like he will go down to this Yamato, but he has certainly traded more than his life for it.
My goodness, he brought them together with a nice parry stun and then took them down. You love to see it. What chaos in the pit, my friend, but still a 30k soul deficit between the squads.
I think if you're Abrahams, though, you're totally fine with how that played out. You at least didn't give up any rejuves. The one that melee creeps did take was immediately used up. And I mean, John's down for another 30 seconds as well. As the biggest person off the board, they're at least going to have to play safe here with this urn. And so, a slight moment of reprieve for Abrahams, but yeah, 30k souls, you are definitely in the hot seat here. You got to make something happen, and with the urn taken away, your options are kind of limited here. So it's going to be, I mean, you always ask me what the solution is here, but I mean, I got nothing if you're Abrahams. Like, they're going to have to come up with something, a miracle from Saint or I mean, anything from any of the rest of them.
I feel like, friend, they're playing a patient game, and I feel like with this composition you have to, because you have to wait for melee creeps to feel like their egos are inflated. They're like, oh, we got this, we need to close out the game, we gotta make these moves, and that is when you spring the trap, find a pick, and take down John for 70 seconds. And when he's off the board or whatever it is, then you can feel like you can roll that advantage a little bit more. But they have to layer their abilities effectively, they have to get their CC chains on point and make sure they take down the target, and the right target, that is, because we've seen throughout the tournament people going for like the Abrams, spending all their kit, and he's still alive, and then they got nothing left in the tank. So find the right target is key.
Who is that target then on melee creeps? Because everyone who you would normally want to target as like a squishy character, your Ido of the game, and DMB, they're the ones who are super far ahead of you. Meanwhile, Saya, kind of the lowest soul person, he's got frozen shelter, he's gonna be fine for a little bit, and so there's not a clear target here for Abrahams. I almost feel like DMB has got to be the one that you go for. Hit him with a slowing hex, hit him with a bit of CC, make sure he can't use the flame dash to get away. But then isolating just one person out of this comp from melee creeps, when they've been so aggressive, is going to be difficult. Not even the lasso is really able to do it here.
Oh, okay, but it looks like Fishcake will be the one in the frying pan for now, but even that is so much beef out. 4,000 health this character has. They think better of it. I'd be curious, friend, do you think a capacitor would be a useful item here for the side of Sonya's Sniper? We've seen some of these carries get that item, you know, slow up those movement abilities, etc., to kind of catch some of these characters like DMB.
It could be, but I mean, it's not even the movement that's being a problem here for Abrahams. It's just the amount of health on this melee creep squad. You see Geist and Yamato both with Colossus heading in there, making sure Abrahams cannot get away. No wave, no problem. We'll take this walker anyway, they say. And with 2 down, just got to shove up the minions a little bit, and they will certainly take it.
And that's the downside of playing that passive game, right? Where we're going to wait to set the trap, is that, okay, melee creeps, they can just death ball you and just crush your trap and just take you down. So that is what happened there. They were a little too patient, just didn't find the right pick when they went with the lasso on the Yamato. Finally, that last flex slot has been unlocked for them. They can expend those souls, will have a good power spike. They'll look to close out the match.
Yeah, Abrahams are setting mousetraps, and they are going against a raging bull of melee creeps, so there's not enough mousetraps in the world to set melee creeps back at this point, I think. You're down, what is that, about 35,000? Yeah, and mid-boss is up in another 2 minutes. Bridge buff's going to be firmly in control of melee creeps. There's not a lot left on the map for Abrahams to really go for here.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's almost like we're waiting. Come on, die! Like we're like waiting for it to happen. But this is the grand finals. Teams are going to be tactful about how they do it. They're just not going to int down the lane, because if they do get swept, the team can turn it around, right? So you do have to be tactful.
Take notes, please. Team notes.
Yeah, right, that's right. So still got to be tactful. So they're going to be patient here. They got that final flex slot unlocked. They'll get some souls, clean up the map, be at the right time to get that mid boss with their new power spikes, win that fight outright there, and then push forward, right? Because Soren, we talk about, do you go ride out and meet them in the mid boss pit? Just that's it. If we win, we win. We lose, we lose. Or do you stay at the base, which I think you got to ride out and meet them like they're doing here now. Taz just cut down to size. Nothing that he could do. D-Mob in the thick of it now. The shadow transformation will hunt him to the grave. The gangster has to run for his life, and the pick master Taz gets picked himself.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, though. Abrahams are trying to make something happen, but melee creeps are just so ready for it. As soon as Taz shows his face, I mean, even if the lasso hits there, it's onto Saya, who's got the frozen shelter as soon as he comes out of it. And so, I mean, you'd have at least forced that, but, like, Abrahams' options are so limited. And with Taz down and Hoot very low as well, melee creeps know that this mid boss is up in about 15 seconds. They're headed back for it rather than trying to siege the base without it. They just need to get John out of there, and with the Kelvin escorting him, I think that's not going to be an issue. And Dimov goes down as well.
And we feel like that we've been calling that maybe too often for everybody's liking. Dimov getting the execution together, getting separated. He's eliminated, but no frozen shelter for the mid boss. That could be an advantage, but with two members, the 60-second death timer, I think this one's going to go for free.
Yeah, there's not a lot of tools from Abrahams either. You've already used the telekinesis. Abrams is the one down, and he's really your mid-boss contest king. And Fishcake has the ult as well. Abrahams have to try and make something happen because they know that this is their 1% back into the game, but it is only 1%.
Okay, do they creep their way into the underground? Does it look like, oh yes, it's the final moment, Hoot! It goes down, somebody's jumping in and can't see because the crystal is there, and it is Saint who goes to heaven. He's at the pearly gates here for now. Everybody on the gray screen for Abrahams. Feel like this one is all said and done. Put a bow on it and send it to Santa.
Yeah, no miracles happen here. It'll have to be a posthumous saintdom earned for Saint. So, not able to happen. And now 4 minutes of advantage for melee creeps. They're looking for another urn just to increase this soul lead. And, I mean, 50k.
Oh!
And Sonya's down as well. What a pick. I mean, it just does not stop here for Abrahams. You haven't had 6 members up for about 3 minutes at this point.
They're just hemorrhaging players, and you can't do that. There's so much map to cover. Friends, as we close this one out, is it that Doorman pick? Was he really such the pivotal piece in their composition to help them secure those urns, really facilitate them in lane? Are they going to look to get that first pick and maybe save the Doorman if possible going into game 2?
I think it's definitely important. Like, I mean, every time that we've seen Doorman be not first banned, EU has picked it up and looked crazy on it.
Yeah.
But I think the key deciding factor in this has just been the tempo that melee creeps are bringing. They have not slowed down since about 3 minutes into the game. They were rotating on lanes. They were constantly in the right position. It wasn't that Abrahams couldn't get to the urns. It's that melee creeps were shoving them out of it. And so they've just never had an opportunity in this game. And that's going to be it. Game 1, go on the side of melee creeps.
My word, yes, shoved them out of their own base was the melee creeps. A full-on beatdown for the NA Titans. Whew, my goodness. Wow, what a game number 1. If that doesn't get you jazzed up, friends, I don't know what does. I am feeling hype. Soren, I know you are too. We were alluding to a little bit of the adjustments that Abrahams needs to make moving forward. We talked about the Doorman. Is there something else you think that they could do going into game 2?
Well, the Doorman isn't really even their fault, right? Like, melee creeps first banned it, and so they never had an opportunity to go for it. If they continue with that, it will likely be Abrahams on the Amberhand side, so they'll get the first pick. They might pick up that Billy. So this is kind of Billy Doorman, which one do you want to give us sort of thing. So Abrahams could have a bit of an advantage there coming into game 2, but I mean, they'll need more than just one strong pick to finish out a game against melee creeps who have definitely come to play. So I was saying earlier that a 3-0 would be an upset. Melee creeps are looking to be the spoilers here. John with all the stats that he normally has. I mean, just give this guy an MVP already. Ido showing the world why Pocket is so good. And Scout doing his thing. 23 assists and 0 deaths. That is a solid stat.
Oh my good. 20. What? That is insane. from that guy, and not a single death. And we saw he was so close to it, but the team is there. It's this team game after all. My goodness.
Gotta protect my stats.
That's it. I don't care if you die. I need to have a clean sheet, okay? Just throw yourself out of a cannon fodder. But I think, yeah, you're right. The tempo that the melee creeps were pushing forward was unmatched there. So maybe caught off guard a little bit by Abraham. They were like, whoa, what is this? So they are going to have to step it up. And a lot of times, Soren, what we see between NA and EU is NA, we like to fight. We're like running at each other, punching at each other. We just want to spam abilities and just like fireworks everywhere. EU, more methodical. Let's have these micro advantages and step out through the game. And eventually we'll hit this grand mass where we'll win at the 35-minute mark after one giant fight. And so you feel like that class of styles is mixing here in the grand finals. Friend, I know you and I have a lot more to talk about, but I want Deathy and the Desk to break it down. We'll send it to them.
And break it down we will, as we've got Mox, and his brain has expanded into Santa. And, I assume you're feeling very festive. Is that because NA boys are back on top, or how are you feeling?
Obviously, we win one game. That means we're winning the entire tournament. We're back, baby. The red, white, and blue. There's a little bit of blue in my background, so it kind of counts. But, HD Philly D said they needed to pack it up and send it to Santa, so here I am welcoming all this great North American victory that will surely snowball into the game 2, where we kind of have to take a look at what Abrams might want to change in their priorities, perhaps, because we saw in the series previous to this one kind of taking a beating from a Kelvin, and now again in this first game of the series, it happened a second time.
Yep, and we'll definitely talk about the adaptation once we get to the draft, but before we talk about that, you guys know what time it is. It's time for the Metal replays. Once again, huge thank you to Metal for sponsoring the event and allowing us to put this show on. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. Without further ado, let's get into the replays, starting with the first one. We had at 13 minutes, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a little bit of a fight that happened, and we're going to pull that up. And melee creeps have great individual kind of prowess here, and you'll see it's actually like we've got the lasso, and here I thought, okay, Scout is dead for sure. I mean, he's under the walker, 400 HP, there's just no way. But then the Guardian Ward into the save by Saya, the dome, he lives with 50 HP, and I mean, that's just showing melee creeps are just so good at escaping these situations and just doing these mechanical plays that are letting them live on a sliver of HP and just giving them the upper hand kind of throughout the early game. And I do think that you could make the argument perhaps on ping, maybe Abrahams can also have a similar amount of mechanical prowess, and they're all incredible players, but melee creeps was just on top of it that game. Let me see what I've got else. We do have the second mid boss, which I would like to go over because that fight was kind of crazy. Now I don't know how much of it we actually have. We're gonna pull that up here because I don't know if you remember all of that happened, but there's a lot of things in this fight that went right and a lot of things that kind of went wrong. So here the first thing is the moment that they see kind of Abrahams on this side, they all go on the stairway to contest. Now I don't know if this was the best idea, considering that you're going into a Mirage with Ricochet that's just doing infinite damage to you. So I don't know if I love this play by melee creeps, but I see the idea, right? You get the mid boss to scream, you go to contest, and at the end of the day, it kind of works out for them here. So I the idea was correct, but then they're all just waiting here, and we see Ido is kind of gonna come in from the side and just one-shot Saints. Yeah, we don't even see Saint's health go down. He just literally gets one shot, and then Ido gets the affliction right after. But unfortunately, that's going to result in him kind of getting caught out of position, and he tries to escape. Great movement as always, but it's just a little bit too little too late, and then it turns into this kind of very scrappy 5v5 afterwards, where Abrahams, despite being down 30,000 souls and on 150 ping, they're still kind of in this mid-boss fight. As the rejuve goes down, we've got the Yamato ult, we've got kind of everything, and here the dome looked very desperate. Saya just barely living, popping 1 HP, right? And unfortunately not catching everyone. Not exactly like the best dome positioning that you'd want. You'd want it to be a little bit more centralized and catching more enemy players, but he had to, because otherwise he would have died. Luckily, this kind of ends up working out, but Abraham still manages to get 2 rejuvenators, as we'll see in just a second. You've got kind of the traditional and then huge charge. I mean, together it was the MVP of this mid boss. That charge was massive, allowing them to get 2 rejuves. And then, do you remember the play that Together made after this?
What is another shoulder charge?
It is another shoulder charge, and I believe that hopefully we have it in this clip. But he gets a double parry, so we'll see it in just about a second. Okay, but John here was kind of just cleaning up, just doing insane damage, and then together. Still alive, still fighting, you know, barely alive, getting the parry, gets the two-man parry here into the melee, into the charge, and then, you know, doing his very, very best to keep Abrahams in it. I mean, you can't really give enough credit for that. That was just an absolutely insane play from Together, but at that point in the game, it was already kind of too little too late, and with the 30k lead in favor of melee creeps, there wasn't really a ton that Abrahams were able to do to come back, and that was really where the game was lost.
Yeah, Together doing his damnedest to kind of drag the team back into it. Unfortunately, it's just, like you said, it's too far behind at that moment, and, you know, they're missing the pocket for that fight, but everybody else is so far ahead, and especially John, who we saw kind of filling in the stat sheets, kind of went crazy on Geist this game, and we discussed a little bit as that game was ending where the priorities might shift. We talked about the Kelvin a little bit, but the Geist is another one of those where it's like, are you going to continue to leave this character first pick, or are we going to start to have a discussion on whether we need to let Billy maybe slide through the draft, maybe let the Doorman go, or something in one of these other ways? And this is a best of 5, guys. Like, we're going to see how these teams kind of develop and continue through these drafts. We saw a really good performance come out of the DMB and Furnace early, which we had some questions about, but really performed well. And so Abraham's going to have some interesting things to adapt to. Like, is the Geist going to be that high of a priority still? Maybe we start to see it banned out.
Yeah. And the draft is actually ready for us to get into right away, so we can see the adaptation. First of all, let's talk about sides. Now, it looks like Abrahams opted for the second pick. They had the choice because they lost, I believe. Let me just double check that real quick. But yeah, so that is correct. So they chose second pick here. Now, personally, if I were them, I may have considered first pick just because we were talking before the game ended. But I think that if you get first pick, you guaranteed get either Billy or sorry, what's the other one? What am I thinking? Billy or Doorman, which I think are really, really key heroes for Abrahams, and they haven't had a chance to get either. If I'm Abrahams here, I would not ban Billy. Okay, they banned Doorman themselves. Yes. Okay, wait a second.
That's interesting, and Melee Creeps banned the Kelvin too. That just did so well for them. It's a very interesting adaptation already.
I guess they don't want to first pick Kelvin, and they're like, hey, we don't want them to get Kelvin as second pick. Melee Creeps, they're like, hey, we think Geist is stronger than Billy. We're happy to let you have Billy as long as we get Geist. And here, Abrahams have the option of going, they have a lot of different options. They can go Mirage Billy, they can go Mirage Shiv, or they could go for, I guess, something a little bit more unorthodox. I think it's very likely they're going to go Billy +1. I think they could go Billy Shiv as well. We'll kind of see what they pick, but I would be extremely surprised if it's not Billy. Yep, there it is. Billy Shiv.
They opt for the Shiv. I would have even thought that maybe going Billy Abrams, even though it kind of seems like very bulky and they kind of fill the same role. But I always like to talk about this like ease of execution. And when it comes to big tournaments like this, it's going to start to factor in. And that's why in other MOBAs, you always see this persistence of the big area team fight, the Earthshakers, the Enigmas, your Dynamos, your Lashes. They come into big in making these big plays happen, and I could have seen a world where Abrahams wanted to opt for that. But obviously Shiv makes the game plan very easy. You can just execute a lot of this Melee Creeps team already that they've put together, and you know, it's just an incredibly strong hero, so it's very, very obvious to see Shiv go. Though Melee Creeps will get Abrams and Pocket in return. Obviously Ido pretty happy with how things are going so far, and I don't think Melee Creeps are too upset to have Abrams on their side.
Abrams has been an extremely dominant force. Even just in the last game that we saw, we were talking about how much impact Together had in some of these fights. So I think Melee Creeps should be very, very happy to get this Abrams and the Pocket as well. I mean, Ido had a great performance last game. I'm interested to see what Abrahams will opt for here for the third pick. I would not be surprised to see Paige with these two heroes, because Paige Billy is kind of like an incredible lane that we know of. We already know about the strength of this lane, and I think Melee Creeps are probably going to ban the Paige here. So if Abrahams doesn't pick it here, I think it's very likely we see it banned, because I doubt Melee Creeps want to allow Paige fourth pick. But I would like to see a Paige into a fourth pick Lash. Now, that's what I would like to see. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah, that would be an interesting setup, and with Kelvin off the board, the Lash opening really exists, and there's not too many other characters that can easily stop that. Of course, you can, grab your paradoxes and things along those lines to kind of interrupt
Also
that.
just Mirage.
But you're talking, yeah. But that's what I was going to try to get to, is that Mirage is still sitting on the table to be picked. Abraham's taken their time to think about this last one before we head into bans. I think that would be the first interesting adaptation. Oh, is that a flip coming in from our production side? So apparently Abraham's were Amber this game. Okay.
Well, that changes our entire narrative.
So let's start back from the beginning. Somebody restart the stream.
So basically, so redo.
Go.
Abraham's believe that Geist is stronger than Billy. That's not Melee Creeps that believe that. It's Abraham's that believe that, actually. Therefore, it's they pick Geist, and Abraham's is like, hey, we're gonna steal your recipe. We're taking the Geist and we're taking the pocket. We're not letting you guys have it. And Melee Creeps are like, well, fine, we'll steal your recipe. We'll take the Billy and the Shiv, and then they get the Page third pick that I was talking about, and the other things that I said remain true. Melee Creeps ban Mirage. We're moving on.
I almost feel like we should have seen that mistake coming because of how the first two bans came out. We were kind of just wildly confused at why these two teams were banning characters that played so well into their favor, and then it just turns out that it was backwards the entire time. So that is a pretty funny, interesting to see Mirage. Yeah, the show goes on, and we must too. The Mirage ban and the Calico ban is a pretty wild change here. I wonder what the thinking is behind it. I can't think of too many. Well, I mean, I don't know. What's your take on the Calico ban?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably to prep a Wraith pick, I would guess. My only thought is okay, Calico can be very dangerous to the Wraith early, especially when she's farming, can kind of one-shot her. So maybe they're afraid of that potential. Ido is also very good at the Calico, so they pick this bucket, ban the Calico, that could be an option. I do think it's probably a prep pick so that they can get Sonya Wraith again, although it hasn't, it didn't really look great last game. But I do think that as far as carry options left, there's not a ton. They would also have the option of just going for the tankier Warden, which we haven't seen Abraham's pick Warden, I think, at all. But it is on the table, but I do think that they're probably still going to go for the Wraith again. That's the only angle that I see, but Melee Creeps do have the pick here, by the way. It's not Abraham's.
Yeah, they could sniff out that prep. They could just pick Wraith here in that spot. If they really thought that was the plan that Abraham's was trying to execute, they opted for the Mina, which is kind of has been an NA favorite, and is definitely an Ido here if you're looking at these lineups already. So that's a great bit of strength in the mid game. There's still some late game heroes to kind of address as we continue. We're gonna see Abraham's next top two.
I would like to see Lash for Abraham's, to be honest. I think it would make a lot of sense. I don't know how you feel about the Lash here, but I think if you're looking at the Melee Creeps heroes, they don't really have any answer to Lash. All of these heroes, I mean, yeah, sure, Mina can dodge a lot of Lash's abilities, but other than that, none of these other heroes are a huge issue. Billy, if he gets, his ult, does kind of slowing hex you, but you can manage that. You can be outside of the range of his ult, etc. So I think it would be very potent. Now, we'll see if they go for that. They might still go for the Wraith. I'm not entirely sure. They have options here.
They have two picks as well, so they could just grab both if they feel like it. But Paradox presents a great challenge, especially into a Mina, and as you wanted, Abraham's is here to deliver your dreams and kind of try to flip you to the EU side, perhaps.
Well, it's working. I will say I love the Paradox Lash combo because not only are you picking Lash, but you're also securing Lash in the sense that you're taking away a counter to Lash, which is Paradox. So the swaps are really annoying for the Lash ults. And I think that, first of all, Paradox is a great hero. Second of all, Scout had a stellar performance on the Paradox last game with some incredible swaps. Really and so you're taking it away from them. You're securing your Lash pick. You're getting yourself pick. And I'm really liking Abraham's draft. But once again, Melee Creeps, no slouches either. Shiv, Billy, Page is a scary top 3 to go against.
Yeah, absolutely. And as chat has been clamoring for, I thought this might be the case. You talked about Paradox comboing with the Lash to kind of protect for eventual counter Bebop. Very traditionally, we know the war between the Lash and the Bebop in and of itself, but within the game, Bebop has the upper hand with Hook. So you present an option to kind of handle the Lash without needing to buy necessarily a knockdown, although Paige will very likely be buying that anyway. And we get the John special, don't we? We just talked a little bit about some bebops, and wow, I have to stop myself. I've seen a lot of EU Viper, and so I believe it when I see it coming from them, but Melee Creeps are opting for this 6-pick Viper here.
They did that yesterday as well, to be clear, against Abrahams as well, and it worked. Okay, I was a doubter of it as well. So Scout is going to be on the Viper, okay, and he plays Full Spirit Viper, and he just plays Gank Viper. And it gets really key initiations. Now, Viper and Bebop are great picks against Lash, so really good response to the Lash pick at the end. Both can easily stop the Lash ultimate and catch him out of position. So I do like those responses. I'm curious if it's going to be the John Bebop. I think it is. One thing I'm slightly worried for on Melee Creeps is I think they have to win off tempo. Oh my god, okay. McGinnis last pick. Okay, that's crazy. A few things I want to mention, and then I'll let you go. I think Melee Creeps have to win on tempo because they don't really have a super scaling carry, because if it's Scout Viper, he goes Full Spirit. So it's not really going to be the scaling carry that you usually see. So they don't have a traditional M1. They have Bebop, which is obviously, you know, just inferior to a Geist as far as carry potential. Now, McGinnis is a very interesting answer to Melee Creeps comp, because what it gives Abrahams is, first of all, it gives them a lot of heal, right? The heal of McGinnis is a very good part. But second of all, the wall is actually a really powerful tool against Billy specifically. Like if Billy ults and you just stop it with a wall, you can save all your teammates. And on top of that, if you catch Viper, Viper can't slither up the wall, you know?
And Bebop just as well as the hero that really like hates having people in his face. And if you stick a wall right behind your Bebop and you sort of collapse with, you know, the pocket, the Lash, the Abrams, is going to be a really annoying situation for them to navigate. I think that's a really interesting pick. I've heard a couple of people murmuring that we might see more and more of McGinnis. Shout out to Tempo. I think he said a little bit of something about that in my ear earlier today. I didn't believe him, but here we are in game 2 of a best of 5 grand finals. If there was ever a time to see these picks coming out, it's now. You can swing and miss here, and it's okay. You have time to recoup. Obviously, Abraham's a little bit on the back foot, but their comp makes just a little bit more sense in the current meta than what Melee Creeps have. But what Melee Creeps have, I feel like, is a lot of comfort heroes almost. Like the John Bebop is notorious. Ido is going to be very, very happy on this Mina, although dealing with the Paradox swap and silence is going to be a challenge in and of itself. And I think both teams come out of this draft fairly happy. It's a little bit unique. It's a little bit interesting. I think it's everything that we could ask for in the second game of a best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I was paying attention to something else, but one thing that I do want to add, just give me 1 second as we are preparing. We have another giveaway for day 2. So I think that Kashi mentioned we can just hide the draft and you know, mention the giveaway right now. So let me just edit that just to make sure that we're good. So there's a new command, !giveaway in the chat, and you have to click the link. Okay, so typing !giveaway does not enter you automatically. You have to click on the link, and then you can follow the steps there in order to be entered, and we will announce the winner of the giveaways. Well, there's going to be 4 winners. We'll announce the 4 winners at the very end of this series. Okay, and if you're not around when we announce them, we will contact you on Discord. Okay, so make sure to keep an eye out for that. So !giveaway. Thank you so much to Corsair for sponsoring this giveaway, and you have a chance to win. You choose what you win, but you can win a headset, a keyboard, or I believe a mouse. And so thank you so much to Corsair for generously sponsoring and, you know, allowing us to give you guys peripherals. So I mean, join up if you want peripherals. If you're on maybe a super old mouse, I mean, I just bought a new mouse myself recently, not a Corsair one, although, you know, thank you to Corsair for sponsoring again. But yeah, it's the holidays. Treat yourself.
You could have just said.
I could have faked it, but I'm a man of integrity. I mean, not that I have anything against Corsair. In fact, I believe that Corsair recently released a mouse, and I was watching mouse reviews, and I think they've done a great job with some of their recent products. So either way, join the giveaway. Come on. Okay, let me see if they're ready to kind of get into the game. Yeah, so we're waiting on someone right now, so we're gonna have to buy a little bit more time. Now, what I will say, game 2, $5,000 tournament. First place gets $2,500. Second place gets $1,250. And therefore, yeah, everybody's typing !giveaway, guys. You just gotta click the link, but it's okay.
Do what?
Instructions are
There's a
unclear.
code, guys. There's a code. Do what Poshy Pop said! ! Pregnant Viper. That'll
Do not do
instant
exclamation
win
point for
guaranteed.
pregnant viper. Do not. What was I saying? I forgot. But anyway, it doesn't matter
Just
what I
get
was
to the
saying
game.
because the game is starting. We are loading. Give us a second. So I'm going to buy just a slightly more time. Please, no more mentions of pregnant Viper. We can leave that to the night shift folk. They're very good at talking about Viper being pregnant. I'm not interested in that personally. I'm a normal person. And we're going to get into the game. Game 2 of the grand finals. Winner of this is in a great... If Melee Creeps wins this, it's going to be tough for Abrahams to come back from it. Philly and Soren, please take it away.
Thank you, Deathy, once again. And folks, I hope you're getting those giveaways and locking yourselves into the links, but change your tab right back over to here in the grand finals of the Death Slam Invitational NA number 2. Soren, we were talking about the draft. This X factor in the McGinnis could go a number of different ways. You and I, we have different thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, if last game was Christmas Day, I don't know what this is. Like, this is DSI Finals. That's what it is. That's what this is. That's how hyped I am. All right, yeah, we got the McGinnis over here. I believe that's Saint on it. Yeah, we're getting the names up now. And so, I mean, I said that I would love to see, like, a position 2 sort of alt carry, where you go a bunch of different gun items and just do the objective damage. We were saying how Abrahams are lacking someone to take those towers very quickly, and, I mean, it's McGinnis. She's gonna do that. But then, because it is Saint on there, it's likely also going to be a bit of support, and so we could see either way here. I'm excited to see it, you know? And then on the other side, we got Viper. Like, I mean, what is this?
This is Deadlock at its finest. This is why you have a whole cast of characters, so you can pull out these pocket picks, if you will, during these grand finals and throw a wrench into your opponent's plans. In terms of the McGinnis, I was thinking more of the support more. McGinnis, you know, utilize the walls, turrets, the healing more, kind of stay in the back line as you're peppering them with your ultimate. But they definitely were needing that objective damage and a unique solution with the engineer to do just that. Soren, the Des was talking about it. This Viper was going more for this burst style assassin in the games yesterday against the Abrahams and was very effective on it. We do see the first blood already immediate here going down as D-Mob, and looks like his lane partner will take the boot as well. No, Sonya Sniper, the 2K.
Crazy turnaround there, but 26 HP, that's 25 more than you need, so he will get away. Yeah, I mean, this Viper before was like, you know, just get onto their carry and make sure that they can't farm for free, right? We saw them targeting the Wraith a lot the other day, and now I think the target here is a lot less clear if you're melee creeps. You could have it go for the McGinnis, because if that wall is out, there's not a whole lot of tools to be able to survive there. I mean, Spectre's got a lot of healing, yeah, but you're not going to stand up to a full team diving you, especially if you are petrified. But other than that, really, I guess, if you go for the Geist, she's got the swap once she survives her combo. If you go for the Abrams, I mean, that's just not happening. Any other character is going to be too slippery. So I think Scout's going to have a rough job here.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Is it going to be Sonya Sniper or Dima that they try to locate? Just like, I have to take this person down to counter-initiate to make sure they don't get the Death Slam, the Affliction off on me, and see what they can do there. Or, okay, and at least in the early game, and we know how strong she can be during the laning phase, takes down Hoot again. It's a big elimination now. It's the Bebop. What is he going to do in this one? He's going for a couple of swift punches, a bomb stuck to Taz, and Taz has one foot in the grave.
I mean, we know how strong John is on Bebop. Like, nobody needs to be convinced that this guy is gonna be a menace this game. And so we get to see John Bebop, we get to see Viper and McGinnis in a tournament finals. Billy finally not banned. Like, we are getting treated here.
Not getting treated here is the last. She's taking a ton of damage. The block keeps him alive just for now. Billy battering his way through. A nice parry there and a bat to the face. He's looking for the home run. Just a few more shots to do it. The Guardian does its job. Keeps the pair alive.
Yeah, 200. He's trying to look for it, but it's just not quite enough. Dimov will get caught there by Saya. Saya proving that this Bookworm is not a skinny threat. He's got the tankiness to be able to go for it. Guardian, not falling for the tricks a second time.
The chain gang utilized here as well. We're at the ultimate mark already. There's the beatdown once more. Soren, we didn't even get a chance to talk about the lanes, friend. Just like the laning phase just hasn't existed. It's just full throttle.
Yeah, we talked about melee creeps being, I mean, all over the place last game as well. They're repeating here. But this time, Abrahams are matching. They're going all over the place. We got a 3v3 over here on the left side. And that'll be a 3v2 as Scout is taken down very quickly. DMB and Saya both a little bit low. They're going to have to play safe. As we get here towards bridge buffs, that's a Mina ult committed, and I think that's Abrams totally fine with it.
Yeah, he'll take all those bats any day of the week, and he'll take you to town with a book to the back. Saya also getting eliminated. Dimov taking the opposite number down. I mean, when the draft was coming out, friend, we liked what Abrahams was doing, and they're putting on the show right now. Abrams on the hunt for the gangster. Just one more hit will do it. No, another turnaround when you think it's said and done goes the other way.
And it's Scout coming in here again. The Viper just with the ultimate mobility to be able to get there. Ido shows up a little bit late as well, and Saint will just manage to get away. And that is kind of the weakness of McGinnis. I'm physically pained to say that, but she just kind of dealt no damage there.
Yeah, definitely very challenging, and just not yet anyway. Another member going down. It's Hoops just being abused here in the mid lane. They've kind of left him on his own island here in the middle, but I feel like that's when you're most vulnerable, friend.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the frames come out. Like, guys used the ultimate. It's just, Ido's too quick, and so Ido on this Mina is gonna do his best to shut down the enemies. Bebop there, going for the ultimate, but quickly put to no use by the McGinnis wall, but she is just completely caught out here. Got the moves, though. Trying to get away, but there we go. That'll be a Shiv on her back. Not gonna survive very long there.
Yeah, Shiv doing what he does best, which is hunt down kills. A Death Lamp not utilized there. Doesn't find any juicy targets here is Dimov. Still, the skirmishing continues. They're just laying down the suppressive fire. Friend, with this McGinnis, I'm sorry, I'm getting jazzed up here, folks. This is an electric match from start to finish, but this McGinnis, is it also kind of an anti-dive tool? You and I were talking about in the green room during the draft, how Melee Creeps is kind of playing a dive composition. They're going to send the Viper at you, send the Billy at you, send the Shiv at you. Does the wall kind of deter or make you think twice about going in?
That depends how well you can use it, honestly. If you get the wall, yeah, that'll help against being dived, but if you... I mean, the wall is a 40-second base cooldown, roughly. So, I mean, even once you've got that down to, I think it's 27 or something, that tier 2, like, if you misuse that wall, you are one of the most diveable heroes in the game. So, you do have to be careful if you're Saint to get maximum value out of those walls.
Okay, and getting max value here is the Goat Man himself, the Anarchist, reigning supreme, finds himself a double kill. Finally, Son, your sniper, takes the shot to eliminate him. But I mean, he got the Guardian and 2K. I think that's a life well spent.
That's true, but it is gonna be just before the 8-minute mark, so he's gonna have to come back in and get some of the lane pressure back over in his own lane so they can go for these centers. Again, that 8-minute mark needs to be where you turn up the tempo. That's where most of the value on the map in terms of farm comes online. So, Saint going down as well means that it's going to be about even here.
Yeah, lane number 3 has been very challenging for the Abrahams. They can't find anything. There's the life drain, just tanking all of the Nox Nostra. Doesn't even care what the bats are flying at her. She's the aristocrat supreme. This Hoot character just trying to stand tall the best they can, absorb the punishment being tossed their way.
And we've got plenty to absorb. 8K, Hoot is having a fine game so far. They are behind, though. The Melee Creeps have gone up about 5,000 here in the start once again, and so Melee Creeps just getting slightly better value out of the trades in these lanes, and that's not what you want to see if you're the Abrahams, because Melee Creeps don't have a very good scaling comp. Like, they've got Billy and Mina, who are fine scalers, but on the other side, you've got the guys, you got the pocket, and then plenty of late-game teamfight as well with the Lash. But if you can't survive this early game, as it seems McGinnis can't, then you're not going to have a very good time around this 20-minute mark.
A full wombo combo here for the Lash, but the Page just stands and fights through it. The Lash might not be long for the world. Got his quarry, but gives over his life for it. I mean, friend, I feel like anytime a Death Slam happens here in the Invitational, we gotta like take a drink or high five or somebody in chat do something for me, because that is the namesake after all. This Viper, though, one shot in the back. Taz says I'm the better initiator.
Yeah, Dimov has got 2/3 of the name, right? He's got the death and the slam, but not so much the events. And
That's right.
Events are happening to him. DMB gets taken down as well. That's going to be that mid Guardian under a lot of pressure, I feel like.
Yeah, this is it's been scrappy throughout. I know Deathy's probably scrambling in the production tab. Do we clip this? Do we clip that? Like, there is just action happening all across this battlefield. I gotta commend Dia, our observer for the grand finals here, trying to do his dangdest to view it all, folks. Now it is the urn that is available for these squads. A couple of people vying for it.
And it's gonna be a 2v2 with Scout coming in on the Viper and make that 3. Meanwhile, Melee Creeps will grab that middle Guardian. Okay. That's highest value bola you'll ever see, I guess, shutting down the McGinnis ult. It's just in all 3 lanes.
That is just damage off the board too. Yeah, you're right. John trying to find a pick there, stepping toe-to-toe. Has to use the healing right to survive, and now Taz has got his number. The secret agent man gets the bomb on himself. I don't think that'll deter anybody, and he just says, boom, goes the dynamite. He's back to the gray screen.
And yeah, Bomb looking a little bit self-harming there. It's, I mean, he was going down no matter what, so you may as well get your stacks in, you know, but it'll be Paged with the urn here, trying to bring it over. There's 4 members of Abraham's here ready to take you on. Meanwhile, Melee Creep's starting to get some value in the other lanes. At least try and get something while Abraham's are all stacked over here on the right side.
Oh, that was very precarious for Paige. I thought they were going to get jumped from the shadows, but Pocket delays the attempt for now. Shiv is the primary target. He is slicing his way through, but Taz has his number on lock. A seismic impact just goes nowhere together. Eliminated once more. Just another chaotic fight here over the urn, but all the while it's Saint taking down another structure friend. This is what we were talking about, the objective damage supreme. Viper, though, is taking a few down with them. I mean, this, sorry, I don't even know how you can analyze this. It's just pure bedlam out here in the Cursed Apple over the urn. We fight once more. The Lash is dead. Paige somehow survives. It is just tick for tack here.
Yeah, Melee Creeps do get the urn, though, in the middle of all of that. And since these kills are roughly 1 aside, like, you're kind of even here. And Melee Creeps had a 5,000 soul lead earlier. Well, guess what? They've got a 6,000 soul lead now. So Abrahams at least have not given up any sort of bigger lead going in here a couple minutes on. So, great hyperline there. Means that this is probably going to be a pick up onto Scout. And Bola to get away, sure. But yeah, Melee Creeps trying to be everywhere on the map at once, and that time, Abrahams are at least able to match them.
Yeah, for sure. And, man, the structures have just been falling just as quickly as the players have. The revenge is sweet for DMB as he takes down Together once more. Friend Deathy was talking about, you know, if you could sit down with Yoshi at a cafe and, you know, ask him for something, I would ask him for that little map in the middle that shows us which structures are still available.
Yes.
Ah, man, for us casters, that was gold, and I miss it so much. But right now is the missing health bar here for John. Taz has been just such a thorn in his side. He's going to be chasing the secret agent man down if he can. No, just too quick with the kinetic carbine.
Ido here, though, with the Sanguine Retreat, will manage to finish that off. A great kill there onto Taz. Going to slow down that Paradox a bit, and Ido accelerating his farm as well. Melee Creeps have 3 individuals that seem to be pulling ahead of the rest of the team. You got DMB, Fishcake, and Ido just a little bit ahead, whereas Abraham's, it's really just Hoop for them. He's 1 HP over here in this lane, so if they can take him down, Melee Creeps have a good advantage in this fight.
Yeah, didn't have any soul exchange there, and John just yoinking people out of position. They're like, what, huh? And then they just got a bomb in their face. So, to be where Melee Creeps really wants to push the envelope, that's where you feel like they have their critical mass. If it goes any further than that, Abrahams probably has the upper hand.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that, and it's still Melee Creeps not able to push the advantage any further than they already have it. Scout is down, but that's probably your least impactful death there on Melee Creeps, and so they're still going at it here. You got the Paige and the Billy just working together as a duo throughout this game. Of course, one of the deadliest lane combinations, but then just working together well to take all of this jungle as well. As you see him giving up the farm prio here. That's what you want to do, good teammate. Let your Billy have it. So we're starting to see a fight happen over here 30 seconds before bridge buffs.
Ooh, okay, another tussle on the rooftops. Seems like the teams will high-five and back off for now. Yeah, it's curious. And friend, we haven't talked about this just yet. Who do you think has the better mid-boss take? For me, I'm thinking it's the Abrahams because they got the Affliction, they've got the Death Slam, big wombo ultimates, but curious as to your thoughts as well.
I would agree, and an underrated aspect of mid-boss, you do have that wall. If you don't have it maxed, then you can at least block off one of the entrances, but Max does have that stun. On the other side, though, melee creeps with the tier 3 Petrifying Bola. That's nothing to scoff at, but I mean, you don't even need it for this Shiv here. He will go down. That's a good pick-off.
Yeah, they find him on his lonesome. Yeah, another brawl indeed. This time it's Scout, who is under the microscope of Sonya's sniper. We had some thoughts about how this draft might go, and it's the Abrahams who are really getting it done here in the Cursed Apple in game number 2.
They've come back over the last couple of minutes, and now that 5k advantage from melee creeps is completely gone. I mean, Saint so far, I'd love to take a look at his build, but it seems like he's got kind of a hybrid thing going on. He's doing a little bit of everything, but he's just died so often that he's not able to get that farm up.
Soren, I'd be curious, because we talked about in game 1, it was high tempo action from melee creeps, just full throttle, pedal to the metal, whatever verbiage you want to use. Is the counter to that map control? Where you're utilizing characters that can take away structures quickly so that you don't feel comfortable leaving your side of the map or crossing the mid lane or whatever it is, because that seems to be the change of objective here for the Abrahams. They're going for the obstructions more often than not. Another Death Slam crashes into 3. The ground strikes Sublime there. Does find a kill quickly onto the page. That was their only saving grace. And now the Billy's trying to stand tall, but he gets cut into stakes. A massive initiation from D-Mob.
There we go. That's the events that we're looking for. You got it, D-Mob. You're all the way there. But yeah, it is... Okay, taking a look at these items here, it does look to be full turret for this McGinnis. But yeah, that is one approach to the Death Ball meta at the moment. But I feel like it's more than that. Abrahams are just turning up the tempo themselves. They're starting to take the pressure here. Another 16-minute mid-boss. This time for the Abrahams.
Yeah, I don't think there will be any contention there. I mean, they don't really have the front line yet, or the chain gang was not online. They could use the rallying charge, and it looks like they'll do that just now, but all 3 rejuves quickly secured from the side of the Amber Hand. They get in, and they get out.
Yeah, quick and easy. Melee creeps throw in the rallying charge, but nobody was really there to take advantage of it, and so melee creeps will just get away. Billy trying to at least trade his life for a Walker. It would be surprising if he gets it here with the Abrams starting to show up. He's going to be sneaky. He's going to hang around for it. Or maybe he's just hanging around to get away with his life.
He is one of the most farmed characters on his team. You feel like if he wants to take a solo bolo against somebody, this is the time to do it. It's only Hoot with 24k. Everybody else kind of in a similar vein. It's not too far forward. The Lash, he's now chasing it down. He's on the advantage, using the grapple nicely. Thinks better of going against the Billy, however. He'll back off just for now. We're reaching parity once more, my friend.
Yeah, but Abrahams, of course, with the 3 rejuves means that they can take a riskier fight. They can go for some of this jungle on the other side, but even still, everyone's just hanging on their own side of that mid line. And so Abrahams maybe don't feel like they have enough of an advantage to really go for anything dangerous here. And I'd say that's about right. Like, even with these rejuves, we have seen teams take a fight and come out the worst for it. So just going to play safe, at least for now. I expect once we see the rejuves start to go a bit lower, they might try something. But yeah, you were talking about the importance of objectives in this meta, and I think that that's really... I mean, we're talking about NA versus EU, and of course the ping is a big factor for EU, but another factor is I think that this is an NA meta. Like, NA has always been the better region for, like, these big brawls. Like, whether it's 6v6 or just, like, scrapping together in a chaotic fight, that's been NA's strength. Whereas EU has always punished that by being the better macro teams. They're always on the map in the right places, they're taking your structures while you're grouping up as 5 over here. And in this meta, the split push is so heavily discouraged by the increases to the Walker HP, as well as just how much more souls you get for grouping together. So, I feel like, if anything, this is NA's time to shine, and melee creeps are up 1-0 in the series, but it's looking like it could go the other way with just a couple more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, mistake here from the Billy. Batters against the spectral wall. Now he's trying to bash his way out of this one, but under full pressure. Is he? He gets blasted just for now, and he's getting blasted by abilities of Chain Gang, but maybe a little too premature and all wasted there for DMB.
Yeah, but if you're going to go down, you got to use everything. The rallying charge coming in here as well. Not even a single rejuve dropped yet from Abraham. Sonya Sniper goes in, gets an affliction, and is able to get out just safely. All the ults down for Abraham's except for Hoots, but it seems like that's all that they need. Melee Creeps now down. Ido will get that mid walker, so at least one flex slot unlocked. But, I mean, Abrahams are knocking at your door. You got to get back there.
Uh-oh, I thought the rallying charge was for the Page, not for the Abrahams. They're on their high horses, moving into the base, taking down the shrines as quickly as that. The Patron now is vulnerable, and they are focusing fire. This Sapphire Flame, oh my goodness. Now the respawns do come through, but do they have enough in the tank? No ultimates really available. The Nox Nostra could be the only thing to deter this Amber Hand for getting one slap left. To this weekend Patron, I think, friend, they're gonna stay with it. We're gonna go to a game number 3. Of course, the Patron just being annihilated, and Abrams clap back to tie the series.
Whew. I mean, we were talking about how Melee Creeps were gonna be the strong team early on, but Abrahams, they said, all right, we see you came to play, we'll just turn it up as well. You know, we got that other level, and they fully unlocked there. Maybe just, I mean, the early picks did seem like they were going Melee Creeps' way, but then just as we reached about that 12-14 minute mark, everything just started to fall apart. Abrahams were getting the macro, they were getting the pickoffs that they needed, and everything just went their way. And I don't even feel like Melee Creeps really got a team fight past that point.
Now, we were talking about what this cohesion of this composition was going to be for the Melee Creeps. We were seeing some cookery, but not enough to really push it forward. They missed their timings there. The Shiv, we have some questions, you and I, about whether he's been really impactful, or is he just kind of there just absorbing some damage. So only time will tell, but you love to see how the meta has been evolving. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here, friend. Anything stands out to you?
Stands out to me is McGinnis is 1-0 in the DSI. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, woo!
But yeah, we were talking about how Shiv. I'd have to see the stats, but I'm not sure that Shiv has even won a game this DSI. But Fishcake does at least have a good amount of player damage here, so I'm happy to see that at least he's able to put in the work there. Other than that, not a whole lot of bright spots here for Melee Creeps. Of course, Hoot has the top souls, and he was also the one taking a lot of those structures, so we had some questions about who'd be doing that on that side. It was the McGinnis and the Geist, and then Sonya Sniper just getting in there with the afflictions. He was second top player damage as well as the most eliminations, so good work there from, frankly, a player that I don't think we've seen a lot of pocket from, but it seems like that, as the weekend has gone on, has become more and more of a prio pick for these two regions. Ido, of course, showed us exactly what the hero can do in Game 1. Now Sonya Sniper in Game 2. You gotta wonder if that's gonna start to be further and further up the draft list.
Or maybe does it creep into the ban section? Question mark.
Who knows?
Who knows? And that's why we love these best of 5 series, because there's so much trickery afoot between the teams. Now they're both back there in their green rooms being like, all right, do we do this now to get rid of this and change this? It's a whole rock, paper, scissors kind of mentality that you have to go for. Well, while we play rock, paper, scissors in the green room here, we'll send it over to Deathy and the desk. Or
Eventually.
Okay.
It's me, Deathy, and the desk as well, as we've got Mox with a new hat every time. And man, 20-minute game. That was probably one of the fastest games we've seen all tournament, really, at least on broadcast. I know that Abrahams defeated Kawaii Crew in 17 minutes early on in the tournament. That was off broadcast. I mean, to take a game off of Melee Creeps in 20 minutes shows two things. One, it shows that Abrahams have the potential to win this entire series, and two, it shows that perhaps Yoshi, we should take a look at ending the game, because I mean, like, the fact that you can just shoot the patron with all 6 of you and there's nothing that the enemy team can do unless they have like a Kelvin to dome it or something is just like, it's perhaps a little bit silly. So showing some of the flaws of the game right now, but huge props to Abrahams. And what were your main like takeaways from that game?
Yeah, it's hard to even really gather like why it went so tremendously wrong, because in some of the early laning portions of the game, we saw some of the power of especially the Billy pick even suffered an early death and then came back and then just kind of walked under Guardian, did whatever he wanted to anyways. And you know, Melee Creeps were scrapping and fighting, and it looked like things were going their way. And I think Soren alluded to this just a little bit, like right place, right time Abrahams were for a lot of the macro decisions around the map. and you could see it was a little bit less of like a here's the hero of the game and more of like everybody has stats in every single position. And you know, it just sort of crushed the map. Like it happened so quickly, it's hard to really acknowledge where things did or didn't go wrong, but like pretty crazy props. You mentioned the McGinnis pushing 2 early Guardians to kind of edge things into Abraham's favor early. I don't think it's going to go as far to say bans as HD Philly was alluding to.
First ban McGinnis.
Yeah, it's things to consider. A lot of things to consider heading into Game 3, and what better spot are we in than a 1-1 tie after 2 games?
Exactly. And I have a perfect narrative to kind of explain what happened. So don't worry, guys, if you missed it, because if you blinked, this game was over. We've got the replays brought to you by Metal. Now, Kashi, we're just going to run through all the replays chronologically, because frankly, I think it shows a very interesting storyline. Starting with the first clip, which is, you know, kind of Billy domination. Now, the early game start was not exactly great for the side of Abrahams, as Billy was, well, let's just say, he was running free in the side lane here as he hits a nasty parry on Sonya Sniper, and there he's doing infinite damage. The Guardian is basically cosmetic, right? And we do have a great play is that Scout right here is ganking. And now I want to talk about Scout is early game. Scout had a ton of impact and was everywhere in these ganks, and a lot of these ganks worked out really well for melee creeps. And that's kind of the story that the first couple of clips are going to show, is that melee creeps really dominated the early game, right? There was a lot of pressure everywhere on the map, and it was going great. And I think that we can move to this second clip, which is another Billy clip right after this one, which we do have right here. Sorry, the Guardian is trolling. So you guys have seen this in your games, but Pocket is not having any fun here. He's just permanently knocked up, and there's a reason why this hero has been permabanned this tournament, as he just kind of cleans up the Pocket here. And if you look at the soul disparity in this lane, it was not looking pretty, right? Like the Billy was just kind of like running havoc over this lane as he just completely face tanks the Guardian. And as I believe Listic originated that term, whenever you press the parry button against Billy, it's more like the consent button, because whenever you parry, you then consent to just getting, you just get punched over and over after, and he becomes unkillable. But
what's the
kind of
opposite
started
of consent? It's a little bit like that.
Yeah, I don't even know what the opposite of consent is in the English language. Moving on to the next clip, which is what I believe was probably should have been melee creep's like first significant advantage, which was this kind of earn fight. Now this was really scrappy, but it looked pretty good for melee creeps, because as you can see from the map here, they had a guaranteed numbers advantage, right? So Billy was on the side lane fighting the Geist, and then there was McGinnis that was not present. So they had a guaranteed 5v4 here, and they were already up 4,000 souls. So this looked really good for them, and it ended up being a good play. Now Fishcake does kind of go down, but it gets immediately traded, like Together dies. Huge play from the Viper there. And we've got the big mean ult in the air, and I do believe that the way that this fight kind of ends up playing out is melee creeps do get the earn, but the McGinnis that I was talking about split pushing ends up getting the mid Guardian there, kind of keeping the souls even. But melee creeps do get a slight lead off of this, and they just weren't able to snowball the lead this game. Even though Saya actually, oh, I think this is the one Saya is like 1 HP, and then Abrams like snipes him. I don't know if we have it. Yeah, I think we probably have it. Together is just like super deep, and this whole sequence was just kind of crazy, to be honest, where Together's here and then he's on the zip line. But you know, you guys have seen it, which takes us to the pivotal point when melee creep started losing, which is kind of the 15-minute mark. And it happened so fast because 15-minute mark, it's effectively still in favor of melee creeps, right? If you look at the souls, I'm gonna pause here, you look at the souls, 93k to 88k, still in favor of melee creeps. However, if you look at the map and what's happening here, on the side lane, the Shiv is going to get 2v1, so he's going to lose. And melee creeps, in order to recover from this, need to make something happen on the right side of the map where they have a numbers advantage, okay? But it doesn't play out that way. What happens is that Hoot is going to end up getting this Walker, and other players from melee creeps are also going to die. So, I mean, Fishcake did his best. He was 18,000 souls. You know, he tried his best to get something going, but here on the side, as you can see, melee creeps is kind of losing a fight where they have numbers, and Scout and Saya go down, and a lot of the players on Abrahams are really hurt. But in the meantime, on the minimap, you can see Hoot is just getting a Walker, and so this was completely disastrous for melee creeps, and really was kind of the pivotal point in the game. And as I mentioned many times, and we talked about this, Mox, but melee creeps had a tempo draft, and so if they didn't win them in the mid game, it was rough.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of these tempo drafts come through too, and I feel like it's a bit too much of a gamble. I think the teams are going to start to tighten up and kind of stay away from them. We talked about how if there's ever a time to gamble and try, it's like now is the time in the best of 5 to do that. But even in the previous series, we saw a little bit of a tempo draft in all of the. It was the excuse me, I'm forgetting the team name right now. But anyways, it was a bunch of frontliners inside of a Kelvin dome, and if you don't win with that draft, then you wind up losing late because you have no insurance policy. And that was this game. Like, if you didn't continue to run it down with the Viper and the Mina, you had like literally no insurance policy. And to be fair, it's not like Abraham's had a huge one, but you know, we've been discussing the priority of this Geist the entire tournament so far, and they first picked it overall on Amber's side. So at the end of the day, they always had the Geist to fall back on, and it never even needed to get to that point. So we'll see how they adjust the draft heading into Game 3.
Yeah, so far the storyline this tournament has been get Geist, win. Now, I'm going to do my best to try to compile the stats from this tournament. We have most of the screenshots from the results, so we should be able to like compile something for you guys as far as like win rates go. I don't want to promise anything, of course, but it's going to be really interesting to kind of look at, because a lot of the time from Night Shift, it's a very small sample size, right? Where you get a sample size from like 3 games from each region, so it's hard to really make any conclusions. But here this weekend, the sample size should be big enough to make big conclusions. And what's been interesting to see is like, it seems both regions agree, like Geist just wins games right now, and you know, she's a first pick. She might even be worthy of a first ban. As far as the sides, loser decides. So Melee Creeps now picks their side. If you're Melee Creeps, which side would you pick?
You have to go back to leveraging the Geist. No, we keep talking about it nonstop, and it seems like teams don't want to ban her, and so that just leaves you in the position of, you know, if she is the number 1 and she's not going to get banned, then you have to take Amber's side, and that's the only condition that you do get the Geist. Are Abrahams happy to go Sapphire and then think about that, giving Melee Creeps like, what do you take first overall after that? Like, the Billy did show up, so maybe if you put the right pieces around that Billy, it's a bit scarier. So maybe Abrahams are still thinking about that. But Melee Creeps elect Amber's side. I can't imagine that too many things change now outside of both teams kind of drafting a little bit more standard front to back, late game insurance, hyper carries type deal.
I don't know.
I guess at this point,
you know,
everything is on the board.
We had McGinnis Viper, like they threw it out the window. I think it's 1-1. Both teams still have some leeway. Okay, Abrahams are just like, we're banning the Geist. And you know, I actually really like banning the Geist, because last game, Melee Creeps had the Billy. They had the perfect start with the Billy. They were snowballing the lane and everything, and they still lost. So maybe Billy is less problematic to deal with. Maybe Abrahams, and I think if you're Abrahams, you're better equipped to deal with the Billy this time as well. Like, you probably won't let them get Billy Page, although we'll see. I think if you're Abrahams, like picking something like Mirage Page or Shiv Page or something like that could make a lot of sense. I do think you might want to go, oh, okay, Kelvin, I like it. Going for the tanky. As you saw, you said front to back standard. I mean, Kelvin is as front to back as it gets, right? In the sense that you've got the big tanky guy with the dome. If Billy gets in dome, he's not going to be killing anyone, you know. So, and also you can kill your teammates from chain gang.
That is an interesting adaptation. Kelvin first overall. So I mean, this in itself is crazy, because we've seen the pockets, we've seen the Kelvins this game, but what we have missed in the top 2 picks from both of these teams, well, whatever, for their first picks for their sides, is that Shiv is available, Mirage is available, Abrams is available. A ton of power that's kind of been foregone for a couple of different things, and that is continuing. Like,
okay,
what's that prio?
Orden Shiv, they're giving up the Mirage. Okay, I think Abrahams would be crazy not to third pick the Mirage here. Maybe their prio has completely changed, but I do believe Abrahams will third pick Mirage here. Now, I think Pocket Kelvin is Abrahams saying, hey, we're going to go team fight heavy. We know if we just weather the storm in the first 15 minutes and we get to these team fights, as long as we have a good team fight comp, we can make the correct decisions in the mid game to beat you guys. That's kind of what that's saying to me. But no Mirage for Melee Creeps is a little crazy. And Abrams, both teams are just like, no Mirage top 3, we just pick the tanky boys.
I really like it because I'm sick of seeing like Mirage every game. I can't imagine that we won't see in the second, but it did get banned out in the previous game, so maybe we won't have to worry about a Mirage, but that does leave the opportunity for Wraith to be in the pool as, you know, the next priority. The Calico ban comes through again. Abrahams know something about melee creeps and given that over to them that they don't want to deal with, so that's off the board, and now melee creeps are going to have to contest with their next ban. I wonder what they're thinking about. Geist is already gone, so where do they go from here? Like, is there something that like shuts down the ward? Obviously the doorman's already gone. What else can shut down the warden here or really outduel him in the late game?
The Barrage ban makes a lot of sense. I think Abrahams are gonna have to go for the Wraith. Now, they want to go Wraith right now. I really would like something like a Lash here on the 4th pick. Now, of course, I'm a bit biased, but I think it's very synergistic. And it's very good against most of the melee creeps heroes, in my opinion, in the sense that, you know, they can't really do a ton to you. I do think that getting a Vindicta would also be really good for Abrahams, but perhaps they want to delay that a little bit more in the draft and see. But I think if you get Lash, that kind of secures your Vindicta pick later in the draft, so that's why I like it. You go Lash Vindicta and then finish with Wraith at some point if they don't pick it.
Yeah, and the Lash has been performing overall, and I think that's a really smart Paradox pick for Abrahams, because now you're essentially tempting melee creeps. Like, do you want to play Lash into that? Like, you're making them think, if they're really committed to like kind of round that hero out. They do have 2 big things to kind of contest, Paradox and Kelvin both kind of presenting a really difficult decision, and if melee creeps can't ban it and can't pick it, then Abrahams have a perfect lineup to kind of snag it at the end of their draft, pretty uncontested. Melee creeps pulling Holiday first out of their bans, so I think that's an interesting raising of the priority for this pick hero. I think we've seen a lot of team fighting, so to see the prevalence of kind of pick come back from game to game is a pretty interesting differentiation throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of Paradox. Let's not discount the fact that we've seen a lot of Paradox.
There's a Lash.
But to see Holiday in back-to-back games is pretty interesting.
I wonder if Abrahams wanted them to pick Lash kind of in a way. I think that part of what Abrahams is doing is they're manipulating the hero that Ido ends up on. I do think that they understand that Ido is kind of a key player and he needs to be having a lot of impact for melee creeps to be doing really well. And, you know, banning the Calico, picking the Pocket kind of limits Ido's pool to just, you know, a few heroes plays recently, which would be Lash and Mina. I think would be his comfort picks in that situation. He can play other heroes. And you know, he's great at all those heroes as well, but perhaps Abrahams feel like they can deal with the Lash, and this game they certainly have the tools. It's not a fantastic Lash game for melee creeps. It's not terrible either. You can definitely make it work for sure. Like, I think it can work 100%, but it'll be interesting to see. I think Abrahams need a traditional carry, so they probably will pick Wraith here. I'd be surprised if they don't. And Vindicta looks a little rougher with the other heroes. I think going Wraith Page could make sense. I mean, you already have Kelvin though, so you probably don't need the other support. Let me think. I mean, it's Wraith and then Victor. Okay. Maybe Victor will be their carry instead of Wraith, or maybe they'll pick Wraith on top. I'm curious to see who will be playing what.
I would, I agree. I think I would not be surprised to see both of those characters, and it's really not that problematic to even slot the Victor here. I think we've had questions about Victor performances in previous series, but it was more like Victor was like a linchpin in the draft. In this position that they're grabbing Victor, it's essentially value, right? Because you've already got something secured in the way of your Abrams, Pocket, and Kelvin. And now you've got your late game secured in Wraith, and melee creeps take away the McGinnis. Slap Victor inside the Ice Dome. This Shice is getting crazy.
McGinnis last pick once again. I mean, this is kind of crazy. McGinnis has been unpicked and pretty much unpicked, unbanned in all of the series we've covered almost. I don't think, in fact, I'm quite confident I've been covering every series that's been on stream. I don't think I've seen McGinnis before last game. And now 2 games in a row, we see the McGinnis last pick. Now, McGinnis does give good objective pressure, and it does give great mid boss. We were talking about it with the heal and everything. But anyhow, I believe both teams have very interesting drafts. I'm honestly kind of unsure which one to favor. I kind of want to say that Abrahams have like a very tanky mid-boss lineup, and I struggle to see how melee creeps would fight them in the pit, but they do have Warden ult potentially, and these other tools. Like, it's not like it's completely one-sided. I think melee creeps have a good amount of comfort picks here, where you've got probably DMB on Billy, you've got John on the Warden, you're probably gonna have Shift Cake, Fish Cake. Shift Cake. That's his official name now. It's Shift Cake on the Shift. Yeah, Saya on the McGinnis. Saya is one of the few players, by the way, who actually plays a decent amount of McGinnis in matchmaking. Like, you'll see him on it just randomly. So I feel pretty good about both teams' drafts. I'm not sure who's going to win this one.
Yeah, I think if anything, I kind of key in on the potential of the late game, and the duel is going to be between the Warden and the Wraith on who can out carry, and it is kind of a toss up because Warden gets incredibly tanky, and his gun just hits like a freaking truck by the time you get to the 40-50k soul mark. So I mean, if they can get there, this Warden will be very scary. I tend to err on the side of the Wraith with the backup of the Kelvin and the Abrams. But I mean, it's a tough call. I mean, there's two interesting drafts here. We've seen a lot of dynamic stuff.
Yep, and speaking of dynamic stuff, our dynamic casters will take you through this game 3 of the grand finals. Reminder, this is a best of 5, so both teams need 2 more wins to take home the prize pool. Philly and Soren, please take it away.
Thank you, Deathy and Mox, once again for a great breakdown of another interesting draft and another interesting go-ahead right here. Immediately, the wall tossed out. I mean, my friend Soren, this has been an electric best of 5 so far, and I expect nothing less as we head into game number 3.
That was certainly not the peekaboo victor right there. Oops, who's that? Okay. We got the Billy McGinnis lane over here on the right side. Honestly, a pretty good lane duo. Like, underrated, I think. Billy... that person who wants to get up close and personal, take away some of the heat from that McGinnis. But then you got the Kelvin Victor on the other side. You are just never killing them. So that's going to be a stall lane for Abrahams as this goes on. Meanwhile, the left side here, we got 3 squishies, the Lash, the Wraith, and the Pocket. And then the Shiv, really the only one who's got a bit of health to him. So that's going to be a focus, I think, for Dmov on this Wraith. Just make sure that Fish Cake can't walk all over them. But yeah, in general, these are some interesting drafts. We get McGinnis 2 games in a row. And okay, as I say, you never kill that lane, Saint goes down. So what can I say?
And then it looks like Saya will go down as well. Just a trade of the supports there. My friend, you were talking when McGinnis got picked last again. Another X Factor kind of pick. You don't want her win rate to go below a 100. What does Melee Creeps need to do to win this match?
I think it's going to be tough, but they need to stop Abrahams from getting their couple of carries online. Like, Dmov is really the only person who can be a late game scaling damage threat, but Sonya as well on this Victor. You can't ignore him. So if you can stop those 2 from getting online, the rest of the team kind of falls apart. Hoot as well on Pocket, going to be a threat, but not as much as those 2. And so John with a decent start here, at least onto Together, but he will trade his life, of course, to the Guardian. So a little deep. And so Melee Creeps, if they can stop those couple of ones from getting online, I think they're going to have a good time. But Abrahams have enough diverse threats that I think that they've gotten this pretty wrapped up from the draft. And I hope that's a cast a curse.
We're both NA boys over here, so we're rooting for the NAs, but I mean, Abrahams, I liked what they were putting together from the get-go. You know, I'm a big fan of tanks, tank supports, initiators, those types of characters, and they have those in spades. Very curious to see how the Victor excels, what his role will be in these contests. Deathy alluded to it as well. My favorite question about the mid-boss pit, I feel like Abrahams wins that checkbox as well. So once again, Melee Creeps, you feel, leaving it up to the laning phase. If they can win and snowball from there, they'll have themselves a good time. But I don't know, man. That's a lot to ride on.
It is, and you never really want to put all your eggs in the winning lane basket, especially against a team as good as the Abrahams, who, once again, are turning up the tempo. Scout goes down to an early 3-man gank. 3 minutes. That is a time to start pushing the towers, apparently. But yeah, that leaves just the Wraith over here in this 1v1 against the Shiv. As Abrahams still haven't spread back out quite yet. It looks like it's going to be Hoot swapping back over to there on that left side.
For sure. And, you know, game number 1 went all the way for the Melee Creeps, and I think that was the bucket of cold water for the Abrahams. That one punch to the gut during the boxing match where they're like, oh, wait a second, I'm in the title bout, I better turn up. And they found themselves in a quick match in game 2 and kind of in the forefront here in game 3. This Abrams pick has been, I feel like, in every single game. So I'll be curious when we get those stats together, what that percentage in terms of pick ban would be like for this blue detective. For now, just so much going on in this mid lane. We got a huge group up here, folks.
It seems like as this weekend has gone on, there's a tendency in some metas that are as old as this for the meta to just stagnate. We see it in Night Shift a good bit, but with the length of this tournament going on, we've actually seen a good bit of development. Like, we've seen picks like the Pocket and this Holiday start to come up a little bit more in terms of prio. And then also, I think the big thing that we've seen is Abraham's adapting to Melee Creep's hero pool. I'm talking about this big fight here, but like, I apologize, but I think that this has been Abraham's key in this game and the last, is that they've started to actually figure out what Melee Creep's comfort picks are. And they're taking away the Geist early, they're taking away the Pocket and all of these comfort picks for the Melee Creeps who, while they can play these other heroes, like, they definitely have signature plays. And so, Scout being forced away from the Paradox, Ido away from his Pocket, John away from his Geist, Fishcake away from his Abrams, they're being forced onto these, like, secondary picks that they're still, you know, best of the best. But they're not as good as they would be on their #1 heroes.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to nerf their opponents, so to speak. Instead of them playing at a level 10, they have to play at a level 7, you feel like, or something like that. And that can be an advantage that takes you all the way home. So it's more just, it's not just about how skilled you are. It's, that draft phase really does matter. That's why it's one of my favorite parts of the game, is just picking your characters. How do I counterpick? And Abrahams has seen a ton of matches here from the Melee Creeps and vice versa. They figured out where those Achilles heels are, where they can kind of chop them down and force them in these awkward situations, and they're capitalizing there on that. A couple early kills going their way. That stall lane seems to be a little bit more in favor of the Melee Creeps as they're up against the Guardian there, but they get active here is Ido. He knows he's got to deadlift something here in this match to put his team ahead.
With 3 people there, that's going to be a lot of Guardian damage. Abrahams starting to rotate, though. Okay, looks like both sides will just back off, and Left Paradox can get a swap here. There we go.
There's the swap in. Scout not on the mission they want to be in. Another time wall and time grenade down. The Paradox, can they get the jump? 18 out in a tree. No. Fishcake finds the serrated knife to close it down. The parry that time not debated by the Guardian. Pocket trying to slither and escape his way out of this one. One more shot will do it. The ground strike will send him to an early grave, and that's a nice double kill in lane #1.
Ido just barely getting the better of that one. He was praying on that 0.1 seconds on the ground slam. But there you go. I mean, these teams, after game 1, both of them have been like, okay, this game does not stop at any point. And yeah, I do not envy Dia here. One fight to the next. Together goes down to a nice Scout lasso there. I mean, we talked about Scout wanting to be on the Paradox, but his Holiday is nothing to scoff at either, so... Here we go. We're just continuing on. Victor, largely uncontested on this Guardian.
Sorry, Fred. The reanimation, just comical there. It's almost like a timer bomb. Just know it's going to explode right on you. Now he has to use the battery and the jump start to get out of there, but does he have enough to do it? Some trickery, a flog to the back, but he can take it. He's a Frankenstein monster after all, but a shot through the dome will put the zombie down. It's a 3K kill streak for Ido.
And he's making this lash work. I talked about how he really wants to be on that Pocket, but okay. He's showing me why he's not a slouch on other heroes as well. Cool. Good engage onto Taz, down to half HP already. That 4.8k spike really starting to turn up there for the lash.
Friend, it's about getting active, right? How can I beat the tempo of my opponent? And that's what Ido's like, come on, guys, follow me, I'll lead the way. We've just got to play a little bit faster than the Abrahams are. So you love to see the Lash looking like Spider-Man out there, just jumping between all the different buildings, going for another one, a ground slam, but onto together, maybe not the target you want. This detective will shoo him away from now. That Guardian also doing some work. We're seeing a few towers fall, though, my friend, around the map.
Yeah, it's tough to see which one. We don't have that map up top, but yeah. It is going to be 2 for the Melee Creeps, I believe, once they can get this last sliver of the Guardian down. And they are the ones pushing most of these lanes. And once again, they're getting the better of a lot of these lanes early on. And that is a really strong plus for them because and when it used to be the Buffingers versus Abraham's days, the good old days, you know, it was always Abraham's who had the best laning in the game. You know, the Buffingers might be able to come back later on, but Abraham's would always be ahead at the 5-minute mark. And so Melee Creeps showing that they can go toe-to-toe here at the 9-minute mark as we're starting to unlock those center sacrifices, being 6k ahead. They're showing that they are, in fact, worthy of this belt.
And I love it, and they're holding up the NA flag for everybody in this tournament here. Another bash onto the pocket. He uses the cold front just to kind of shoo the Billy away. There's a nice Arctic beam of Billy's like, okay, maybe I took off a little bit more than I could chew. I'll get a Guardian for my trouble. Nice separation from the Spectral Wall, and another ground slam squishes together.
And the dome comes in there at the end. Saint just a little bit late on that one, not able to get in there. The wall from Saya is beautiful, but he will pay for it with his life. As Hoot just barely stays alive as well, so... Okay, Saya able to get out now, and the turnaround is coming in onto Saint. The execute comes in, and Melee Creeps once again getting the better of these early trades.
Oh my gosh, this... Okay, friend. In these tournaments, you talk about how the meta evolves. Is this the solution now? This McGinnis, is this the one that kind of separates the death ball, helps with the map pressure and the objective pressure? Is this now the key to the vault?
I want to say yes, but I think we need more data. You know,
Fair.
I don't think that was the key to Abraham's victory last game. Melee Creeps so far doing, I think, a better job of it. Saya has at least stayed alive a good bit more than Saint was able to do last game, and with much the same build, but a little bit more focus on being a gun turret hybrid rather than turret support hybrid. We'll see how these two approaches shape out, but I think we're going to need to see how it holds up when we actually get into these close contested mid games, because last game it wasn't particularly close. Abrahams were already ahead.
Sure. Well, you're a man of science, and Dade, I'm a man of feeling. That's why we do our respective jobs. Right now, I'm feeling the McGinnis is doing a good work here, doing the courier job, sending the urn. That's the first one they've taken, I feel like, in a long time, friend. So they'll definitely take some of that, and that's because of those Guardians going down. Right? They have a little bit extra of map pressure to move forward. Let's take a look at the souls here. We see that DMB and Fishcake are leading the side for the Melee Creeps, and it looks like Dimov on the Wraith, where you want the souls, that's who's got them.
The only one who's really lacking at this point is John's Warden, and I feel like that's not really shocking, because as much as you want Warden to be this giga-scaling threat, his early game farm is not that great. His early game lane, fine. But, like, he's not your 7s and your Wraiths of the world who, once they get the tier 3, like, surge of power and all that, can just start to take tier 3s. He's going to need a little bit of time to get that farming online. So John going to have to play his life for a little bit and just try to not get too far behind. Meanwhile, Ido here looks to be the aggressor, and Dimov is right out of there.
But just look at how quick he can move around the battlefield, and then look at the grapple onto a teammate because they're working together in tandem. I mean, that is just what you love to see, and rarely do we capture that kind of nuance on screen. I was curious as that Warden build, though, buddy. It was a lot of like stamina-based, movement-based items. It wasn't a full-on like, hey, I'm going, Tesla bullets, toxic bullets, just gun damage outright. It's more of that survivability here for now as we approach the mid-game.
Yeah, so Warden is going to need a bit of time to get that on, but Warden synergizes really well with those like sprint speed, move speed sorts of items, because his barrier is not just an additive, it's a multiplier of the move speed that he has. So, I mean, he applies like the Fleet Foot, the Heroic Aura, whatever else he has, and then pops the barrier, and suddenly he's moving at Mach 10, and you're just like, where did this come from? So, yeah, John gonna need to be all around the map with Ido. Presumably, if you can get a Death Slam into a last stand, I mean, that is a lot of damage. Who cares about having an M1 carry at that point? Melee Creeps with 2 dead will have to take at least a bit of a breather here. But yeah, as you were saying, they've got 3 Guardians advantage right now. And look at their side of the map. There's still farms up, whereas Abrahams are already having to eat everything on their side.
And you love to see that, especially if you're on the upper side of the soul disparity, right? Right now, the 6K being the difference between the two. So, okay. put a little lane pressure, move the troopers forward, force Abrams back under their walkers, give yourself some breathing room, secure those center sacrifices and those denizen camps. Then when you hit that power spike, you get an item online that they're least expecting, boom, pop them on a bridge buff or go for a mid boss or an urn, take it to them, and then find an advantage after that. But it's this guy right here who's been the looming threat, the lash though, silenced and stunned and telekinesis, everything tossed out Ido just to bring him down.
All right, the menace is dead. Abrahams can finally breathe a sigh of relief, but maybe not as this right side walker comes under pressure. You got the McGinnis and the Billy in there, and I mean, that's welcome to McGinnis things. He's just sitting there taking the ice beam. Who cares? I got a Spectre and a Heroic Aura. I will shoot this tower. Love to see it.
And my friend, there's still chip damage on that mid walker as well. That the Sheriff and the Shiv have been putting some extra pressure there too. So yeah, they gave up one lane, but they're doing some damage in the other. There's another grasp there of the detective. The wall though kind of separates the fight a little bit awkwardly, but I think they didn't like what they were doing, or they just separate Sonya Sniper and I didn't even see that. They take down the zombie.
Yeah, that is a very good pickoff, and Dimov as well set back. Once again, it's the two heroes who need to scale the most on the Abrahams who get picked out here. That was a weird interaction with Lasso there, but they get the Paradox out of there eventually. And not able to get the pickoff, but there are 3 members of melee creeps here, once again putting pressure on those walkers. They take the middle one. Fishcake was over there just shooting it from behind and manages to get that down. So melee creeps, in contrast to the big brawling meta that we said was happening in this patch, they split up onto 3 walkers at the same time and get damage on all 3 and take one.
That was their main objective all along, friend, right? That mid walker, I was telling you, it was taking some damage. Okay, it's this death ball. How do you unglue the team from each other? Well, you spread around the map, you put pressure in different areas, and you force people to make rotations. And that is what this McGinnis is providing, as well as some of the other maneuvers like the lash, making people play scares, checking your corners, making sure you don't get grappled from out of the blue. So I love this, the way to pull apart this death ball meta and really make people think about their macro game.
Oh, look at this. The entire team of melee creeps is trying to avoid getting souls so they can get an even earn. Sai is sitting right there until they can get the 10%. John waiting back from the wave to not take the souls that drop. I mean, that's a bit of a funny little macro play, but hey, it works out, and they get a hoot as well, so this earn turn-in looks good for the melee creeps.
Very clever, and friend, in MOBAs, every little advantage matters. So, okay, if you can do an earn when you know you have your Guardian still up, okay, instead of having to dive into the enemy territory, you'll take that every day of the week. But good recognition from the team captain of melee creeps to maybe make that call. All the while, now it looks like the pressure being mounted here in lane number 3. This walker needs to be leveled out to create some more parity on the map. A good swap there from the Paradox. Billy taking the brunt of the damage. He'll hop, skip, and a jump out of there and allow the walker to do the work.
And the rest of the team coming in now for melee creeps. A good execute onto Taz. This is turned around for Abrams. They didn't send anybody to the urn, hoping to get this walker in trade, but melee creeps recognize that and say, hey, we don't need a full team for the urn. We'll just come over here and fight you ourselves. And so Fishcake learning how to take down this together Abrams, who is maybe not as together with his team as he should be, and that left side walker falling as well. So Abrahams, despite being the ones to try and go for the walker, are going to lose their own, and melee creeps are just having a phenomenal macro game this game.
And that's why they're one of the best in the business. Walker does go down. Another flex slot available. Friend, we've talked about the Shiv. Has he made an impact? Has he not made an impact? He's been making an impact here. I think he's on a 4K kill streak so far, and he's leading the team in souls, leading the lobby in souls.
That's right. He's been putting in good work with the executes. Now, Vindicta curiously not making an appearance this game, and so it's gonna have to be Fishcake who's doing all the executes. But Abrahams here looking for something to just try and take this tempo back. John and Ida were both dead, and that's 2 of the big contest tools for melee creeps. They won't even have their ults when they come back up. But here we go. Melee creeps are very aware of this.
This is contentious. There's the 4-player kill streak for the Shiv. A healing comes down to keep Fishcake alive. The frozen shelter now laid upon the battlefield, but not against the Rejuve Crystal. This will let the dominoes fall. It's melee creeps with a 1-2 punch, finding a double in the pit. Scout moving on ahead. He falls to the Victor, who's had a 5k kill streak through the midst of it all, but this is the man I'm looking at. Ido on the lash. Could he slam people into the grave? No, he's getting slammed himself, friend, so he's got to back out of this. But the mid-cross does not go down. It was all just a bait and switch.
This is... generally, I'm not a big fan of Victor in this meta, but that is exactly the kind of fight you want for a Victor. It's scrappy. Yeah. Nobody has resources yet to get anti-heal and shred for him, and he's just... he's got too much healing for any one particular player to take out, and he can't get isolated. So Abraham's there playing fantastically to their heroes, but the respawn timers are so short at this point in the game that melee creeps are fully back up now. And it's 2 dead to 2 dead, and these ults are starting to come back online. John has his, Ido when he respawns will have it. And so melee creeps are the ones to come back and finish off this mid-boss. Abrahams have no ults to really contest this aside from the Affliction, which comes in here.
Oh, and the chain gang to keep everybody together. The Flogs flatten over all the people in the pit. The Rejuve Crystals all captured up by the side of melee creeps. Yes, the Abraham started it, but creeps finished the job. They secure the mid-boss take.
Hey, Winions for the win, right? These melee creeps. They're the ones to take down the mid-boss. And Abrahams were looking for a swing of the tempo there. Instead, yeah, the risky play backfires. The fight dragged out too long, and despite the fact that they, on the surface, won it, melee creeps were able to come back in and recognize, hey, Abrahams have kind of run out their window of opportunity here. We can just go in. There's no mid-boss scream. And Abrahams don't have the tools to be able to contest it. So now, going up against 3 Rejuves, a 20k lead, this is shades of game 1 now, where melee creeps have all the tempo in the world. They had a fantastic early game, and they're showing that we will not be outdrafted, Abrahams.
And that's good, showing that their hero pools are probably pretty big oceans, and that is what you love to see if you are a top team. However, this Victor is scaling pretty heavily into the game, the raid itself. So, Abrahams, is this a bend, don't break strategy, friend? Yes, they've given up a lot, but if they feel like they can hold on just for maybe a few more minutes, they can bounce back.
Yeah, maybe, but on the other side, melee creeps' carries are scaling as well. John 28, DMB 27, Fishcake even at 26, and you've got your eco heroes as well, so there's very clear farm prio targets. The problem is just that melee creeps have more of it. You know, you've got the same sort of prio, but melee creeps have got the advantage, and so, well, they get an advantage from it. So, welcome to Deadlock, I suppose. They're just going to play well, and they're going in for this urn as well.
And I think they have to, even if it's in enemy territory. They escort the detective away, and they get the wall. Just too strong. Hey, a good objective. Hey, you know, McGinnis, objective extraordinaire, and I love to see it. Lucky shot and glass cannon here, picked up by John. Now at the 30k mark, he's looking to fight. This is big, and the healing tempo for McGinnis. Brandon, is that one you pick up? I know you play more of the gun side of things, but healing tempo seems pretty strong.
I've kind of fallen out of favor with it personally, but in a team environment, especially when you're playing this sort of support gun hybrid sort of thing, I like it for Saya here. That's going to enable John a good bit, especially if he gets any sort of low. It is healing booster built off of as well. And with Demov picked, 3 Rejuves with 1.5 minutes left, melee creeps here are coming into a very strong period.
Billy, he's up against it. He's going into everybody, but he says, welcome to the funhouse. Take a couple of chains to the chest. The frozen shelter now to help him escape. And maybe it's a little bit misused there because he's wanted to be locked in the frozen shelter. A good use of the Rejuve Crystal there as the time is dwindling down. Only a minute for to utilize that buff. Another grenade here to heal up the rest of the squad. This Calvin trying to play from the backline to keep his team alive, but the pressure too immense for the melee creeps.
They do get Ido, who's been causing so many problems, and Scout will use a second Rejuve as well, but Abraham's, I mean, if you're melee creeps, you're happy to trade Rejuves for actual picks here. And John coming in, he's got the healing tempo, he's got all the damage in the world, has just eviscerated under that. We don't even care if we've got resistances on these objectives. We are shredding.
I mean, and the fact that the base Guardians don't unlock a flex slot or anything, just go right past them. Who freaking cares?
Yeah.
Just go get the shrines, unlock the patron, and just delete it. Demov doing one final desperation of the offense. Yeah, I think so. The chemical flask from downtown secures the Sonya sniper. 45 seconds off the clock. the weekend patron. We all know how we feel about that. All eyes will be on it. The Sapphire Flame trying to rebuttal for just one final moment. Taz once again eliminated together, separated from his squad, and Saint sent to hell. Oh, the patron now is the only target remaining, and all the focus fire in the world will be upon it. Game number 3 goes the way of Melee Creeps.
What a clapback from Melee Creeps. Abraham's in the game in just over 20 minutes. Melee Creeps said, all right, check this out. They come back with a heater of a game there. And I was fearing that maybe McGinnis's win rate would start to suffer. Nope. Saya putting on, frankly, I respect his game. You know, he's got a good McGinnis on it. A fantastic game from him. And John, I mean, once he got the Lucky Shot, Glass Cannon, Power Spike, like... Whoo, who you got to deal with that? And the answer from Abraham's is, we don't have anybody. Go ahead.
Here's our base. Welcome on in. And, well, it's fine over here.
Let me give you the tour.
Flame side. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, a huge a moment there for the Melee Creeps to swing the momentum back in their side. This is now best of 5, though we don't get to this point. Normally it's like, yeah, you won, woohoo. Okay, back to the laboratory. What do the Abrahams do now? That will be the question. My friend, I know you're rocking some Death Slam merch as well. Sorry, as the transition, we'll get back to that. But let's take a look at the scoreboard. I'm seeing John here with most of the accolades.
Yeah, of course, that is your hard carry in this game. He's got top souls, top kills, top objective damage as well. That's exactly what you want to see from your heavy carry. Fishcake was constantly active there, and then Saya with, of course, the typical support stat. The person I'm surprised to not really see in the stats is Idorian. Fantastic early game, but of course those numbers just aren't as high as you'll get in the late game. So I really feel like he was the key here to starting this game off on the right foot for Melee Creeps. So despite him not showing up really in the scoreboard compared to your Johns of the world, he still had a fantastic game on the Slash. And then over on the other side, Dimov was just getting picked over and over in that late game. It felt like 0-5. That is okay, tied for the fewest deaths on his team, but a lot of those kills came at really important moments. And Saint as well with some fantastic domes. You see him with top healing, but just the cooldown nurse really being felt. When you're constantly fighting like this, the cooldowns are so much more impactful, because it means that instead of just being off for maybe one fight, well, that's actually 2 or 3 engages that you're going down without a shelter for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's probably what forced them into taking that mid boss, right? They were like, well, we have the mid boss composition. Maybe we go for it. Maybe we try to get something. Maybe this is the way we turn it around. Just wasn't effective. They just missed the mark in that opportunity. So, okay, back to the drawing board. We try again. But first, before we go anywhere, I'm wearing some Death Slam merch. I know you're wearing some Death Slam merch too, buddy. You're repping it like Superman. That's what I'm talking about. So, folks, make sure you get your Death Slam merch as well. I know Deathy's got his mug always on stream and on the desk, and that is exactly who we're about to send it back to. Deathy and Mox, take it away.
Well, welcome back to the desk. We've got Mr. Strawberry with me. I hope that's a strawberry and not something else. I mean, you never know. But what I will say is we have a new narrative. So the previous narrative was Geist equals win. Now the new narrative is McGinnis equals win. So once again, great script. And all I'm going to say is that's weird. The EU chatters are really quiet right now. What's going on? What's going on, EU chatters? So Melee Creeps, they strike right back. You know, Abraham's won in 20 minutes. Melee Creeps are like, we can do it too. Win in 22 minutes. And now, if Melee Creeps win one more game, it's over. That would be the end of the tournament. They would take it all home.
Yeah, an absolutely massive game to take. So Abrahams have lost their, opportunity to make too many more mistakes, especially between drafting and early laning phase. We talked. I'm not going to continue to harp on ping issues potentially or anything like that, but like the early laning stage can really dictate how a game plays out. And I think what we saw this game was Melee Creeps with a very good foundational setup. They won their lanes, they played well, and what did they do in the mid game? They just played very sound, very controlled. It was a little bit on the knife's edge. One kill this way, one overextension that way, and we were talking about how Abrahams, when they were doing the kind of 2-2-2 Walker aggression, it was a bit of an odd position, and there was maybe a potential for Melee Creeps to kind of throw away what they had built up, but they wound up finding the right answers and keeping things very sound and just kind of pressing a lead and continuing to maintain it for the entirety of the game. And Abrahams just could not find their footing, and we never really saw the fruition of the kind of draft that they put together.
That's right, and I've got plenty of clips to back up what you said with the split bushes. I think we'll start with the first split bush clip. So that's clip number 2 for you, Kashi, at 12:15 here, where basically a lot of what melee creeps were doing is they were pressuring kind of all 3 lanes at once. So if you look on the minimap here, you've got kind of a 3v2 here on the side. You've got Shiv pushing the middle walker, and you've got McGinnis pushing the side walker with Billy, right? So they were kind of doing this 2-2-2, or in this case, 3-1-2, and they were pressuring everything with their 7k lead. Now, this could have potentially backfired had they not been able to successfully pressure this, and if they lost some of these engagements. But as far as mechanical execution, they played these kind of to perfection, and didn't get punished, at least not significantly for these plays. And I was a little worried because they weren't getting anything at first. They were just getting walker damage, and the Muff hitting a nice parry there actually ends up getting Scout killed afterwards, and Abrahams was doing quite a good job of responding accordingly, where they needed to. Like at this point, I was kind of looking at the soul difference at the top, and I was like, okay, it's only a 5k difference now, and I'm seeing Abrahams kind of defending all 3 of their walkers without taking significant damage. So I can't lie, I was a little worried for North America at this point, but they managed to pull it through, and we'll see it kind of in the second split push clip, if we can kind of move to that, which is when it all kind of opened up for the side of melee creeps here. So as we see now, the lead was still kind of about the same, but this is where, sorry, one sec, let me just double check my notes. Yeah, so in this situation here, the Shiv is going to end up, I think, getting the middle walker. Now, for those of you that don't really think about this stuff too much, the middle walker is actually by far the best walker to gain first if you can. A lot of the time you just can't. So right here, there's this fight on the side, but they don't really care about this. Obviously, nice parry once again from Taz. They were really on top of that. But Shiv getting this middle walker is huge because it opens up the map very naturally, and it's really, really hard to take the middle walker when it's the last one standing. So great play there from melee creeps.
Yeah, as well, when you take the mid walker, you open yourself up to having much more advantageous approaches into the mid boss. You give yourself a little bit more opportunity and kind of set Abrahams into a spot where they have to keep 1 or 2 players to make sure that wave is continually forced out. So you always have an angle in. That also provides melee creeps in that situation the opportunity to say, we know somebody's going to be nearby, we can always bait and switch and try to grab somebody, whoever is maintaining that wave. So that was a huge walker to pull. I'm very glad for their sake that they managed to not throw too many things away, because they did give up some kills on the left side of the map, but in the exchange they got the walkers that they were looking for. And after that point, you could really see they kind of tighten up the nuts and bolts and make it a kind of clean finish throughout the game. There was a chaotic mid-boss fight, but it did wind up going in their favor based off of the solely hit they had accrued up until that point.
Yep, 100%. That mid-boss fight was crazy. Now let me just check the status here. I believe, let me ask, are we ready for draft, or do we need a little bit more time? All right, we can go to draft. So we're now at, this is game number 4. Unless I'm mistaken.
Jeez,
yeah, I'm starting to lose count a little bit. Game 4. That feels really strange to say, right? But it is game 4 of the grand finals. If you guys are just joining us, well, first of all, welcome. I hope you're doing great. But game 4 of the grand finals, once again, so first place gets $2,500 US dollars, right? So USA dollars. Now this is probably a lot more for the Eastern European folks than all of Melee Creeps, who, by the way, Melee Creeps, I believe, is the only full USA team that was in the tournament. They don't have anyone from any other country, no Canadians, no one from any other country, really. All the other teams, like Bunny with Clock, for example, have some Canadians, and Tanner was from UK, etc. But Melee Creeps is full all-American team. And yeah, so first place takes $2,500, second place takes $1,250. If Melee Creeps wins this game, the tournament is over and they get first place, and Abrahams will get second place. If Abrahams wins this one, we go to game 5. Now the script demands Abrahams to win this one, but what do they need to draft to do it?
They have Amberside. It's an impossible thing. There's no way that you can possibly predict what the first overall pick will be. I've got no clue.
It's either Billy or Geist, right?
And no idea that it will be a Geist, surely, right?
It might be Billy, though, because it's open. Okay, Geist. It's Geist.
Billy is a good point. I just think like overall, I think last game it was banned out, correct? So that's why it left the window open for the Billy to be picked. There's a reason that it has been banned or picked first in like every single game that I can even remember watching at this point. So Melee Creeps happen to get Billy again. I think they'll probably pair that with like a Shiv as well. I think they've been drafting this way pretty consistently. I think it's a nice grab for them here, but Lady Geist presents some interesting options. Now Abrahams has a pretty good set of opportunities. Abrams is available here. We've seen that probably very, very high. Kelvin's gone, so what do they slot in at that third? Maybe we get the Mirage before it gets banned out this time.
Could be an option to go for Mirage and take away from some of the, two of the best carries in the entire patch right now with Mirage and Geist. The Wraith has not been working out great for the side of Abrahams, if we're being honest. So I wouldn't hate to see Abrams Mirage. I think that could be a decent option. They go for the Pocket still. They think, hey, Pocket's really strong, and it's a good answer to Shiv. So why not? I totally see the vision. I think Melee Creeps is very likely to go Mirage here. But then again, John just had one hell of a performance on Warden. Maybe they run it back.
Yeah, and I was even questioning a little bit, almost a few times, like the John Warden was slotted in the mid lane, and we were kind of waiting for his farm to start to accelerate in that game. And it took a bit of time before they sort of moved him over to the side, and that's when we kind of saw him like disappear from the game, and then showed up a little bit at the mid boss fight, but wasn't really hitting people. I thought it was kind of funny. I almost want to go back and watch the game in my own private time to see, because I think he was topside just hitting creeps while there was a fight happening underneath him. And then the penultimate moment in the game, he shows up at the end, glass cannon, hollow point, lucky shot online, and what do? You
die. You just die.
Yeah.
Unless you have metal skin, you will just get melted. And, they feel pretty confident. They're like, hey, screw it. Let's run it back with the Warden. They don't even ban the Mirage, by the way. They banned McGinnis. Now, this is the first time in the entire tournament we've seen McGinnis banned.
Movie moment somewhere. Soren is crying and cheering simultaneously, because that means that we've had three games in a best of 5 grand finals, best on best regions, picking or banning McGinnis. And we talked about how we might see trends and things evolve as this series goes, and it's such a strange point in Deadlock that we are here 3 back-to-back games seeing McGinnis.
Yep. Well, we only saw 2 back-to-back games, to be fair. But, I believe, right? It wasn't...
Being involved in the draft, let's say, because obviously it's picked this game, so we won't see it, but
that's correct. Yeah.
It was
you're right.
part of the drafting phase.
Yeah, I don't mean to diminish your point. You're absolutely right. It is crazy, Mr. Strawberry Man. It's tough. Page being banned, so Abrahams are just like, get these supports out of here. Get the Page out. Get the Kelvin out. The McGinnis is banned. The Doorman is banned. All utility heroes are banned. Like they're just like, if you're a support hero, we are banning you. Now that begs the question: what is Saya going to play? Because we've seen Saya mostly on these heroes. Now, Saya has a very deep hero pool, so I'm not too concerned about what he's going to play, but I'm just more curious. Last 4th pick here for Melee Creeps, Ido. He did have a really strong performance early last game, which kind of carried the early game, so I'm not too surprised to see on the Lash again. He might be feeling himself a little bit.
With so many support characters banned out already, I feel like this is like the perfect Viscous angle before somebody else, takes it. I feel like trying to think of like who is else left in the pool that you might be able to flex into that slot.
I think Abrahams needs to pick Mirage here. Like, I don't think there's a single world in which you leave Mirage open. Now, it might be a bit of a player thing. I don't know if I've seen Sonya Sniper play Mirage, right? So they're going to pick Paradox. Okay. I would be shocked to see, okay, they're going to go Paradox Calico. All right, there. I mean, Melee Creeps is probably not going to pick Mirage. So that's one thing they've got going for them, because DMB's on Billy, John's on Warden. So I don't think they're going to go Mirage. So Abrahams will still have the option to last pick it if they want. But they might just be saying, hey, screw it. Let's just go 1 carry hero. Let's just go the Geist. And the rest, we just go for high burst potential with the Abrams, the Paradox, the Calico, the Pocket. They're just going full burst.
Yeah. It's really interesting thought process here. Like, if you could just run over this game and kind of like not lose the momentum, because you imagine even if this game goes super, super long, you might think to favor Melee Creeps, because there is the issue of time zones, and obviously this has been mentioned in the past, but they are gamers, so degenerate hours are in full effect. But the longer these players have been up and have been playing, these things start to stress and wane, especially in a big 5-game series like this. And so maybe they're trying to press tempo, thinking that they can catch melee creeps off guard, beat out the Warden timing, because obviously when John showed up at the point that he did in the game, uncontestable. I'm not sure how the matchup plays out between late game Mirage and late game Warden, but maybe they just want to beat that timing out.
I think that the late game Mirage versus Warden is actually pretty good for Mirage, in my opinion. But I mean, perhaps people that are watching disagree. Let me know your thoughts in the, in the chat, of course. Viscous last pick here. You mentioned the Viscous being an option still defensively. Saya plays the Viscous, so I'm not too surprised to see it here. So I think for melee creeps, it's almost a run back of last game, isn't it? It's basically everyone is on the same heroes except we've got Saya on Viscous instead of McGinnis, right?
Yeah.
Everything else is exactly the same, I think. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think you'd be
a lot of difference.
too upset with having the Viscous too. So.
Definitely not. I think the Viscous is, it's a great option here. Cube is a great answer to burst in general, right? Like, you can't take any damage if you're cubed. You're undamageable. Abraham's for the last pick, I'm a little bit curious what they'll go. I think that they're missing a Saint Maxim hero, kind of like a more supporty style. There is the option for the Bebop. The Saint Maxim Bebop. The Vindicta is also an option. We'll see if they pull it out. But I could see the Saint Maxim Bebop. I could see an opportunity for that. We'll see if they opt to go that way. Vindicta and Bebop are really the two main ones that I see, though. You're right. I'm trying to think what other hero he could pull out. Dynamo. Okay, wait. I actually really like the Dynamo. How did I not see the Dynamo pick? Wait, I really like it because you can dodge all of Lash's stuff. It's really good.
God damn, I love drafting at its finest. This shit's cool, man. Like, so there's a lot of interesting things that come up with the Dynamo play, but a lot of that weans on percentage max HP damage in Singularity when you're fighting into a Warden, a Shiv, and a Billy who are going to have these huge health pools to deal with. Provides you great save in Quantum from Lash, so you have two answers to the Lash problem that you don't really have a great thing to resolve. You can save people with Quantum from Lasso. Like, it just completely eliminates it. It's a tight timing, very particular, but I mean, I think that's a really cool setup. I don't think Lash likes to get knocked up very much. Neither does Warden, because it kind of interrupts his momentum. But I think that's a really clever last pick that came out from Abraham's. I don't know that we've played it, seen it picked for Abraham's yet. I would have to go back and check through all of the games, but I think that
I don't believe that they've played Dynamo at all. Yeah, I think Dynamo's been picked mostly by the NA teams this tournament. We've seen Hydration play it a few times, but yeah, I think that might be the first time Abraham's picks it. Now, Dynamo is seen fairly often in EU matchmaking from what I see. Like, I think that they know it's strong, they know it has potential, but it is really like a last pick hero, right? Because you don't want to give them, you don't want to play Dynamo against like I mean, a lot of the heroes that are banned are kind of problematic for Dynamo, like McGinnis, Doorman, Page. Basically, any hero that has like an easy way to cancel the Dynamo ult from distance kind of screws over the hero. Now, it was kind of the perfect setup because none of the heroes on melee groups have easy, reliable ways to cancel the Singularity. It's really Lash ult and Holiday ult, which Lash and Holiday might not always be there or be ready. I think Holiday's probably the most consistent one, but yeah.
It's tough. The spacing is a little close. I do believe that at like base ranges, I'm pretty certain that Lasso can grab outside of the Singularity range. But you know that Dynamo is going to be building some sort of expansion, whether it be through like a Guardian Ward or just like basic 800 souls expansion is like really value for the character. But I think Ido had tremendous rotations last game, and we didn't really narrow in on it too much, but he was kind of omnipresent at a lot of the fights and skirmishes that were happening in the jungle. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the easiest way to guarantee the Singularity cancel is the Death Slam. Because on top of that, if he's Singularitying, he's not going to be able to Quantum Death Slam. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like you might want to hold one for the other, but we'll see. That'll be a very high skill matchup and kind of cat and mouse game in between the two of them alone.
Yeah, one thing that'll be kind of hard is with the Quantum in order to dodge the abilities on ping, but I guess we'll see. We'll just have to have the players show us as we get ready to go into this game 4 of the grand finals. If melee creeps win this, they can relax and enjoy their winnings. If Abrahams win this, they have to win another game after. Please take it away for us, Philly and Soren. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, what could be the climax here for the Death Slam Invitational NA number 2? You have it right there on your screens, but only time will tell who will be the victor of this prestigious tournament. Soren, we are locking horns once again here in game number 4. We're seeing the lanes as they are being paired up across the battlefield.
Yeah, and some early brawling coming out here. But one thing I can correct you on here, there is no victor this game. I'm sorry. That's just not here. But also, man, it's December 26th. It's the day after Christmas. I'm sad. McGinnis gets banned. I mean, hey, that is some respect on my girl, but it means we won't be seeing her this match. Early kill. Saint is the one to go down there after some classic NA burger boxing. But yeah, this left side lane, I think we are going to see a good bit of kills coming on here because you've got 3 heroes who really like to get up there up close and personal, and then Dynamo to maybe help keep together. And we'll have to see if that pans out for them. Meanwhile, this mid lane, this is pretty much what we thought we'd see. A lot of spirit poke from the Abraham side with Geist and Paradox up against the Holiday and the Warden, who both really want those like CC sort of engages. So once we get the Paradox or the Holiday lasso online, rather, I think we're going to see a lot of blood there coming in from John. Parry, not quite enough here from Saya, but he will be on that Viscous as Deathy was calling out. I think Deathy got 6 for 6 here on melee creeps. And it is a lot similar to last draft, so a bit of cheaty play there, but that's all right. And on the right side, yeah, once again, kind of a squishy lane with the Shiv. You got Lash Shiv against the Calico in the pocket, so a lot of evasiveness over in that lane.
And we were kind of theorizing that would be the case because Ido was in that side lane with the Shiv in the previous game, and he was able to then kind of leave lane, leave Shiv over there, contest these bridge buffs, can get the the box runs, be the menace that we know that this Lash can be. So, okay, did Abrahams take notice of that? Did they create a lane matchup that can overtake this Shiv as Ido is leaving? That is what I'm going to be looking for throughout this match. Now, the X factor here, is this Dynamo last pick, friend? What are your thoughts on that in terms of what he brings to the table?
I think that is definitely some respect on Ido's Lash because the Quantum Entanglement is going to be big against Ground Slam, good against the Death Slam, of course, and so I'm excited to see what Saint has in mind for this, if he's just going to be focused on countering the Lash or if he's got some other plans in mind. Of course, anytime that we see a Black Hole, we're going to be excited for it, and especially against a more brawly comp like the melee creeps. Now, something we saw last game was that melee creeps wanted to split up, kind of going against the meta of these big 6v6 sort of jungle brawls. Melee creeps were splitting up, and we'll see if they can do that again this time because, I mean, we pointed out during draft, at least behind the scenes, you and I were talking about how there's no Mirage here for the Abrahams, or anywhere in the draft. 0 for 14 on the picks here was Mirage, and so the Mirage won't be able to TP to these side lanes, and he's not going to be the carry of choice here. It's just Hoot on this Geist. And we'll have to see if that's going to be enough for Abrahams to contest these side pushes.
For sure, and I know Deathy was begging for it. He's like, please, Mirage, you have to be out here. Just the global presence alone is enough to warrant the pick. However, won't be seeing him in the curse apple. I'd be curious to interview the players later and be like, hey, why? What was the decision here? What were you thinking in terms of your overall strategy? So right now the strategy is just to survive in lane, accrue the souls, try to get to that ultimate mark. We see Hoot has the soul exchange online, hopefully not willing to use it just yet. The rest of the field looking to escalate themselves to that upper echelon and maybe find themselves in the advantage. We're seeing the Paradox here slip and slide their way back to the mid lane.
Yeah, Hoot has the swap, but it's going to be difficult to use because Scout very capable of poking from a distance. John gonna have to get a bit closer, but he knows to keep his distance from a low HP Geist with the ult. Meanwhile, together, he should have kept some of his distance a little bit more from that Billy. He's very much online, but he's trying for that Viscous kill. Saya gonna have to play pretty safe here until he can get a couple of those healing creeps come in. But as the first bridge buffs come up, it's melee creeps with 1, and then that left side uncontested as well.
And we were talking about that in the green room while the draft was going on. We're like, is this gonna be an Abrams Dynamo lane? Is there kill potential here? Like, what is the thought process? as D-Mob just gets flattened there. But yeah, it's like those guys, they can kind of just maintain the lane. But Billy, just how impressive he is in this early game. I mean, even with the rejuvenating aura, even with the Siphoned Life, he can kind of chunk through that, especially if you don't have a lot of points in it. So you can see that Saint has gone down a few times so far here in lane number 1, and Billy just beating down the hatches.
Yeah, but there's not really a whole lot of other places to put Dynamo because, I mean, even with the recent buffs to his stomp, his lane is still relatively weak. It's not as bad as before, where pretty much any lane you put Dynamo in was a sack lane, just automatically. He's still not the greatest in lane, and so this Abrams is going to have to play his heart out here on this left side lane, especially with the stakes being so high. John goes down early.
Friend, that was an Essus bomb of epic proportions. That was a snipe if I've ever seen it. A great shot there from Hoot. Why he is one of the best in the scene. The Lash, though, does he go for a turnaround maneuver? Thought about the Death Slam, then thought better of it. They'll be moving away here as Taz takes a barrel, 2 of them to the base. That is the barrage of abilities that can come out from this mid lane duo. Friend, you were mentioning the stomp here for the Dynamo. You're talking about the kinetic pulse, right? I feel like that comes out of his gun, no? That he's really stomping I thought he shoots it out of the gun.
I don't know. The animation's a little unclear. It looks like he does like a big stomp, and then it comes out from the ground. But I'm visualizing it in my head, and I'm getting it mixed up with his melee. So
the big
maybe
belly
we'll get to
bounce
see
from the
some
professor. Your chat, let us know what you think. Is it from his foot? Is it from his belly? Is it from his gun? Where's this kinetic pulse coming from? Because we know the professor's got the movement. I always thought it was from the gun, so we'll find out. Maybe we get some shots of the kinetic pulse. But you're right, they've been trying to bring him back by increasing that ability in multiple different facets to make his laning a little bit more enjoyable, for lack of a better term. But right now, let's see if this Lash will be enjoying some kills. Goes for the ground slam, but barely whiffs. D-Mob across the map in the mid lane. It's a triple person gank to take down the Warrior.
That will happen, but there's no tower pressure here in the mid lane. I mean, even Saya recognizes that, hey, I can go back to left lane because they're not pushing up here. And the only Guardian that's really low, well, the one that's lowest at least is that left side one from Abraham's. But then the other 2 aren't full health either. So early game, once again, it's melee creeps with just a bit of that lane pressure, putting on the tower damage. And as 8 minutes comes up, talk about it every time, here come the Sinners. Who can steal the enemies the most? Saya looking to get ahead.
Okay, playing the roulette game, seeing what will pop up in the numbers. For now, though, yeah, the laning phase has been, there's some kills going each way, friend, but nothing too wild, right? There is Kaido finally caught for his transgressions in the jungle. This is maybe where that Calico pick comes through, because she wants to be the domineering of the jungle, so she can contest him as he's trying to find these picks. Taz getting a little bit of rebuttal from the Sheriff. We're finding trades all throughout the map.
Yeah, Abraham's with a much better lane this game than last. They're really shutting down Ido. You see him at 6,000 souls, the lowest on his team, lowest in the lobby, in fact. So we won't have that Lash just being omnipresent and getting those picks in the early game. Abraham's maybe just adjusting their gameplay a little, you know? As the series goes on, these teams are learning about each other. We're getting to see more and more of them, but we won't be seeing fish cake for very long.
Yikes, it is dinner time over here on the NA side, so he just got nommed up for supper. That's a good gank there, and that's, I think, what Abrahams has to do. They have to catch melee creeps on the rotation, be a step ahead of them. Oh, we know that they're going to try to do this to us, so we're going to do this to them, you know, if you know kind of thing. Chain gang is the only thing knowing right now for the Billies. He's bashing on Professor, and he's able to get the kill. The semi-machine gun doing the work.
Yeah, and that was a crucial stun there from Saya as well. Just as he was about to Quantum Entangle to get away from the Billy chain, Saya stuns him up with the goo ball. Well timed there from him. Scout gonna get away as well. Just once again, Diaz working overtime here to get us all of the action here. What a fantastic job from our observers to be in all 3 lanes at once.
Yeah, Diaz gonna need some icy hot ice pack or a drink after this. Right now, it is the Calico. This time, getting the jump on them is the Lash. These 2, that's the battle I'm gonna be looking for. I know there's no true jungle Soren per se, but these 2 are kind of like the junglers in this map. Who's gonna get the better of who?
Yeah, both of them wanting to be in a lot of different places, and Demon seems in particular is trying to shut down Ido, and so that time, Ido gets a little bit of help and gets some revenge, so Saya now going to pick up the urn, and that's a good sign for melee creeps, because a lot of the time it's been this team that gets urn control early that is able to really set the tempo for this phase of the game. And speaking of tempo, melee creeps have all 3 guardians down once again, and despite that they're only up about 2k souls, so Abraham's so far getting the better of kills.
Oh, we saw a big pulse there, buddy, and I think it's you're right. I think it's a stomp. I don't think it's from the gun. So okay, you know, maybe we get a clip of that. Deathy can break it down for us in the intro. If we need to go to a game 5, we'll need to really parse out: is it the stomp, is the gun? Right now, under the gun though, are these walkers. This lane pressure has been the name of the game in this series. The more you can take down the structures, the more map presence you get. And finally, this urn is being cakewalked in for the touchdown. The urn secured for the melee creeps.
And no contest is there from Abraham's because they were busy with the Billy on the left side. A great cross map there from melee creeps, putting pressure on both sides. And in turn, they are going to give a bit of pressure here in the mid. Demon finding his mark on the scout, but it's traded for Taz. And they will finally find their first guardian over there on the left. So Abraham's fire back a little bit, but it's still melee creeps overall showing the better macro to me. They're just slightly too fast for Abraham's.
Ido trying to be a menace once again. And Trent, you talked about a little how the Dynamo is supposed to be this counter to the Lash. Is there something else that he's going to provide here for the side of Abraham's to win this game?
I think so. I think if melee creeps are forced back to the Death Ball style and away from this split pressure sort of thing, then Dynamo is the ultimate, like, shut that down right now, get out of here sort of button for them. Of course, you got the black hole, and if you group up too much, that is going to punish you. So Saint is, of course, going to be on the lookout for that. And then, of course, he's got the rejuvenating aura as well, to be able to keep some of their members up if melee creeps are just taking this brawly style. Saya looking to be about the same thing on the other side there and gets John out to safety.
Okay, so kind of that anti-dive kind of thing, and anti-group up mechanism deterrent is the professor here.
Like an anti-brawl.
Okay, I love it. You know, he likes those one-on-one study sessions, you know, tutor-student kind of thing. No group study kind of nonsense out here on the battlefield. Everybody got to go 1v1. Let's see what happens here on the board. The urn's going to come up in maybe, 2 minutes or so. Mid-boss is available, but not yet here to take. What did the players do now at this point of the match?
Yeah, we haven't really seen this stall out yet from these teams. It's been all tempo all the time, and we're still seeing these little skirmishes across the map, but man, there's not a whole lot to fight for. You might put some pressure on this left side walker here if your melee creeps. But Taz been caught out by the blue ball and John's last stand. Good pick there for them. And John and DMB are both looking to scale pretty heavily here. 16 and 17,000. Once again, from the other side is just Hoop, who can really match that. The Life Exchange comes in here. He's trying to 1v2 for this walker. Calico now comes in to help. But Hoop goes down early, and Holiday has to back off. So that's kind of just a neutral trade there. DMB will get caught on the tail end of that. And so melee creeps do actually make something happen here, despite the relative lack of things to do on the map. And they come out the better for it.
I mean, a lot of 4 ultimates used, 2 deaths on either side. I'd say pretty even, still only 4k separates the squad, 3k-ish. So, I don't know, it's like, all right, they're both like, hey, it's time to do it. It's about the same. Let's go back to farming and find something else. So we'll see. A couple box runs here as we wait for the next urn to come on in about 45 seconds. Okay, there's no Lash ultimate. There is the swap here. So is it Taz's time to shine, looking for a pick, bring it into the singularity, maybe find somebody on the board. But he's been kind of countered in the jungle. They've been spotting him out time and time again.
Yeah, both these teams have ultimate timings available to them. So Abraham's, of course, on their side, the main thing you got to look out for is this singularity. You know, that's a long cooldown, and I don't think he's even used it once yet. So he's being very patient with this, and if you can get a good one, of course, that's a team fight 1, but then it's down for about 4 minutes. So it's a very long resource to come back for. And you've also got the Affliction, which is not a short cooldown of itself. Those are your main 2 timings on Abraham's. Melee creeps a lot of their own to look out for as well. You want to have this last stand and the Death Slam available, and then also DMB is going to be their main engagement tool along with Scout with each of their ultimates. So these two teams need to play around each other's cooldowns. And right now, Abraham's with more of them up, but only a short window until melee creeps have theirs.
So that's kind of what we're waiting for, folks. It's the breakdown of the analysis from Soren is like, all right, we've got a couple minutes to get these ults online before we're going to fight again, because they're just that impactful to finding picks, creating opportunities around the map. Here is the earn run once again by Saya. Taking a long way around. They're trying to open the field for him. You can see the blockers coming through as he's running for the touchdown. Let's see if he can secure it. The Lash doesn't have the Death Slam just yet, but they think he's going to have it in time. Billy says, I'll take the lead here. He finds Hoot in a 1v1, allows the urn to be secured. Scout finds their opposite number, and that's a clean maneuver for the melee creeps.
I see Calico.
And that's kind of disheartening for Abrahams, because you had a man advantage in that fight. There were two contesting Scout in the mid lane, and you weren't able to find the pick. And of course, the 1v1 with the Warden and the Abrams on the right side. So you had 4 members here for Abrahams, and yet you got picked first. DMB finding a great kill there onto Hoot, and they get the urn as well. Dimov now picked off in the jungle. I mean, it was a very small lead earlier, and now it's about 10,000 for the melee creeps here, so they're just constantly getting these trades, and now a Walker down in the mid as well. Things are looking good here for the NA side.
And Deathy, explained it on the desk how important that mid walker can be. So if you have the opportunity to take it, you're gonna do it. A massive Death Slam. I'm hearing the bells ring, but nobody gets slammed into the ground. What? The Apple Man just rolling away with it. The Death Slam not utilized. Still the battle rages forward. The Paradox looking for somebody with a carbine. Can't hit the shot. Still, the singularity button has not been pressed. Still, it remains locked inside the Professor's chest. The Billy knows he can take Hoot with no soul exchange online. Scout there to help clean it up. Ido goes down the back end, but his kit has been expended. Billy taking the brunt of the damage. He needs to get blasted one more time to stay alive. He's ticking between. There it goes. Together, finds the mark. It is just a bloodbath out here in the Cursed Apple.
Yeah, and so far, melee creeps actually not winning this one out. Abrahams find 3 picks, and once again, Saints just chilling. No need to use the black hole quite yet. I might try and use it if they go for one of these walkers, or perhaps the mid boss. This is about the time where we saw teams start to try and force it in the last 2 games. It was this 16, 17 minute mark. But I think it would be a little greedy right now. Melee creeps still up, still with the last stand from the Warden, and so yeah, they're just gonna back off and take the jungle, are the Abrahams. So a good fight, but it's still 10,000 soul lead for melee creeps.
Friend, I'm gonna keep you talking, keep you on the mic. Who's got the better team fight here when it comes to the pit? You didn't hear too much on the desk. I'm curious as to your thoughts right now. I think it's the Abrahams, but I want to know.
I think it's the melee creeps. Abrahams definitely have their tools in mainly the Affliction and of course the Dynamo ult. That's always going to be a factor when you're grouped up like the mid-boss pit. But melee creeps have so many different tools to be able to take it as well. Billy showing off his chain gang right here as to how effective that can be to get someone away from the target. Saya with the goo ball to stun people up, including that black hole potentially. John with the last stand, and then of course the death slam as well. We saw melee creeps take the better of the mid fights last game, and I think they're set up with many of the same heroes to do the same thing here, if not better, with the goo ball.
Okay, so the goo ball, Saya, the keystone piece to some of these engagement folks. The green goo balls, who you gotta keep your eyes glued to when we get into the pit. If the members decide to take it down now. I know there was a couple skirmishes, but that just happens as the teams are jockeying for position around the map, looking for those little echelons of advantage, those tiny little spikes of power. That blue side, though, looking pretty dry, Soren, in terms of the jungle farm.
It is. They've been in there the entire time, and Abraham's trying to find someone here, at least doing the boxes with that cat. So far, nobody quite running into each other yet. It looks like Saint gonna be the target here. Can he get away? Not quite. The execution is too good from melee creeps, despite not using the execution.
Oh my god, just absolutely deleted there by the Shiv. That's where his single target damage can do so much work. This Calico has a lot of folks to keep in check, like the Shiv, like the Lash, and it's hard pressed for them to do so. Takes the goo ball as consolation in exchange of supports. But there's
Walker
that
on the
position.
Right.
2 going down, and the Walker going down as well. Good eye there, Soren. More map pressure put on by the melee creeps.
They do lose 2 there, so technically a loss in trade on the left side, but, I mean, you get the buff anyway, and you get the walker, that's totally fine. And still just about the same sort of lead that you've kept for the last several minutes, so Abraham's trying to make the most of their 2 picks. They're going to go for the mid-boss now. Still Black Hole available.
Oh, does he... and when this happens, folks, I'm going to scream. I'm going to probably peek the mic as best as Cassie's going to keep me in check. But right now, it's the sizing impact. It has no impact. The singularity! It's massive! To suck everybody in. The rejuve crystals captured and expended immediately from the side of Abraham's. What an electric fight is happening here in the pit. But it's D-Mob, the one to go down, and the rest of the dominoes fall there after Melee Creeps with a beatdown.
Melee Creeps come in after the fact. They don't get any of the rejuves. They recognize that they can't commit into the black hole. But they say, we don't care. We'll come in with the Death Slam. We'll come in with the last stand afterwards, and we'll just make sure you get 0 rejuves that way. And so despite having 3 extra health bars to chew through, they say, no problem. They get 4 picks here. That is a disastrous afterfight for Abrahams.
Yeah, the exit eliminations just terrible to give up there. Taz trying to contest the urn, but he's only contesting his tombstone name because he is in 6 feet under. And then they get the urn here too, Soren. The advantage now ballooning for the Melee Creeps.
Someone help me out. Is this game 3 or game 4? Because this looks a lot like game 3. I mean, you've got Melee Creeps. Abrahams go for an aggressive mid-boss, and Melee Creeps end up being the ones to win the fight. And then they come in here with the urn. They've had great urn control this series. The key seems to be just making sure that Doorman never comes on for the Abrahams. And so that's given them so much more space on the map. The Ido Lash starting to look a bit better. Didn't have the early game that he did last time, but John still is just as lethal as ever, up there at 34,000. Nobody from Abrahams is prepared to deal with him. I mean, somehow Together has the most souls on his team? Like, that's never really a good sign.
Yeah, no, that's not good. The lady guy is just a little bit above him, but you want her to be probably at 30 when your Abrams at 26. I'd be curious to see the build there from John if we ever make our rounds to it. If he goes for, did he go for the same thing? Is it still the lucky shot, glass cannon sort of build? Does he go something else? Well, we've got a tactical pause here probably by the Abrahams. This gives us time to check out the items, which I know, Soren, is our favorite spot. We're seeing the Warden picking up the same items as Game 3.
Yeah, that spike was so crucial for them before. Like, why would you not do it again? So this is just going to be monstrous damage here from John. We talked about the Warden, not being able to farm a whole lot early game in the last game, but he certainly can now. He's got enough damage, and whether that's directed towards the neutral denizens as the it's the official name, but nobody calls them that. But
I call him that.
That is what he's going to be after, or the players. Either way, his damage is going to be immense, and Abrahams are going to have a tough time containing him without the Doorman to lock him away in the Baroness, without anyone like the Holiday to lasso him up for a bit. Taz is really your best bet, but even then, who do you combo with that? It's got to be a massive black hole with follow-up. That's the key here. Abrahams are not finding follow-up on their engagements. It's just kind of, all right, you're stunned up, and then you're killing us all.
Is the level of execution between the compositions the difference? Oh, that's... All right, got him caught mid-barrel roll. There is the professor. He's bottoms up here as we are getting ourselves restarted. Okay, he's like, nobody saw that. But Soren, is it a matter of ease of execution between these two compositions where, Abraham's skill execution is at a 10 or 5-star, whereas Melee Creeps is at like a 2-star in terms of how to get it done?
I don't even really think so, because while Abrahams do have some tough heroes to execute with, Saint is having a bit of a tough time finding the right spot to use his kit. And, Dimov and Sanya are playing these like high skill ceiling heroes. These players are more than capable of that. And Melee Creeps, they don't have a necessarily dead easy comp either. Like, you've got some easy things to play around, but finding the windows to do that has been a strength here for Melee Creeps. So it's just about Melee Creeps finding better timings, finding better engagements here, and Abrahams are trying their best. I mean, there's the engage, but once again, where's the follow-up? Can they get enough damage onto this Billy?
No, they cannot. And then you just saw the 3 members running there after. It's like, okay, he's gone. It's those minuscule timings that can be the difference between securing a kill and letting your quarry get away. Now, are they going to get turned around? Taz is caught in an awkward spot. The lasso to keep him in place, and a couple of barrels right to the noggin will lock him down. Taz, he gets punished.
See, that's the difference here. Abraham's getting engaged, get the swap, and Billy just runs right out. Melee creeps, get an engaged, get the lasso, and Taz goes down. Like, even with just the lash there to follow up and Holiday getting parried as she melees her barrel, even still you get the kill. So melee creeps are just finding the damage here because their stats are so much higher than Abraham's at this point. And buff's about to come up in about a minute. You gotta imagine those are going melee creeps' way. They've got 2 walkers out of the way already. The objective pressure is just there for them. What is there to stop this melee creep squad at this point? I'm not seeing a lot.
That's the question I usually ask you, buddy. If you don't know, I don't know.
That's why I tried to answer it.
Chat, maybe you know. Let's see what kind of stuff you'll be putting out there on the web. In the midst of that, a little cherry on top, I guess, for the Abrahams. They did secure that mid guardian. Finally, allows a little extra maneuverability across the map. It might be a little too late. We'll see. The deadlift is going to be needed from the side of the Abrahams. It's just about where is it going to come from? Hoot, we haven't seen in action too often here, friend. Maybe it's this kind of 5 protect 1 style where they're just waiting for Hoot to achieve critical mass before they explode.
Yeah, but Geist's critical mass is not as critical massy as John's, as the Warden. So, I mean, typically you like that matchup for the Geist, right? Because when she gets low, she'll be able to do the life swap onto the Warden, but that's typically more seen with the more ultimate focused Wardens. So with this gun and just being able to keep out constant pressure, as long as he's got Saya or someone at his back to keep him topped up, not really going to be in a whole lot of danger. And you see there, Saint is just obliterated. Scout is playing these lassos so well, and melee creeps are always there to finish off.
You saw the kill participation. There was all other 5 members there as the assist. Billy just tanking shots as he just delivers the urn. He doesn't even care. It tickles him at 4,000 HP. Hoot! We're finally calling your name, friend, and it's only because you're on the gray screen. It is knocking on the door now for what could be the final game here into the Death Slam Invitational number 2. It looks like it is going the way of the home favorites, the Melee Creeps. They are just slicing their way through the competition, going past the base guard now and on to the shrines. Friend, this one might be all said and done.
Together sure seems to think so. Tosses out the GG already. Patron down, and who is going to stop John from obliterating this Patron? I'll give you a spoiler alert. It's nobody. Dynamo comes in. Saint tries for something, but I mean, there's no follow-up once again, and Saya has the cube. John in the pit. He's going to be able to finish this off in no time flat. There we have it. Melee Creeps, your Death Slam Invitational champions.
My word. They took a hit. They said, wait a second. We're the home favorites. We got to bounce back for the fans. And so they did, taking those 2 games, game 3 and game 4, in immaculate fashion. Unmatched are they when it comes to some of those compositions. My word, Soren, what a great way to end this fantastic weekend.
Absolutely. These 2 teams are always a treat to watch fight. I mean, this is the first weekend we've seen them fight each other, but even normally just like watching them stomp on all the other teams, the question really was, can EU come in here on ping and show it to the NA folks? And, you know, you've always got the defense of, okay, they're playing on NA servers, this is an NA tournament. Sure. But at least this time, we show that NA can hold their ground. We've at least got something that we can say for ourselves. So we'll be excited. You know, if we can get this sort of participation, to get the support from the audience and everyone else, maybe we can repeat this on the other side. See if Melee Creeps can go back-to-back on EU servers this time. So it's been so fun watching these games and being a part of it. Finally here at the end, we get to cast the grand finals. Such an honor to be here in front of all of you. We're so happy to be here. But that is it. Melee Creeps taking it down, and they will be taking half of the prize pool, 2,500. Looking at the stats here, John, even more stat participation than last time. And funny enough, Dorian, top healing in the game.
Hey, that flog can do a good bit of work when you get it right. Yeah, I mean, John almost getting the full rainbow in terms of stats. They were just keeping this guy alive. the Dynamo pick, man, I wanted it to work. I just wasn't the linchpin that they needed to find a way to level the score, and it will be. The Melee Creeps will be your champions. Oh, man, any other takeaways you're seeing here from the stat board?
What I'm seeing is that the Geist was not the win button this time, and John was just able to outscale and outplay. And yeah, as you were saying, this Dynamo never really showed up for Saint. And Melee Creeps were doing a fantastic job of playing the macro game there. It wasn't even just the 6v6 team fights that we said might be NA's key to victory in this meta. Yeah. They were playing the split push game. And that's the opposite of what we expected going into this weekend, but they played it so phenomenally, always on those Guardians, always on the Walkers, putting in the pressure simultaneously so that Abrahams just didn't know where to look. There was nowhere to deploy the black hole because, I mean, you were using it on, what, one person? All right, there you go. Now we got 4 minutes to take down the rest of you, and Saint was constantly the one getting picked. So, I mean, yeah, it's just Abraham's not able to find the answers that we thought they could after Game 2. The hero pool's not the linchpin that we thought they were looking for. And Melee Creeps show what they can do off their comfort heroes.
Absolutely. Well, what a wonderful way to cap the weekend. We've got some giveaways for you, and I'm going to let Deathy and Mox do the honors of announcing that, so I'll send it over to the desk.
Hey guys, first of all, congratulations to Melee Creeps. They take it home for North America. Now, you know, we really needed that because, I mean, if we lost on North American servers to a European team, that would be tough. But speaking of the giveaway, there's a link in the chat. So if you type !giveaway, a link pops up. Now, you don't all need to type it. You just need to click on the link, and then it, takes you to a website, and you need to like follow our socials, follow Corsair's socials, etc. And it gives you entries into the giveaway. We're gonna review some clips. We're gonna have an interview in just a second with one of the winners, someone from Melee Creeps. Let me see if we have confirmation of who it is yet. I'm trying to look at it. Looks like we'll have Mr. John himself, Mr. 69. So don't go anywhere. But yeah, the winners of the giveaway will be announced after that interview, so make sure to stick around. And of course, you know, if you're not around or whatever, we'll DM you on Discord. There's going to be 4 winners, so you can win a headset, keyboard, or mouse. And once again, thank you to Corsair for sponsoring the giveaway segment, and thank you to Metal for the prize pool that will now be going, half of it will be going to Melee Creeps. But Abraham's, no slouchers either. They'll be taking home $12.50 US, which is more than a winning night shift still. So I mean, it's not bad considering it's a tournament in a different region. You know, they literally just showed up in a different region and they stole our lunch money, you know, right in front of our eyes. And I mean, I gotta say that shows that Europe is definitely really strong, or maybe that just shows Abraham's is just head and shoulders above, you know, kind of almost everyone else right now.
Yeah, that's true. There were a lot of European teams that were actually trying to contest and stay in the top end of this tournament, but they kind of faltered towards the end, and so we really just wound up with Abraham as being the team carrying the flag for the entirety of the region, and well deserved for them to make it this far. In the end, it kind of looked like a runaway victory, 3-1. But even in all those losses to Melee Creeps, they were still contesting and fighting and scrapping, and it was just a couple little moments here and there that really kind of sealed the game away. And, you know, talk this, that, and that, whatever you want to about the ping. They showed up, they came to play, and they expected to win. Fell just short of it this time, but we'll definitely see them fighting with NA teams again soon.
Yeah, for sure. And I would be very, very thrilled to host a LAN where these teams could battle it out on even ping. Now, right now, Valve doesn't actually support LAN servers, but we could still make it happen. Just having, you know, a LAN that's, whether it's in North America or Europe, and just play on the, you know, the servers that are the closest, and people would be on maybe 10, 15 ping. I mean, that would be good enough for me, honestly. I don't need the true 5 ping experience. I think people would love to watch that, and I think people would love to attend. So, hey, if you're a sponsor, or if you're just someone that has a lot of money and you want to find a way to get rid of that money, I can help you out. You know, if you'd like to get rid of your money, I've got plenty of ways. More than happy to host a LAN, guys. I'm just saying, like, if you give me the resources, Deslam Events will host a LAN. We'd love to do it. We'd love to do it. But, you know, obviously that takes a significant prize pool, because it has to be enough for the teams to justify flying over to wherever that is, right? And then there's also visa issues and stuff, so it's a big thing. Maybe won't happen in 2026, maybe 2027, who knows, but love to make it happen. We are setting up the interview. We're gonna do the highlights real quick, and then we're gonna do the interview. So we've got a couple clips from this game to look over. The clip number 1 here, we're just gonna roll them, I think, chronologically, Kalshi, if that's okay. We've got clip number 1, which is kind of this fight around the initial urn spawn, and this was kind of massive. And this is really like an initial lead for melee creeps, where they just get control of the urn, and we've seen so far this tournament that getting control of the urn is hugely important, because it allows you to kind of dictate what's going to happen on the game. And what happens here is St. Maxim and company, Abrahams, are chasing Fishcake, but they don't actually manage to really do any meaningful damage to him. And as that's happening, we see Saya is just running the urn. On the side, John is also just farming. All the waves are at the walker. DMB's hitting the walker as well, so they don't have wave priority on any single wave, and that results in a free urn for melee creeps. And I mean, I gotta be honest, you can't really blame Ping for that. That's just out macroed by melee creeps there. So, you know, Ping, no excuse for this, as melee creeps just get the first urn for free, and they also get half of the walker's HP on top of that. So, you know, I'm not really sure how Ping could play a part there. Now, we've got the next clip. Let me see if we can roll that here. So this is another fight here in the right lane, as Taz barely gets caught by the cage. 2 ults expanded for him. In the meantime, melee creeps are also pressuring the walkers. So you see these teams at this level are so good at doing multiple things at once. So Hoot gets lassoed. I mean, Scout got parried quite a few times this game. This was not one of them. Scout has the habit of just throwing barrel, but, you know, he lives on 1 HP, escapes. Now, DMB does get traded out, so it wasn't the end of the world, but Sonya dies on the other side, and we can see a lot of this game was kind of just played on Abraham's side of the map, right, where melee creeps were applying the pressure the whole time, and that was kind of the story for most of these games. Melee creeps just got an early lead, and you can blame Ping a bit for that, because early on, a lot of the engagements are highly mechanical. And of course, playing on 150 Ping is very difficult. So huge props to Abrahams. I think we can go straight into the mid boss, because that mid boss was pretty interesting. And that's the last clip we're going to go over. And then we'll have Jonathan for the interview. But here, Fishcake made a massive play for this mid boss, where he got St. Maxim kind of already half HP before he expended Black Hole. And that matters a lot, because since he was so hurt, he wasn't able to, you know, have his Black Hole last very long. He died basically almost instantly, right? People were like, what canceled it? What canceled it? Nothing canceled it. He just died. And that's because Fishcake did so much damage to it before that, since it didn't last a long time, it didn't have a lot of impact on the fight. And he was kind of forced to use it in a very awkward way. And this led to melee creeps. Sure, they didn't get any rejuve, but they got a ton of kills on Abrahams. And this is really kind of the fight that won them the game.
Yeah, we were watching it as it was progressing, and we were talking about how the Dynamo was coming off of respawn. The timing would be really good if Abrahams wanted to force it, and then Fishcake right place, right time just watches them. A pretty huge moment, because you imagine a full HP Dynamo going into the pit, a little bit more confident about getting the Singularity out early so that they can secure the rejuves before anybody even gets nearby and start to steamroll this game. And it would have been a huge moment, and it sort of fell flat, and it's unfortunate for Abrahams, because they had the right tools and the right timing. It was the right call. We talked about it in real time as it happened. They had a perfect angle to go for it, but Fishcake, again, just like right place, right time, moving up on that mid wave, caught Dynamo with his pants down, and had nothing to do but run through the knives and try to get to the pit as soon as possible.
Yep. And without further ado, I believe we are ready for our interview with one of the Melee Creeps members. We've got John on the line. He's right here. How you doing?
What's up, Deathy? And his biggest hater or what, Deathy? Why
so
hate
I don't know
man?
if you guys can hear him. Can you hear him, Mox?
I cannot hear him. We will get
That's
that.
okay. We've got a slight technical difficulties. Don't worry, guys. We've dealt with much worse. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you.
There he
Okay,
is.
all right, we're
Hello?
good. We're tapped in. How you feeling?
Good. I'm like coming off of a little adrenaline dump, so kind of
makes sense.
easing into it.
Okay, now I've got a question for you. Now, after this weekend, you had never really played the European region. Do you have anything to say about the European region now?
They're good. I ain't gonna lie, they're like different to play. So like playing North America over and over and over, it's kind of like you're just like kind of getting bad habits. But then when you play like these other teams, it kind of like you get to expand a lot as like what's actually like valuable into the game. Like the doorman is actually just like him, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know, like that hero cannot just he can't even exist in the game like for what he gives, and we kind of learned that today. I mean, we were theory crafting it that it was like OP, but we just like didn't put it into practice because of gun doorman, you know. That is my biggest gun doorman hater.
Well, look. I mean,
hey, you're not
Doorman
wrong.
is OP.
If they bought the metal skin, I do it no damage. So, and these guys actually like play correctly and they know what they're doing. So, they like forced us to bring out our like max like beyond that. So,
plus ultra.
yeah, they're really good.
Like, how did the McGinnis shenanigans come into play? Because we saw her picked in back-to-back games. She won both of them and then winds up getting banned in the subsequent game. Is this just a bit of like funny thing that happened in the middle of a close series, or is there actually something more to McGinnis in the meta?
I mean, if you have a lot of like high HP boon characters, like McGinnis is like almost infinite value. Because like whenever they had it in the game, they just went into our base and like it's literally impossible for us to even kill them, you know. It's like 2.5% HP every whatever, you know. But I don't know why I got banned, you know. I don't really do the draft. I just kind of like sit there like a good boy and let Saya do everything. So it's like whatever.
You're a foot soldier.
Yeah, Saya like gives me whatever, and I just play it. So Saya's the real mastermind behind everything.
You did get Bebop in one of those games, and you know that game didn't exactly go.
Yeah,
as planned.
Bebop
So how
is
are you
crap.
feeling
Like
about Bebop
he
right
is
now?
not him.
Okay.
I don't even know why they're
Alright.
picking it, but Bebop is just terrible. Don't even pick Bebop ever.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't
that
pick
guy's
Bebop.
a
You guys heard it
victim
here
permanently.
I think that everybody's
Bananas
happy when
only
Bebop's not
sad in
picked
the chat
anyway,
right now.
except Bananas and you, obviously. But that's okay. I think you know the community's happy now. You talked about expanding. I want to touch on that a little bit because I was kind of running the narrative that I think at the end of this tournament, you know, I think NA has kind of leveled up, and I think EU as well has kind of learning things. Now, how do you feel like these kind of region clashes contribute to teams and players growing?
I don't know how much it contributes because like this is like almost a one-time thing because we could, you know, scrim the Europeans and like we could all team up and like be like one super region of scrims, but there's always that thing of ping and time because like if me and Sire are like working, they're like asleep at like 5 p.m. or some shit, you know. It's like all their scrims are like 1 p.m. or like for our time, and it can't work. So it's just like it's like impossible to make the time work because if I'm working, there's just no way I can make it. So it's just wraps.
Yeah,
it can only be the weekend, and that's like our off days. You know, you don't want to do this 7 days a week.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sorry, a lot.
Got to be healthy. I guess that excites you. Maybe a potential LAN or something where it could happen on a more fair.
Yes,
fair
I would
ground.
love a LAN. That'd be awesome.
Would you guys compete if it was the reverse? If it was a
see 'em.
reverse situation on a weekend, would you guys do it? Like, let's say I hosted a tournament, but in Europe, on European servers like London, would you guys do it?
We try. Why not? We try. There's no harm in trying.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. Okay, yeah, why not?
Yeah, you guys can play on the London servers and steal their top 2 prize money.
Thing is, if we play out on theirs and we lose, you know, it's ping. So it's the same thing for them. It was just ping, you know. It's always the excuse.
Exactly.
But if we lost, man, you guys freaking suck. Lost on your own home.
Yeah, I mean, they got
Fucking
second
noobs.
place. They can tell every other NA team that we suck. Like, Abrahams has the right to say that every other team other than you guys sucks, and they would be kind of right in saying that because they beat them on 150 ping.
I mean, SG is like kind of like going through their like, you know, formation stage right now. I mean, like they're like doing a bunch. So like I understand it for them. Like they did really good for like because I thought BWC was just gonna wipe them personally, but they like performed really well. You know.
Yeah. Is there anything that surprised you from this tournament? Like any team or players or anything that you were like, man, like that really, like, I didn't expect that?
Not really. I mean,
okay.
The like there's no like mechanical, you know, anomaly. You know, it all looks the same. Like when you're at the like this, you know, like everyone's doing the same thing. Like everyone has shit like min max. Like it's pretty like cutthroat. You could say honestly. Like there's a lot. but no one's like, oh, like going making the craziest play you've ever seen. You're like, oh, I didn't even know you could do that. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
it seems pretty
Maybe the
streamlined.
doorman.
That's not like a player thing. That's just like a character thing, you know. And he's
Yeah.
just fundamentally broken. I mean, I gotta put you in timeout for like 5 seconds. It's door across the entire map. They're just going in and out, and it gives it like a 600 barrier. I mean, come on, man. But they're like pretty like that's like what they want to do. So if we just take it away, they have to play the real game. So it kind of like evens the playing ground of that character.
Right. I have one question about the laning stage. So in the last week, I would say, I mean, maybe 2 weeks, but in the last, I would say week especially, we've seen the laning stage become more and more of a brawl fest. You're just in between lanes, fighting in the subway at 3 minutes, you know, just like a lot of action. How do you feel about that kind of like laning stage changes? Do you like it?
I don't mind it because I don't actually leave my lane. You know, like that's
you're just
Ido and
chilling.
Scout's job. So honestly, Ido, Scout, and Sai have like the hardest like mind role to play, and then like me, DMB, and Fishshake, we just sit in our lane and like do our thing, and we just get as much gold as we can. But I don't really mind it. I mean, like they were like 4-manning my like mid for me, but it's like it doesn't really matter. Like the early deaths aren't that impactful. Like Hoot was like maybe like 1k up on me, like 1.5 like early, but that's like such a small number in the grand scheme of like 30 minutes of the game, you know? It like doesn't really matter. So
I was going to ask specifically about that because we noticed through the progression of that final game you were having a tough time because they were sending such a mosh pit at mid. And I kept thinking, like, John's getting a little bit behind. Like, when are they going to shift into a side lane? Like, is there a team timer where you're like, okay, we've crossed this threshold where now we can rotate you, or is it just based off of the objectives that are available or having been taken? Like, what does that kind of communication look like for your team?
Fishshake's like, John, take over it. Just take over this lane. Boom, that's it. And then he'll go do his thing. So a lot of it, they just tell you what to go do. I mean, obviously we have like defaults, you know, that we like follow, but a lot of time we're like communicating it. So
Makes sense. I think that's it for my questions. Do you have any more questions, Mox? Otherwise, we'll give John a chance to do his shout-outs.
No, I think we've been very, very clear and answered all of our questions already. It's just a great series. It's really fun to watch NA and EU. So, John, just take it away. The floor's yours.
Yeah, any shout-outs?
Shout out to my team. All of them are goats. I'm not gonna lie. Every single one is him, and they're all great people. I love them.
That's awesome.
That's
we love
it.
that team spirit. All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much, John, for coming on for the interview, and thank you for your putting on the show for everyone. Thanks for everyone tuning in. I believe that we'll have the giveaway winners. Yep, we have them right here. So I'm ready to announce them, and then we'll kind of wrap things up. So we've got 4 winners. We have Soldier Bob, Drayman22, Fortnite Chicken, and Lord Daphne as winners of the giveaway. Now, you guys will be contacted on Discord within 24 to 48 hours by, I believe, Griffin will be the one to contact you. We'll need to take your contact information so that we can, decide which item you want, as well as obviously shipping info and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna let you do your shout outs, Mox, and then I'll kind of wrap up the show a little bit afterwards. Do you have anyone you want to shout out? Any thanks?
Shout out, as always, I care most about our production team behind the scenes. We do reference them very frequently, but they put on a ton of work to make sure that you, me, and the rest are all in the right place at the right time, and enough people don't know their names. So today it's Dia and Kashi, but other days it's you and me, other days it's whoever have you. So all the production team, I'll give a little slight personal shout out. My Twitch channel, Mox Plays, that's it, whatever. Everything else, shout out to the production team, and then shout out to you, Deathy. Thank you for putting on an amazing event as usual. I'm so stoked to even be here casting some of these unbelievable games that we're getting to see. So it's just so fucking cool. Let's keep this up. I want to see a million more of these high tier Death Slam tournaments.
I mean, and we will host more as long as there's support, sponsors, etc. So obviously, a lot of planning goes into this, guys. I mean, it's months of discussing with sponsors, you know, kind of like preparing. That's honestly the hardest part, is getting funding. So huge shout out to Metal for being our event sponsor and allowing this to happen. Now, obviously, we're in talks with people for 2026. If you guys know any company, if you work at a company that has any marketing department, I mean, you want to give us money, you want to help out, please reach out to me and we'll be more than happy to talk about what we can do, what we can make happen for 2026. Hopefully it's going to be a great year of Deadlock. This is really the last event of the year, I think, major. There might be another tournament in the works from what I've heard, but the last major event of the year, other than you know, Night Shift. Huge shout out to everyone at Death Slam Events, my co-founders, Ref, Daniel, for, you know, founding Death Slam Events with me and helping out with a bunch of stuff. Make sure to join our Discord. You can type !Death Slam. But other than that, I just want to say thank you to all the teams that played and all the players. Playing competitive Deadlock is something that's extremely time consuming. It's extremely stressful. I've done it. It takes a lot out of you, and we've got a doggo in cam. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's hugely important to support the scene, and it creates a lot of really, really awesome things. So yeah, that's all I have to say, really. Just thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for showing the support. It really means the world to me. And that's going to be the end of the show. I hope you guys have a great evening. We're going to raid someone soon, so make sure to stick around to show some love to a competitive player that we're going to raid. But it was an awesome event. Thank you guys for having me.
Taste it now.